Douluo, across the world. The first chapter of the awesome life is about to begin. In the Xian mountain that has been frozen for thousands of years, dozens of strong winds and countless lightnings are raging across the entire island. The lightning here is like a storm underground, and it is so terrifying. The temperature here has been as low as nearly minus 10,000 degrees Celsius. Except for ice and snow on the island, there is no grass growing here and there is no human habitation. But who would have thought that 100,000 years ago, this was an extremely high-temperature volcano, erupting magma all the time. The temperature of the entire island was as high as 5 digits, which was not accessible to ordinary people. It is comparable to today's temperature. The difference between heaven and earth. All in all, whether it was 100,000 years ago or now, this is a barren land. Ta-ta, tap-ta. On the top of Xian Killing Mountain, a huge crack appeared in the ice wall that had been frozen for thousands of years. Then, the entire ice wall completely shattered, and a huge creature could be vaguely seen inside, and it opened its eyes. The vertical pupils in his eyes are extremely terrifying. As lightning struck the mountains from the sky, the ice with holes quickly shattered. This behemoth crawled out from inside. It's a dragon. This giant dragon is 100 meters long. Its body shone with golden light. The blizzard on the island stopped immediately with the appearance of the giant dragon. A huge lightning struck the dragon's body in the sky. The dragon's eyes shone with blue light. As the giant dragon appeared, the dragon roared all his life, and the lightning in the sky disappeared. After a while, the dragon's body turned into a golden light and disappeared, turning into a man. Lin Yi looked at his clenched fists, the blue light in his eyes gradually dissipated, and murmured to himself, "Damn it, have you traveled through time?" Ding! System prompts, successfully traveled through time. The system is binding the host. Ding! System prompts, now that you are in Douluo continent, binding the system increases the survival rate by 50%. Do you want to bind the system? Lin Yi was excited and helpless at the same time. This kind of thing like a novel or movie still happened to him. He never imagined that he would travel through time after being hit by a car, just like in a dream. And I didn't expect to travel to the world of Douluo continent. I wonder if Tang San really exists? Binding. Lin Yi said calmly, how could he give up on such a good thing as binding the system? An awesome life is about to begin. Ding! System prompts. System binding successful. At this time, a column of information appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. Host, Lin Yi. Age, 20. Level 11, 30/200, Soul Master. Martial Spirit, Soteria, left, Aurora Electric Dragon, right. Should I wipe it? Soteria is too much, this seems to be more watery than Tang San's blue-silver grass. Tang San's is at least blue-silver emperor, this is just ordinary Soteria, right? But Lin Yi didn't care anymore. After all, the Aurora Electric Dragon spirit in his right hand was enough to crush most of the spirits. Although Lin Yi had a level just after he traveled through time, his level was not high. In the novel, Tang San was already in the dozens of levels when he was 20 years old, and he was already an awesome ruthless person. 20 years old, an 11th level soul master. If you tell me this, people will laugh to death, and it's still a Soteria. But now is not the time to think about this, because Lin has always said that the system is just a plug-in. Will it not be easy to go against the will in the future? The thing to do now is to get out of this hellish place. Ding! System prompts, mission activated. System mission, leave Xian Island within 1 hour. Task rewards and punishments, leave Xian Island within 1 hour to reward 5,000 experience, otherwise the level will be cleared. Now to upgrade to level 12, you only need 150 experience. With 5,000 experience, it is estimated that he can be promoted to more than 20 levels. Lin Yi smiled slightly, and waves of coercion began to burst out from Lin Yi's body, and the snow covering a kilometer in radius turned into ice water. A pair of lightning-like wings sprouted from Lin Yi's shoulders. Boom! 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 Lin Yi fanned his electric wings and shot up into the sky with a whoosh. Tiandu Empire, Linjandu. The market was bustling, with pedestrians noisy, talking and laughing. Under a lantern not far away, a group of people gathered together and shouted. Ha ha ha! Fatty! You are already 18 years old, right? You are still a 20-level soul master. You can't break through even the great soul masters. Are you ashamed? Is it embarrassing? Ha 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 ha! Ha ha! Please stop laughing at him, ha 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 ha, I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it back. Why are you talking so much nonsense to him? This sex-abandoned son. Let's go. I feel annoyed when I see him. You're annoying. I'm even more annoyed. Let's all come together. Beat him up. His grandma is a bitch. When he was in the sect, we didn't even have a full meal for a day, and it was all eaten by this kid. Before in the sect the elders are watching, and now you are kicked out, won't beat you? Mission Inspiration, Save Xiaohu. Task Rewards and Punishments, 10,000 experience points for completing the task, Shrek Admission Qualification. Failure Penalty, none. Lin Yi, who was standing opposite, scratched the back of his head, frowned in confusion, and murmured to himself, that person is obviously a man, right? Fatty, couldn't be Xiao Wu, right? Lin Yi shook his head in confusion and didn't think too much. Because of the Aurora Electric Dragon's martial spirit, Lin Yi's speed is no different from lightning. No one knew when he stood in front of Fatty. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "Everyone, give me some face and let him go." Everyone was stunned at first, and then did not give Lin Yi a good look. A man standing at the front crossed his arms, looked at Lin Yi with disdain, and said, "I thought he was some kind of powerful person, but I didn't expect him to be a trashier person than a fat man. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, just level 26, dare to steal someone from us. A mere 26th level. I have to say that the levels of these people in front of me are indeed higher than Lin Yi." However, Lin Yi was not afraid. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he also showed a disdainful smile. "It's not certain who will lose and who will win. Then since you want to die so much, then my brothers will help you." With that said, those people revealed their martial souls and began to activate their soul skills. "You're the only one with a martial spirit, aren't you?" Lin Yi puffed up his chest and stretched out his left hand confidently. "Let me show you what it means to be invincible." When Lin Yi showed off his Soteria martial spirit, the scene was awkward for a moment, followed by ruthless ridicule from those brats. "Ha ha 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 ha! Soteria? Wakao, brother, you are also a talent. Can a hot chicken martial spirit like Soteria be cultivated? That's unheard of. Ha 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 ha, you're not a fool, are you?" Lin Yi broke out in cold sweat. Just when he was about to show off his electric dragon, the fat man behind him took Lin Yi's hand and said gratefully, "Brother, thank you for your kindness. I, Oscar, will remember you. You let's go. Leave me alone. Aren't you Xiao Wu?" Chapter 2 Mom, don't leave. Lin Yi was stunned for a while, and finally realized that this Oscar was not the Oscar for Best Actor, but the Oscar for God of Cookery. The most powerful auxiliary Oscar. Tang San was a baby when he traveled to Douluo continent, but now Lin Yi seems to have traveled to Douluo continent 20 years later than Tang San. Then what happened in the past 20 years must be different. Is there Tang San in this world? If Tang San really existed, then Tang San must be in Shrek Monster Academy now. Isn't Oscar also a member of Shrek Academy? It's not common sense to be at level 18 or 20. Are novels different from reality? Ding! System prompts, although the host is suppressed by martial arts, there is a big difference in level. Moreover, there are many people on the opposite side, so it is recommended to lead others to escape. Nest, Lin Yi really thought he was invincible just now, but just after the system prompts, the kid's fist hit Lin Yi. Lin Yi quickly dodged, took 2 steps back, picked up Oscar, and left here instantly. No one in the group present knew how Lin Yi appeared, and no one knew how Lin Yi left with Oscar. Wang Chao? Where have people gone? This is really weird. This kid really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Damn it, if I meet this kid again next time, I will definitely not let him go. I will chop him into pieces. A certain alley. Lin Yi squatted on the ground panting, looking at Oscar with sweat on his face revealing all kinds of fear, and said, let me say, you, this fat man is really, really bad, it's so heavy. I brought you out without beating you to death. You were almost exhausted. The fat man sat on the ground, feeling grateful and embarrassed at the same time. He touched the back of his head and said to Lin Yi with some embarrassment, Brother, Oscar, will remember this kindness. If you hadn't come to the rescue, I would definitely have done it today. I'm going to die. How about eating a sausage? Others may not know the efficacy of Oscar's sausage, but Lin Yi knows it. This fat man is the strongest assistant. His sausages can replenish physical strength, enhance combat effectiveness, and strengthen defense. Give me a stick. Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, stood up and said, No, 3 sticks. This thing can't be replenished even if it's 3 sticks. Oscar smiled naively, stretched out his hand and produced more than 10 sausages, stuffed 10 of them into himself, and gave the rest to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took the sausages from Oscar's hand without thinking too much. Just eat it directly. Just when Lin Yi was about to take the second one, another prompt came from the system. Ding! System prompts, mission remaining time, 59 minutes. Task. Yes, that's a mission. Lin Yi, who was tired and confused, was prompted by the system, and then he remembered that he had a mission. His mission was not to save Oscar, but to save Xiao Wu. In the novel, Xiao Wu is also a ruthless person. Anyone who can catch her must not be weak. As soon as Lin thought of this, he gritted his teeth, patted Oscar on the shoulder, and said, Brother, I still have something to do. We'll see you again by fate. After saying that, Lin Yi jumped up and disappeared. Based on the map provided by the system, Lin Yi found Xiao Wu's location. Martial Soul Mountain Range. Xiao Wu was tightly strangled by a giant python and could not move. At this time it was difficult for her to even breathe. Lin Yi stood not far away and looked at Xiao Wu. His heart moved, like a little boy in puberty. He blushed and murmured to himself, Is this Xiao Wu? She's more beautiful than imagined. System. If the host doesn't help, Xiao Wu will die. Lin Yi wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and appeared in front of the giant python with a swipe. Big snake. Level, 10,000 years. Characteristics, huge and ferocious. The only poisonous part of the body is the fangs in the mouth. If bitten by it, it will sting all over the body and die within 10 minutes. Lin Yi had vaguely seen the bite marks on Xiao Wu's arm. At this time, Xiao Wu's whole body had begun to turn purple. Because of being entangled by the giant snake, Xiao Wu was almost suffocated and was on the verge of death. Lin Yi frowned, Damn it! How dare you do this to Xiao Wu? You stinky snake! Lin Yi clenched his fists and roared, blue lightning flashing in his eyes. The giant snake relaxed its grip on Xiao Wu, its eyes were dull, and it was a little afraid to move. Slowly, it let go of Xiao Wu and wanted to turn around and leave. This is bloodline suppression. Damn you! Do you have an antidote? Lin Yi jumped forward and grabbed the big snake's tail. When the giant snake was caught by Lin Yi, it twitched as if it had been struck by lightning, but the 10,000-year-old spirit beast was not a vegetarian. Although Lin Yi's bloodline was suppressed, the level of the big snake was like playing house against a soul master of more than 20 levels. Just like Xiao Wu, who is over level 40, he is no match for the big snake. To be precise, he was beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. The big snake swung its tail, and Lin flew out, hitting the tree hard and falling hard. Although the big snake could beat Lin Yi, the blood in Lin Yi's body made it feel fearful and powerless, and it felt like it wanted to surrender to Lin Yi. If Lin Yi's level were higher, this giant snake would probably become Lin Yi's pet. The Babel snake stuck out its tongue, looked around, and then left here. Lin Yi felt that his waist was about to break. He touched his waist, stood up with a frown, and then teleported directly in front of Xiao Wu. At this time, Xiao Wu's face was pale and her lips had turned black. Wrong. Except for the white face, the whole body is black. Lin Yi was a little at a loss. System, what should I do? Ling Shan grass. The system's voice surrounded Lin Yi's mind. Immediately afterwards, photos and information of Ling Shan grass appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Ling Shan grass. Efficacy: eliminate some toxins from the body of the user and prolong life. Others: it can detoxify some snake venoms, such as grass vipers, giant snakes, and rapid snakes. Side effects: feeling weak after taking it, lasting for 12 hours. This thing actually has side effects? Wouldn't that be true if? Lin Yi masturbated, then slapped himself, saying to himself, beast. If Lin Yi wanted to find Ling Shan grass, it would be very dangerous to leave Xiao Wu here, because other spirit beasts would approach here at any time, and they might eat Xiao Wu when she saw her unconscious. Therefore, Lin Yi could only carry Xiao Wu on his back and follow the system prompts to find Ling Shan grass. After searching several places but not finding it, Lin, who was sweating profusely, put Xiao Wu down and thought about taking a rest. Xiao Wu gently held Lin Yi's hand and said very weakly, Mom, don't go. Chapter 3: The Aura of Den King. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, looking at Xiao Wu who was all black. And couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Although Lin Yi and Xiao Wu only had a relationship, in Douluo, Xiao Wu has always accompanied Lin Yi. The moment he saw Xiao Wu, Lin Yi had a feeling that he was Tang San. Lin Yi did not take Xiao Wu's hand away, but looked at her quietly and said softly, Xiao Wu, don't be afraid, I won't leave. Seeing Xiao Wu's face getting worse and worse, Lin Yi didn't dare to rest for that long. After resting for less than a minute, Lin Yi picked Xiao Wu up on his back again and continued to look for Ling Shan grass. Ding! System prompts: there is a 1,000-year-old mountain grass nearby. Please pay attention. The 1,000-year-old Ling Shan grass is no longer an ordinary plant. It already has a certain amount of spiritual energy, and some even have attack capabilities. And I'm afraid it's not that easy to get. 1,000-year-old, it's trivial. Lin Yi bit his lip and jumped in the forest with ease. Compared to Oscar, Xiao Wu is nearly 100 pounds lighter than him. Carrying Xiao Wu was a little easier than Oscar. Ding! System prompts: you have entered the middle of the Soul Beast mountain range, and the danger index has doubled. Diddy! System prompt: within 20 meters. Millennium Ling Shan grass, quantity 1. Diddy, diddy. The system prompts: within 100 meters, there are 5,000-year-old soul beasts Tian Tian serpent. When Lin Yi saw the last system message, he was stunned for a moment. At this moment, he could feel Xiao Wu's body temperature slowly getting lower and her heartbeat slowing down. Lin Yi broke out in cold sweat. He frowned and took a deep breath, trying to calm down. According to common sense, even though Lin Yi's martial spirit and bloodline are very powerful, his level is too low and he is no match for the giant snake. A giant snake may leave after being suppressed by its bloodline, but now there are 5 giant snakes. Will you still avoid Lin Yi because of his bloodline? The chance of this is very small, maybe these are what the giant snake just found. Hey! Lin Yi was so nervous that it was difficult to breathe. If he ran away now, with Lin Yi's speed, he could definitely escape from here, but the toxins in Xiao Wu's body were about to reach her heart. If she missed a nearby Lingshan grass, she would have to look for it elsewhere. That time is definitely too late. The number of Lingshan grass is not large. It is shown in the data that it is only a small amount. If it is less than a small amount, it is rare. Lingshan grass does not grow in groups like other plants. It grows alone, with only one plant in a large area. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, not daring to relax at all. He looked around in all directions, looking for Lingshan grass. Cold sweat continued to form behind his ears, which was enough to prove how nervous Lin Yi was. Diddy, beep, beep. System alarm, within 30 meters, there are 6 snakes called Big Sky Snakes. They are expected to arrive here in 30 seconds. The nest has become 6. Lin Yi frowned even more tightly, and at this time, Lin Yi saw an inconspicuous medicinal herb. Lin was overjoyed and teleported over to pick the Lingshan grass. But I didn't expect the Lingshan grass to crawl out of the soil and run away. Lin Yi didn't think too much and chased after him directly. He didn't know that Lingshan grass could run away. But he was mentally prepared in advance. These 1000-year-old medicinal materials are not so easy to pick. Although Lin Yi was fast enough, he was completely unsure of where the Lingshan grass was. Even if Lin Yi caught it, it could still escape easily because of his lubricated branches and leaves. I'm going to fuck you. At this critical moment, Xiao Wu needs to be rescued, but the giant snake is ambushing nearby. A big snake is no match for Lin Yi, so let alone Lu Jiao. Diddy, beep, beep. System prompt, danger is approaching. Within 10 meters. Lin Yi took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Ignore the snake or not for now, now I still want to find a way to catch the Lingshan grass. After saying that, Lin Yi rushed towards the 1000-year-old Lingshan grass. The Lingshan grass was very clever. How could it be so easy to catch it? Lin Yi couldn't help roaring, and burst out with dragon power, I don't believe it. I can't catch you. Long's power was shocked, not only frightening Lingshan Cao who was teasing Lin Yi, but also the 6 giant snakes who were about to attack Lin Yi did not dare to get closer. Seeing the 1000-year-old mountain grass standing motionless, Lin Yi quickly grabbed it in his hand. The little thing looked at Lin Yi pitifully. Lin Yi himself never thought that his roar would be so powerful, scaring them so much that they dared not move. How powerful is the bloodline of this Aurora Electric Dragon? Lin Yi looked at the Lingshan grass in his hand and thought to himself, this thing actually has a face. It seems that it really has spirituality. If it hadn't been for Xiao Wu's antidote, Lin Yi would have kept this little cutie as a pet. Lin Yi stretched out his right hand, summoned the electric dragon martial spirit, refined the spirit mountain grass according to the system's prompts, and transferred the spirit power into Xiao Wu's body. This is the most convenient method. After all, Xiao Wu is already unconscious. You can't open her mouth and force it in, right? And this method can also achieve the best absorption. Sure enough, after a while, the blood color of Xiao Wu's body slowly recovered. When Lin Yi just sat down cross-legged and wanted to bring blood to Xiao Wu, 6 giant snakes continued to attack Lin Yi. Lin Yi and Xiao Wu were completely surrounded by 6 huge pythons, each of which was nearly 20 meters tall. 6 fences blocked out all light. Boy! Who are you? Among the 6 big snakes, there is one that is particularly large. It has a single horn on its head, and its fangs that are constantly dripping venom are much longer than those of the other 5 big snakes. Even a fool knows that it is the boss. The Big Snake King. Level, 100,000 years. Characteristics, the fangs are extremely poisonous, the body contains narcotic toxins, and the speed is extremely fast. How great would it be if you could defeat 100,000-year-old soul beast and become the first soul ring in your life. But this is unlikely. Lin Yi is still very self-aware. Even 100,000-year-old soul beast may not be its opponent, let alone one who is only over 20 levels. Lin Yi took a few steps back with Xiao Wu on his back and said, "A commoner from the Xiaosheng Tiandu Empire accidentally entered the Soul Beast mountain range. Can you please spare us if you have enough?" "Nonsense!" the Big Snake King said to Lin Yi with a cold look. "Why do you have the aura of the Lightning King on you?" "The aura of the Electric King?" Lin Yi had just traveled through time, and because the system was powerful enough, it helped him directly devour the sealed Aurora Electric Dragon. Chapter 4. From now on, I will walk sideways. Although Lin Yi's body now contains huge energy, most of it is sealed, so Lin Yi's level is only over 20. If this energy is released from the seal, Lin Yi may directly become a ultimate Douluo. As for how to lift the seal, Lin Yi didn't know. Lin Yi was a little worried. When the Aurora Electric Dragon releases the seal one day, will it bite him back? This is a question worth thinking about. Lin Yi put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "What Electric King? I don't know, my martial spirit is just foxtail grass." At this time, Lin Yi looked as calm and steady as a dog on his face, but in fact he was already panicking in his heart. These 6 behemoths surrounded him, and he would be afraid of everyone. The Big Snake King roared at Lin Yi, and the foul-smelling saliva mixed with venom erupted from his mouth, making people sick. "Tell me, where is the King of Lightning?" Lin Yishan's foul smell slowly filled his body. There was no doubt that Lin Yi had been poisoned. His body began to feel itchy and hot, and then seemed to be burning, making him extremely uncomfortable. This was an unprecedented feeling. Lin Yi secretly screamed. There was only one Lingshan grass and it was eaten by Xiao Wu. Could he really die here? "Boy, do you know what that girl Pianzi stole from me?" As the Big Snake King spoke, his body turned into a black smoke and disappeared. What appeared in front of Lin Yi was a man who seemed to be in his 30s. "Uncle, there is a long scar on his face." Who would have known that this middle-aged uncle is already 200,000 years old? "Tell us the whereabouts of Den King and return the things on that little girl to us. Maybe we can spare all of you corpse." It takes 100,000 years to transform into a human form, and his strength in 20 years is equivalent to that of a titled Douluo. That kind of coercion, even if it is suppressed by Lin Yi's bloodline, it will be suppressed by strength. Lin Yi, who was already poisoned, became even colder. Lin Yi felt that his vision was blurred, his head was dizzy, and he might fall down at any time. Lin Yi frowned with difficulty, not letting himself fall down. "Could it be that you are going to die just now after traveling here?" In a daze, Lin Yi gradually lost consciousness, and Lin Yi's eyes flashed blue with blue thunder and lightning. Except for the Big Snake King, the other 5 big snakes were stunned by the pressure of Lin Yi's body. The Big Snake King looked nervous. He looked at Lin Yi with some disbelief and asked tentatively, "Are you the King of Lightning? Inferior race? How rude!" Lin revealed infinite pressure as soon as he spoke. This pressure was so strong that the surrounding plants bowed to it. The 5 big snakes behind the Big Snake King bowed their heads in salute. The Big Snake King frowned. "Is the seal from 100,000 years ago really broken? For the soul beasts? For my king? To eliminate harm for the people? To eradicate the roots? The King of Lightning? I thought I was going to find a needle in a haystack, but no, if you think of it coming to your door yourself, don't blame me for being ruthless." With that said, the Big Snake King said coldly to his 5 subordinates, "He is just a kid in his 20s. Not worth mentioning. Take advantage of the fact that the power of the King of Lightning has not been completely unlocked. Let's kill him together. Little Big Snake King, you have such a big tone. Even if I become like this, you are no match for me." As he spoke, Lin Yi's body burst out with amazing power, and Lin Yi's body was about to be supported by the infinite power. Exploded, and in an instant, Lin Yi's strength had reached the state of a titled Douluo. Lin Yi jumped up and disappeared. In the next second, the heads of the 5,000-year-old giant snakes had fallen to the ground, and only the snake bodies were still struggling needlessly. The Tongtian Serpent King's brows tightened, and cold sweat flowed down his face. Only then did he realize the horror of the matter. He originally thought that before the King of Lightning had completely released the seal, he could eradicate the hidden danger that had been in his mind for 100,000 years. But I never expected that the King of Lightning was still so powerful. No. Although the strength was less than 1/50th of what it was 100,000 years ago, it was enough to pin him to the ground and hammer him. But when the big Snake King was about to turn around and run away, a huge lightning-like actinic dragon was looking at him behind him. This death stare alone was enough to make him suddenly stand still and unable to move. Who can believe that a 200,000-year-old soul beast is too frightened to move in front of a 20-level soul master? The forest was quiet, and the smell of death enveloped the surroundings. In the darkness, the great Snake King was swallowed up by bolts of lightning falling from the sky. From this moment on, he became Lin Yi's first soul ring, a 100,000-year soul ring. In the entire Douluo continent, who can achieve the goal of having the first soul ring be 100,000 years old? Simply unprecedented. While he was sleeping, a giant dragon appeared in Lin Yi's endoscope. Lightning and thunder continued around the dragon. He stared at Lin Yi, who was lying in the endoscope. "Boy! You are looking for death." With that said, the electric dragon was about to attack Lin Yi, but was restrained by something, unable to move, and even weak. Lin was stunned and stood up. "Where is this?" At this time, the system's voice came into Lin Yi's mind. "Master, this is your state of mind, don't panic, he can't do anything to you. Although I lifted its seal on Xian Mountain, it's sealed in your body. As time goes by, you can take all its energy as your own. From now on, there is no Aurora Electric Dragon, only the martial spirit of the Aurora Electric Dragon. Isn't there any auxiliary effect?" Lin Yi was very happy when he heard this, and then asked, "Won't I be counterattacked by its energy? Or will my body be occupied by it?" The system continued, "No, it's just a million-year-old soul beast. With this system here, you can rest assured. The speed of your future cultivation will be extremely fast, because your body will continue to absorb the power of the Aurora Electric Dragon, and the stronger you are, the faster you absorb the power of the Electric Dragon." Lin was overjoyed when he heard the system's explanation. This was a big hidden danger in his mind. The road ahead is going sideways, and no one can stop it. Aurora Electric Dragon? From now on I will be the Dragon King. Seeing that Lin Yi was very happy, the system continued, "Don't be too happy for the host too early. After all, Aurora Electric Dragon is a king, and his ability is not so easy to control. If the host wants to become stronger, it needs extra efforts. Also, 100,000 years ago, due to the battle between the two Dragon Kings, the Aurora Electric Dragon and the Storm War Dragon, Douluo continent launched an unprecedented large-scale war. That year, heavy losses were suffered, and each empire lost many powerful men before it was settled. War, seal the Aurora Electric Dragon in Xian Mountain, no one knows where the Storm War Dragon is." Chapter 5, That's Not What I Meant. Does the Tongtian Serpent King know its whereabouts? Lin Yi frowned and said, "In my opinion, the lineup of the Tongtian Serpent King station seems to be hostile to the Electric Dragon." "Your guess is correct." The system replied, "The Big Snake King is the subordinate of the Storm War Dragon, but as for where the Storm War Dragon has gone, I'm afraid it doesn't know. After the Dragon God became a god, the Dragon God's Golden Dragon King, the Pulse and Silver Dragon King lineage are both rising stars in the divine world. After the Dragon God lineage ascended, the Dragon Clan and even the entire world of Warcraft were led by their two Dragon Kings, so there was no room for two tigers in one mountain. This war affected the entire Douluo continent. As for the Storm War Dragon, some said that he ascended directly during the war, some died of exhaustion, and some said he was killed by Ke Yifeng, the strongest man in the Tiandu Empire. Dragon God, Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King, Nest. Guyuina. Lin Yi heard the words and felt familiar. After thinking about it, he finally remembered that these are the plots of Douluo Continent 3, and Lin Yi traveled through it still the time period of Douluo Continent. Did the Dragon King become a god so early? That happened 100,000 years ago. Anyway, there are all kinds of theories. The system said, and there is no such thing as the Storm Dragon King in the Soul Beast God realm. Then do you know where it is? Lin Yi had an idea and asked. No comment at the moment. The system replied, it may be involved in later tasks. Hey, that's where the fun comes from. Lin Yi looked at the Aurora Dragon King in his heart. I'm sorry. But you have been sealed, there is no difference from death. If you go out, you will be beaten to death by the Storm Dragon. Why don't you honestly become my energy? You brat! What are you talking about? Aurora Electric Dragon was very angry, but the system seal prevented him from farting in Lin Yi's body. The dragon power it just burst out was immediately absorbed by the system and became Lin Yi's power. Lin Yi shrugged, sighed, and said, it's useless. The more you act like this, the faster your energy will disappear. Although this approach seems not very good and is no different from robbery, the system only turns useless things into useful things. After all, the Aurora Electric Dragon has been completely sealed unless the Dragon God unblocks it. Boy! You are so brave! Do you know who I am? Aurora Dragon King pointed at Lin Yi angrily and shouted, I am the Southern King of the Soul Beast Realm. Oh! I didn't lose to King Bei. North King! North King! When Lin mentioned this word, Aurora Lightning King was very angry, and the red in his eyes turned red. It seems that he remembered something terrible. Lin Yi crossed his arms and said, it seems that I really can't beat him. Can't beat him? How could I not be his opponent? Lin Yi shrugged and was about to make a mockery when he vaguely felt someone calling him and slapping him in the face. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes and saw Xiao Wu slapping his face. Hey! Are you awake? Seeing Lin Yi open his eyes, Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief and said to Lin Yi, thank you for saving me. This is still the place where we just fought against the big Snake King. I don't know how long it has been. Because the power of the Aurora Electric Dragon is still there, no soul beast dares to approach here. Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, you're welcome. I happened to be passing by and saw you fighting a fierce battle with the giant snake. Xiao Wu nodded and said to Lin Yi, can you tell me how you defeated the giant snake? Lin Yi smiled and sat up. Just when he was about to reveal his martial spirit, he heard the voice of the system, don't expose the Aurora Electric Dragon's martial spirit casually. Your current level is low and you can't let outsiders know that you are an extremely powerful person. Photoelectric Dragon, otherwise you will be killed. Can Xiao Wu tell me too? The time has not yet come. All right. Lin nodded, took his hand back, touched the back of his head, and said to Xiao Wu, I don't know, the big snake ran away when he saw me, but before he left, he seemed to say you took something from them. What did you take from them? Don't worry about this. Xiao Wu said with a smile, you can actually find Lingshan grass. It seems that you have a good master. A good master? No, 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 Lin Yi has an awesome system. Lin Yi touched his nose and said, I don't have a master yet. I found it by accident. Before I went into the mountain, someone told me that if I was bitten by a snake, I should look for Lingshan grass and poisonous flowers. I see, it seems like you are lucky. Lin Yi shook his head and said with a smile, it's your luck. If I can't find it, you will be dead. Okay. I'll take you back. I've got what you want, there's nothing else. Is it something? Xiao Wu shook her head and said, no, it's not suitable to stay here for a long time. It's better to leave quickly. Yet. Let me carry you. Xiao Wu glanced at Lin Yi and her cheeks turned red. No one has ever turned their back on me, except my mother. Oh. Then I should be the first one. Lin Yi said, just now I was afraid that you were in danger, so I carried you to find Lingshan grass. Xiao Wu's face turned even redder after hearing what Lin Yi said. After hesitating for a while, she still got on Lin Yi's back. Lin Yi smiled slightly and started running in large strides, because the system said not to expose his electric dragon. Wuhan, so Lin Yi didn't dare to run too fast. When we returned to Nodding City, it was already dark. Lin Yi thought Xiao Wu was from Shrek Academy, but Xiao Wu said no. She went to the Soul Beast mountain range to get things to prepare for the Shrek Academy selection in a few days. It was late at night, and Lin Yi had no place to live. He was a newbie and had no money. System, can you lend me some money? Lin Yi said jokingly while sitting in a corner. But I didn't expect that the system would really answer. Your system level has been upgraded to LV.3, and the wealth system and system mall have been opened. Novices will be rewarded with 300 gold coins, no need to borrow. Host, Lin Yi. Age, 20. Level 39, 3261/10,000, Soul Master. Martial Spirit, Soteria, left, Aurora Electric Dragon, right. Soul Ring, left empty, 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 empty. Soul Ring, right red, empty, empty, empty. Soul Skill, Great Devouring Heaven. Wealth, Gold Coins 300. 300 gold coins is actually a lot. Lin Yi smiled knowingly and said to Xiao Wu beside him, Xiao Wu, let's go stay in a hotel. Xiao Wu blushed, and Lin Yi immediately said awkwardly, no, it's not what you think. We can share a room. Chapter 6 Dai Mubai. Oh. Xiao Wu nodded, but I don't have enough money to buy 2 rooms. No need, I have money. Lin Yi said and took Xiao Wu to a nearby hotel. The front desk of the hotel didn't understand why the couple wanted to book 2 rooms, but who wouldn't do business if they wanted to? Just when the front desk gave Lin Yi and Xiao Wu the room cards for their respective rooms, they saw a handsome man with yellow hair walking in with 2 women in his arms and said to the front desk, a room with a double bed. Master Mew. Sorry, the rooms are all full today. The hotel receptionist lowered his head and said, today is Valentine's Day, Mr. Mew, so the rooms are more popular. The man named Mr. Mew slapped the front desk, and a deep fingerprint appeared on the front desk. The front desk of the hotel was frightened. Young Master Mew said coldly, do you know who I, Dai Mubai, am? Mr. Mew, of course we know. Several hotel receptionists whispered, not daring to look up at Dai Mubai. I know. Why don't you give me a room even if you know it? Master Mew, there is really no way around this, we can't drive away the guests, right? I don't care what method you use. Call your manager out. Seeing Dai Mubai acting like this, the hotel front desk had no choice but to run to the manager. The white tiger with evil eyes wears Mubai, which is interesting. Lin Yi smiled in his heart. He did not expect to see Dai Mubai here. This is a good brother who will fight side by side in the future. But with such a young master's appearance, Lin Yi wanted to play with him. Knowing that he was one of his own, Lin Yi would naturally not go too far. At this time, Dai Mubai saw a room card in each hand of Xiao Wu and Lin Yi, crossed his arms and said, hey! Boy, there is no need for you 2 lovers to rent 2 rooms, right? Be smart and give you 100 gold coins, give me the room. Don't affect my happiness tonight. Lin Yi also crossed his arms and said with a smile, as the saying goes, first come, first served, brother. I have money, so I just want to open 2 rooms. I will sleep in this one in the first half of the night and the other in the second half of the night. What? Hearing what Lin Yi said, Daimyo Bai almost went crazy because of Lin Yi. You brat! You don't know who I am, do you? The Crown Prince of the Star Luo Empire. Lin Yi shrugged and smiled, but Crown Prince, this is the Star Do Empire. You can forget about the tourists at most. You have such a strong tone. I will destroy you right now. Daimyo Bai was completely irritated by Lin Yi. He had already set up a fighting formation. He even summoned his martial soul. 3 soul rings appeared in front of him. On the body. Yellow, yellow, purple. 200 years and 1000 years. A noble soul ring is like this. You can imagine how difficult it is to get a soul ring. Xiao Wu's body has almost recovered now. When she saw Daimyo Bai preparing to fight, she immediately stood behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi pulled Xiao Wu behind him and said, "Don't be afraid. Master Dai. Master Dai. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive." At this time, the hotel manager ran over and tried to break up the fight. If you have something to say, say it well. If you have something to say, say it well. I'll go and ask it for you right now. Is there any guest who wants to check out? Stop talking nonsense. I am very angry now. Daimyo Bai said coldly, all losses are mine. After saying that, Daimyo Bai rushed towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi easily dodged Daimyo Bai's attack, and then Xiao Wu punched Daimyo Bai in the face. Daimyo Bai was knocked back a few meters and became even more angry. Tiger. Daimyo Bai stretched out his fist, and a huge tiger appeared in his fist and rushed towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi crossed his arms and said, "Prince Dai, on Valentine's Day night, you are bringing the 2 ladies to the hotel to make love. Aren't you afraid that Miss Zhu will know about it?" When Daimyo Bai heard this, he was stunned for a moment and stopped attacking. "Who are you? Why do you know?" The matter between him and Zhu Zuqing was settled not long ago and has not been announced to the public. How did this person know? Don't worry about this. I don't want to fight you either. Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, "I am 7 levels higher than you. Do you think you are my opponent?" With that said, Lin Yi threw the room key card in his hand towards Daimyo Bai, and then he continued, "Prince, do you still want to have fun with these 2 beauties? Maybe Miss Zhu is nearby." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Daimyo Bai actually panicked. If his father knew about this, he would definitely beat him to death. Couldn't this brat be the spy sent by his father to supervise him? "I'll spare you for today." Daimyo Bai was unreasonable. He said coldly, "You'd better not let me see you again. Otherwise I will break your legs." "The days are long, Prince." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Maybe we can meet at Shrek Academy someday." Daimyo Bai was breaking out in cold sweat at this time. What he didn't expect was that the man in front of him actually knew that he was going to Shrek Academy to participate in the review. This made Daimyo Bai feel even more that Lin Yi was the person sent by his father to supervise him. "You're cruel." Daimyo Bai threw the room card back to Lin Yi, ignored the 2 beauties he brought over, and turned around and left the hotel. The hotel manager was relieved when he saw Daimyo Bai leave. Fortunately, nothing was damaged in the store. As for Lin Yi, who dared to talk to Daimyo Bai like this, was definitely not someone to be trifled with. The manager of the hotel bent down to Lin Yi with a smile on his face and made a gesture of invitation. "This way, 2 guests, please. Let me take you to your room." Lin nodded and followed him upstairs. Before leaving, the manager of the hotel said politely, "If you need anything, please let me know. I wish you both a good dream." After saying that, the hotel manager left. Lin Yi and Xiao Wu stood at the door, each nodded, said good night and went back to their respective rooms. After returning to the room, Lin Yi finally had time to take a look at the systems mall. When Lin Yi saw the things in the system mall, he was instantly stunned. This system mall really has everything for sale. Even soul rings can be purchased here. But slightly better soul rings are ridiculously expensive. A 10-year soul ring can be bought here for only 1 silver coin. In this world, 1 gold coin is equivalent to 100 silver coins. Those that are 100 years old only cost 5 silver coins, and those that are more than 1,000 years old depend on the quality, but the worst ones cost 50 silver coins. A million-year-old soul beast, such a rare thing, there are actually hundreds of them in the system mall. Chapter 7 has everything. There are very few million-year-old soul beasts, but what Lin Yi didn't expect was that the more than 10 pages at the end of the system soul ring mall were all million-year-old. This is simply unbelievable. Even Huo Yuhao's Tianmeng Ice Silkworm has it. But the price is ridiculously high. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm millions of years, price, 266,600,000 gold coins. Purple light saber-toothed tiger millions of years, price, 2 billion gold coins. The price of 2.6 billion made Lin Yi swallow his saliva, and soul beasts that were more than 1 million years old were infinitely close to gods, and some were even comparable to gods. Their prices in the system mall are all over 1 billion. Lin Yi looked at the 290 gold coins he had left after opening a house, and fell into deep thought. How long will it take to save to buy one? But the system is Lin Yi's wealth. Although Lin Yi can't afford it now, they are always in Lin Yi's system mall and won't run away. Maybe they can afford it in the future. Because there are very few million-year-old soul beasts, even some titled Douluo who have the strength to fight million-year-old soul beasts cannot find any trace of them. In the Star Do Forest, there are dangers everywhere. Even a titled Douluo would not dare to go into the depths alone. The deeper the forest, the more powerful the soul beasts are, and the more senior soul beasts there are, but the danger will also be there. Gradually doubling, even a titled Douluo would not be able to fight so many people one by one. In the end, he would be outnumbered and might even lose his life. Therefore, few people would take this risk, so now many titled Douluo's highest spirit rings are 100,000-year-old spirit beasts. And 100,000-year-old soul beast is already very high to other people. But now I see it in Lin Yi, it is not worth mentioning at all, because now Lin Yi's first soul ring is the 100,000-year-old Tongtian Serpent King, although it was only because of the Aurora Electric Dragon that Lin Yi absorbed the Big Sky Snake King, but now the Aurora Electric Dragon has slowly become Lin Yi's strength. It was only a matter of time before Lin Yi swallowed up all the energy of the Aurora Electric Dragon. The Aurora Electric Dragon is a million-year-old soul beast, and it is still infinitely close to a god. It has been 9 million years. If he could absorb all its power, then Lin Yuchen would be very confident. In the system mall, you can find everything except soul rings. Lin Yi chuckled and said to the system, "Let me tell you, why do you have everything here? Then why do you even sell facial tissues? This is really a department store." "That's natural. Everything is for the sake of the host. If you go out one day and want to pull shi and don't have tissues, you can buy them directly in this system." The system said proudly, "Don't say it's tissues, tanks, and planes, everything is available, as long as you can afford it." When Li heard this, he was stunned for a moment and searched for fighter jets on the search bar. "I actually found a lot of them. Falcon A-11 fighter, price, 35 million gold coins. Hurricane 18 fighter, price, 36,600,000 gold coins. More than 30 million. Lin Yi swallowed again and smiled, "Let's talk about these things later. His grandma is a bitch, but this thing is exciting just thinking about it. Others use soul skills, while I fly bombers." After browsing the systems mall for a while, Lin Yi stepped out, stretched out, took a deep breath, put his hands on the bed, looked up at the ceiling, and suddenly couldn't believe it was true. Today is the first day that Lin Yi traveled to Douluo continent, and on the first day of traveling, he experienced life and death. Lin Yi didn't know if this was a dream. If someone traveled through time, he would travel to ancient times or other worlds. Okay, this can be considered a different world, but these seem to be plots in novels. Oh, that's not right. Thinking of this, Lin Yi sat up straight, patted his head and said to himself. Could it be that Tang San really traveled here and then became a god and went back to write this novel? The system replied, that's not the case. The mysteries of the universe cannot be explained to you for the time being. But this system can accurately tell you that there is no Tang San in the plane you traveled to. No Tang San? Yes. Then am I not the protagonist of Douluo continent? You can think so, as long as you are awesome enough, then you are the protagonist. The system replied, of course, I will try my best to support you to become the most awesome person. It depends on your own destiny. The system sealed a powerful soul beast like the Aurora Electric Dragon into Lin Yi's body. If Lin Yi couldn't get up, he would really be a helpless adu. Don't worry, with such an awesome system, why don't I walk sideways in Douluo continent? With that said, Lin Yi lay on the bed and closed his eyes and stopped talking. Lin Yi is already looking forward to tomorrow, looking forward to Douluo continent. Looking forward to the fantasy continent. When he was reading novels, Lin Yi also imagined what kind of martial spirit it would be if he traveled to Douluo continent. Will it be a twin martial spirit like Tang San? Finally, one day, I really traveled through time, and my twin martial souls still traveled through the system. After thinking about it, Lin Yi fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Yi vaguely heard someone knocking on the door outside. The voice belonged to Xiao Wu. Lin Yi reluctantly rubbed his eyes and climbed up from the bed and went out to open the door. Xiao Wu outside the door has already packed up, and she is holding a breakfast in her hand, which is poached eggs, ham, and a glass of soy milk. Are you still awake? Xiao Wu smiled, and then handed the breakfast in her hand to Lin Yi. Here, your breakfast. After you finish eating, you and I will go somewhere. You made a special trip to buy breakfast. Lin Yi took the breakfast and took a sip of the soy milk. The soy milk was actually salty. Lin Yi frowned and said, where are you going? Breakfast was brought by the manager. I was just about to come find you, so I asked him to go down. Xiao Wu put her hands behind her back, twisted her body, and said with a smile, as for where to go, you will know later. It's very mysterious. Lin Yi also laughed and said, okay then. Let's go now. After saying that, Lin Yi took a bite of a poached egg, then picked up the ham and closed the door. Let's go. You are too casual. Xiao Wu was amused by Lin Yi's casual behavior. Then come with me. Then what else? Lin Yi followed Xiao Wu, stuffed the ham into his mouth, bought a pack of tissues in the system and wiped his hands and said, I don't have any luggage, I was too tired last night. You can leave without taking off your clothes. Xiao Wu took Lin Yi to a gambling house. Lin Yi followed behind and was very confused. What's going on? I have no money, how about winning too? You can think of it this way. Chapter 8 Transaction. Lin Yi shrugged and followed Xiao Wu into the gambling house. The gambling hall is not big, but there are many people gambling in it. Most of these people are born without soul power and cannot become soul masters. Most of their martial arts spirits have no combat effectiveness, such as needles, threads, hose, dustpans, etc. In this world that values strength, without soul power, one can only live in inaction and live an ordinary life. Even if a noble has no soul power, he will be abandoned by his family, or even be despised, expelled from his family, and then become a commoner. The casino is very noisy, extremely hot inside, and you can smell the stench of sweat from time to time. Big big big. Big big big. Little little little. Although Lin Yi knew there was such a thing as a casino, he had never entered one. He followed Xiao Wu and looked around, watching the gamblers place their bets. Xiao Wu, do you really want to gamble with them? Lin Yi patted Xiao Wu's shoulder lightly. Xiao Wu shook her head and said, follow me. Oh. Lin nodded and murmured to himself, why is it so mysterious? Xiao Wu took Lin Yi to the second floor of the casino. Obviously, the second floor of this casino is more advanced than the first floor. People who play on the second floor will bet bigger, and their status is relatively low. It will be a little higher than those gamblers on the first floor. A man in black clothes saw Xiao Wu coming, opened the door of the room behind him, made a gesture of invitation, bent down and said to Xiao Wu, Miss Wu, the boss is waiting inside, come in quickly. Yet. Xiao Wu nodded and went in. But the man in black clothes stopped Lin Yi, there are people waiting, so you can't just go in. He is my teammate. He also participated in this operation. Xiao Wu turned around and said. Okay then. The man in black clothes nodded and put his hand down. As soon as Lin entered the room finally, the man closed the door to the room. There was a big bed in the room, and a fat man with a bald head was holding a woman under the quilt and making love to each other. He knew Xiao Wu had come in, but he ignored Xiao Wu and continued to play with himself. Loli, I've already got what you want. Xiao Wu crossed her arms and said with disgust. When the fat man heard Xiao Wu's words, he stopped, then turned to look at Xiao Wu and said, it's pretty fast. As he spoke, the fat man put on the clothes the woman handed him, then he picked up the cigar on the bedside table, put it in his mouth, took a puff, and continued, where are the things? Take them out and show me. Lore, the rule of the world is to pay first and then deliver the goods. Xiao Wu crossed her arms and said, if I can't see the remaining money, I won't take out the things. His grandma is a bitch. The fat man seemed very unhappy when he heard Xiao Wu's words. He stood up, revealing a pair of floral shorts. He threw the quilt directly on the ground. You little girl, don't you take it out. Show me, how do I know if you really got it? At this moment, Lin Yi's eyes were not on the fat man, but on the woman on the bed. Because the quilt was thrown to the ground by the fat man, the woman wearing only a vest was revealed. Lin Yi swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, I'll choke you, it's so big. It's really a good cabbage that has been swallowed by a pig. And how could Xiao Wu know what Lin Yizheng was looking at? Xiao Wu smiled slightly, looked at the lump of pork belly standing on the ground, and said, Luo Lei, you don't want to default on the debt, do you? Boss Luo also wants to default on the debt. Luo Lei took a deep breath from his cigar, pointed at Xiao Wu and said, Hey! You little girl, why do I want to default on my debt? Don't ruin my reputation. I haven't even seen my goods. How do I know if you really helped me get the Orakai crystal? Xiao Wu smiled again, took out a black and red translucent crystal from his pocket, showed it to Fat Man Luo Lei, and then put it back. What's the matter? Is this what Boss Luo wants? I still want it, right? Don't want. Hey, if you had shown me earlier. Wouldn't we have completed the deal earlier? Hey. Luo Lei seemed to be very happy when he saw the thing in Xiao Wu's hand, as if he had seen his biological son. He clapped his hands, and the people outside brought in a small box. Fatty Luo Lei smiled, Miss Wu, look at it, this is 1,000 gold coins, no more, no less. Do you want to order? Xiao Wu glanced at it, then took out a copper coin from it, and then looked at Luo Lei, Boss Luo, isn't this bad? You want to cheat even a copper coin? If this spreads out, your reputation will be in jeopardy. I'm afraid no one will come to this casino anymore. Luo Lei snatched the copper coin from Xiao Wu's hand, his face turned cold, he glared at the person who came in with the box and said, his grandma is a bitch, isn't she you? When the man saw Luo Lei's eyes, he felt guilty and knelt down with a plop, Boss, please have mercy. Boss, please have mercy. I don't dare to do it anymore. Me too. Boom. A sudden gunshot startled Lin Yi. Before this man could finish speaking, Luo Lei's head jumped. Luo Lei shrugged, put the gun back, then took 2 gold coins from his pocket and put them in the box. He smiled and said to Xiao Wu, "I mismanaged my subordinates, please don't take it to heart." Woolen cloth. Xiao Wu also smiled, took the box back, and then gave Luo Lei the crystal in his pocket. Luo Lei held the black crystal in his hand, but he was extremely happy. If Lin Yi guessed correctly, Xiao Wu almost lost her life yesterday because she took this thing. Is this only 1,000 gold coins? Is this one cheap? This is money exchanged for life. Is it that 1,000 gold coins is a lot in this world, or is it because Lin Yi was numb when he saw the prices in the system mall? After leaving the casino, Lin Yi asked tentatively, "Xiao Wu, did you give him the thing you took from the Soul Beast mountain range that day? You almost died for this thing. Why do you want a reward of 1,000 gold coins?" Xiao Wu seemed to be very happy after getting the money. She turned around and said to Lin Yi, "Fool, of course not. What I gave him was just the snake-shaped crystal of the swift snake, 100-year-old soul beast, it's trivial." "Oh." Lin nodded and asked, "Then, what did you take from the big snake that day?" The smile on Xiao Wu's face disappeared. She was silent for a while and continued, "I won't tell you this for now. You will know when the time comes." The more Xiao Wu said this, the more curious Lin Yi was about what it was. After all, what Xiao Wu took must not be something simple. Chapter 9: The Granny in the Slums. As for what Xiao Wu took from the Tongtian Serpent's lair that day, Lin Yi heard the Tongtian Serpent King say yesterday, "Do you know what that girl took from me?" Based on these words, Lin Yi could conclude that what Xiao Wu got must not be something simple, something that could alarm a 100,000-year-old soul beast like the Great Snake King. And what is it that makes Xiao Wu take such a big risk? Could it be that Xiao Wu wants to resurrect his mother? But no matter what it is, it seems that it can't resurrect living things, right? What on earth is that? The more Lin Yi thought about it, the more curious he became, but looking at Xiao Wu's appearance, it would be impossible to tell him for a while. Lin Yi stretched out and nodded, "Okay. Where should we go next?" Lin Yi just wore it just now as someone who has come to this world. "I stayed in a hotel for one night last night. Is it impossible to stay in hotels every day in the future? Last night we stayed in a high-end star hotel, which cost 500 silver coins per night. Maybe, 500 silver coins is really a lot for this world. After all, even a noble prince like Dai Mubai stayed in that hotel. It shows what level this hotel is. It's not that Lin Yi can't afford it, but staying in a hotel every day is not an option. He either rents a house temporarily, or goes to Shrek Academy to sign up. If he can pass, he can live in a hotel in the future. But the task given by the system yesterday. Anyway, I have to have a place to stay. Without a fixed place, I feel like I am wandering. Next, just go about your business." Xiao Wu opened the box in her hand, took out a handful of gold coins and handed it to Lin Yi, saying, "I still have something to do, thank you for saving me yesterday." Lin Yi looked confused. Took the gold coin from Xiao Wu and said, "Aren't you coming with me?" Xiao Wu just smiled slightly, "We will meet again if we have the chance." After saying that, Xiao Wu left directly. Lin Yi held the gold coin in his hand and sighed, "System, do you want me to follow you?" Ding! The system mission is activated. Follow Xiao Wu secretly, without being discovered, and learn something. Task reward, 3000 experience. What's going on? Lin Yi asked casually. If I tell you directly, what else will I let you know? The system smiled angrily, you have to follow me quickly, or you will lose me later. Lin Yi shrugged, looked at Xiao Wu's back in the distance, and followed him secretly. Yesterday, Lin Yi's level was 20, and today Lin Yi is already a level 42 Soul Master. It is estimated that after completing this task, Lin Yi will be level 43. The speed of this upgrade is really amazing. On the way, Xiao Wu went to a Xiaobing shop to buy some food. Xiao Wu came to a dark place, which was considered a slum. The people here did not live as well as ordinary people. Most of them were old, weak, sick, and disabled, and some useless martial arts souls. Lin Yi hid behind a wall and looked at Xiao Wu secretly. Xiao Wu seemed to feel something behind her, but she didn't know it was Lin Yi. She turned around and looked, but didn't find anything, so she walked through an alley, opening the door and entering a house. Lin Yi felt that this house would collapse if he walked a little harder. The door was closed. Lin Yi followed behind and casually asked the system, "The door is closed and I can't see anything. What should I do next?" The system replied, "Brother, if it's a task prompt, I can give you some, but don't ask me everything, okay? For such a mentally retarded question, I advise you to use your brain." Upon hearing this, Lin smiled sheepishly and touched the back of his head, walked lightly to the back of the dilapidated house, and hid outside the window. Xiao Wu put a whole box of gold coins on the table, then handed a bag of sesame cakes to an old woman on the bed opposite, and said, "Grandma, yesterday you said you wanted to eat sesame cakes, and I bought them for you today." Xiao Wu. "Ahem, you kid. Where did you get the money?" The old lady slowly sat up. She didn't immediately take the sesame cakes from Xiao Wu's hand, but gently stroked Xiao Wu's head. He said very kindly, "Xiao Wu, thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would do with my old bones. Please leave me alone, I don't have much time left." "You're not allowed to say that." Xiao Wu immediately blocked the old woman's mouth and took out a black crystal from her pocket. This crystal was a little different from the one Xiao Wu gave Luo Lei today. This crystal gave people the feeling of containing with infinite power. Lin Yi frowned and thought to himself, this is probably what Xiao Wu risked his life to take out from the lair of the big snake. When the old lady saw what Xiao Wu had in her hand, she was very shocked. She was not happy, but rather angry. She began to check Xiao Wu's body frantically. "Xiao Wu, you stupid kid! You stupid kid! Why are you so stupid? Do you know how dangerous it is?" "Ha! Grandma! There's no danger. I'm fine." Xiao Wu said with a smile, "Grandma, I'm fine. Your illness can be cured. This snake-shaped crystal can definitely break your big snake seal. Silly boy! Don't take such risks in the future. It doesn't matter now that Grandma is older." The old grandma grabbed Xiao Wu's arm and said, "You are still young. Don't let anything happen to you." "Okay, Grandma. Am I okay?" Xiao Wu handed the big snake crystal in his hand to the old grandma and said, "Grandma, let's lift the seal." In an instant, Lin Yi could no longer see what was going on in the room. There was a light in the room, and these lights were actually black. Theoretically speaking, black represents darkness, and there cannot be black light. But today Lin Yi saw it. A big snake was swimming in the black light inside the house, and the big snake's glasses revealed red smoke. The big snake roared, and not long after, the big snake seemed to be hit by something and exploded. When the big snake in the light exploded, the next thing that exploded was the house. Not good. Lin Yi felt something was wrong and immediately hid far away. Boom! The whole house turned into dust. Xiao Wu could only stand in a protective shield and was not injured. And the frail old woman had disappeared, and what appeared in the dust was a woman who looked like she was only 3 years old. Teenage woman. She held the sesame cake in her hand and said kindly to Xiao Wu, "Xiao Wu. Thank you. Let Grandma regain her life. Don't mess around again. Otherwise Grandma will be really angry." He. "Grandma, you are so beautiful. You are really a young lady." Chapter 10 The Dog King. Idiot! What kind of young lady does Grandma have there? Hearing Xiao Wu say this, the old grandma was naturally very happy. "Grandma, I am in my 70s. Lin Yi, who was standing far away, was stunned for a moment. "I guess she's almost 80 years old." I really can't tell. I thought she was cursed and turned into an old woman. Thinking of this, Lin Yi was stunned again and thought, could this old lady be a titled Douluo? Nest, only those with very high ranks can rejuvenate themselves, right? As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the system popped up the old lady's basic information. He Lin Jun. Level 91 titled Douluo. Martial Spirit, 1000 Machine Crane. Title, 1000 Crane Douluo. Soul Ring, unknown. Lin Yi looked at the information in his mind, touched the back of his head, and said, I guessed it right, it's really a titled Douluo. How could a titled Douluo be sealed by something? He has fallen to this level. In the end. Why? Ding. Mission completed, 3000 experience gained. Ding. System prompts, mission activation, understand the reason why He Lin Jun was sealed. Task rewards and punishments, reward 3000 experience, punishment, none. These experiences are so profitable. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, he heard a voice not far away. You brat! You've been watching for so long. Come out. Obviously, it was He Lin Jun who discovered Lin Yi hiding not far away. A strong man of this level could find that Lin Yi couldn't be more normal. Lin Yi didn't run away, so since he wanted to understand the reason why He Lin Jun was sealed, let's face it directly. Furthermore, as a titled Douluo, it would be easy for her to catch Lin Yi. In order to avoid embarrassment, Lin Yi touched the back of his head and walked out with a fake smile. When Xiaowu saw Lin Yi, she was very surprised. Why is it you? Why are you here? Lin Yi touched his nose and said to Xiaowu, I'm not too worried about you, so I followed you. Oh. Xiaowu nodded, and then said to He Lin Jun, Grandma, he entered the Soul Beast mountain range with me, so he is considered a teammate. Oh. He Lin Jun raised his eyebrows and glanced at Lin Yi with some doubts. The martial spirit of Soteria Sibirica? How did the martial spirit of Soteria Sibirica upgrade so quickly? He Lin Jun raised her eyebrows, and suddenly cold sweat fell from her cheeks. She said softly, no wonder Xiaowu can walk out of the Soul Beast mountain range intact, so that's it. When Lin Yi saw the expression on He Lin Jun's face, he was a little frightened. He swallowed and said to the system, Hey, does she know what kind of martial spirit I am? Although titled Douluo is powerful, this system hides the Aurora Electric Dragon very well. Don't worry, she won't find out that your martial spirit belongs to the Aurora Electric Dragon unless you use it in front of her. The system explained. He said, the most she can guess now is that you are twin martial souls. In addition to Soteria, you also have an awesome martial soul. As for what it is, she has no idea. As soon as the system finished speaking, He Lin Jun asked, Boy, are you a twin martial spirit? Lin Yi was embarrassed and immediately asked the system, how should I answer? If I say yes, then she will definitely ask me what kind of martial spirit I am. Tell her it's twin martial arts souls, and then she asks what martial souls she wants. Just say it's a family taboo and you can't comment. Fine. So Lin Yi directly said to He Lin Jun, they are twin martial spirits. He Lin Jun nodded, and did not ask what kind of martial spirit it was, but said directly, that should be a very strong martial spirit, right? Are you trying to trick yourself? Lin Yi touched his nose and said with a smile, no, it's just an inconspicuous martial spirit, a little more powerful than foxtail grass. Young man, you are not honest. He Lin Jun said with a smile, generally speaking, if one of the twin martial spirits is a useless martial soul or close to a useless martial soul, then the other one must be a heaven-defying existence. Lin Yi still smiled and said, it's really not as powerful as you said. He Lin Jun put her hands behind her back and said with the same smile, if I am not in the Star Do Empire from now on, I will ask you to take care of Xiaowu. Grandma, where are you going? When Xiaowu heard what He Lin Jun said, she immediately became nervous. She grabbed Helen Jun's hand and frowned. "Grandma, if you are going somewhere, can you take me with you?" "Silly boy." Lin Jun touched Xiao Wu's head kindly and said, "Grandma can't always be by your side. And what if Grandma has something important to do one day? And Grandma's big revenge? I haven't avenged it yet." Xiao Wu nodded. "Grandma, wherever you go, take me with you. Let Xiao Wu avenge you." "Silly boy." Jun Helin said with a smile. Grandma was also a sealed Douluo back then. Because of a single mistake, she was sealed for decades. If Xiao Wu wants to avenge Grandma, she will have to work hard to level up. It's a world where the weak eat the strong. "I understand, Grandma." Xiao Wu nodded and said, "In order to avenge Grandma, I will definitely practice hard." "Good boy. Good boy." Since Lin Jun didn't ask Lin Yi would not be stupid enough to encourage her to ask or tell her what kind of martial spirit he was. "This thing," the system said, "if your martial soul is known to the outside world, you will be killed. Others might think that he is the reincarnation of the Aurora Electric Dragon King. When the entire continent is encircled and suppressed, even the system will be unable to do anything, right? Although this martial spirit is powerful, it seems to have gotten Lin Yi into a big trouble. Moreover, at this stage, this martial spirit can only be used secretly in places where no one is around. How frustrating is that? You obviously have an awesome martial spirit, but you can't use it in front of others, even if you want to show off." Lin Yi sighed. He could only use it after he became stronger. "No need to sigh," the system said at this time. "The Cetaria martial spirit has absorbed the energy of the Aurora Electric Dragon. It may deteriorate and upgrade at any time. Then it will not be that simple." Hearing this, Lin Yi raised his eyebrows, bit his lip and said, "Does this mean that Tang San's martial spirit Blue Silver Grass can become the Blue Silver Emperor, and my Cetaria Grass can also be transformed into the Dog King?" "Dog King?" The system was speechless for a moment. "Okay, you can say whatever you want, but it depends on your luck. It may not necessarily change. It depends more on your own abilities." I thought it would definitely deteriorate." Lin Yi held his hands in his arms. He raised his head, stretched and yawned, "But the impact of the Aurora Electric Dragon should be great, right?" Chapter 11 Lin Jun's house. "What are you muttering about?" Xiao Wu's voice suddenly reached Lin Yi's ears. Only then did Lin Yi come back to his senses. "Ah! It's okay, I was thinking about something." "Why are you so obsessed with thinking?" Xiao Wu put her hands behind her back and said with a smile, "Thank you for yesterday. By the way, I don't know your name yet." "My name is Lin Yi." Lin Yi said, rubbing the back of his head. "My name is Xiao Wu." "You two children, who have worked together before, don't even know their names." Lin Jun said unamused. Lin Yi rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment again, and then asked casually, "I just heard from Senior that he was sealed by others for being careless 10 years ago. I wonder if Senior would mind telling Xiao Sheng, who is so wicked. One day Xiao Wu and I will help you teach him a lesson if we meet him outside." "Will you teach me a lesson?" "Ha ha ha." Lin Jun laughed immediately after hearing Lin Yi's words. "Boy, your other martial spirit may be really strong. It can suppress the giant snake, but the two of you, if you want to beat that treacherous villain, I'm afraid it will take another 20 or 30 years of training. And by then, that old guy will be gone. But since you want to know what it is, I can tell you that he is a god. The old guy from Dou Empire is probably level 95 now." As he said that, Lin Jun clasped his hands behind his back and sighed. Lin Yi didn't seem to see hatred in her eyes. It seemed that she had taken it lightly and no longer wanted revenge. Could it be that time has diluted the hatred? Lin nodded, and the system popped up Cardos information. The task just now seemed to have been completed, and he had obtained 3,000 experience points. Cardos. Level 94 titled Douluo. Martial Spirit, Soul-Sucking Poison. Title, Blind Poison Douluo. Soul Ring, Unknown. The 94th level titled Douluo may have encountered a bottleneck, and the 95th level is a Super Douluo. It is estimated that He Linjun is no longer a match for others. Back then, he almost lost, but now He Linjun has been sealed for 10 years. How much distance has been opened in 10 years? Tang San became a god in 10 years. Ding! System mission, complete all the soul rings of the 2 martial arts souls. Task requirements, collect all soul rings within the specified time, the age of all soul rings cannot be less than 1000 years, purple. Task rewards and punishments, reward, 10,000 experience points, 1 shopping mall lottery ticket. Punishment, downgrade to level 20. Mission time limit, 3 days. Nest. Lin Yi didn't even look at the mission rewards at this time. The first thing he saw was the punishment of the mission. If he failed, he would be directly deducted from level 20. Lin Yi is now at level 44. If he loses level 20, he will become his younger brother who is over level 20 again. Lin Yi is now at level 44. If he only has 1 martial soul, he will need 4 soul rings. How long will it take to have 4 soul rings? Even for Daimyo Bai, the first 2 soul rings are yellow century-old soul rings. What's more, Lin Yi has twin martial souls, so he needs 8, and now the system requires each of them to be more than 1000 years old. Lin Yi has never actually hunted a soul beast, so he really doesn't know what the strength of the soul beast is. However, the system has now given a death order. If it cannot be completed within 3 days, it will become a younger brother who is over 20 levels. Lin Yi, why are you in a daze again? Why are you always distracted? Xiao Wu patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and said, were you too tired yesterday? No, no. Lin Yi shook his head and said with a smile, I was just thinking about some trivial things. Oh. Xiao Wu nodded, then turned around and held He Linjun's arm, saying, Grandma, where are you going to live next? The world is so big, isn't there a place for me to stay? Jun He Lin said with a smile, I can live in such a difficult environment, what else can't I live in? Oh yes, got it. Xiao Wu suddenly remembered something. She ran to a place in small steps, picked up a box on the ground, ran back and handed the box to He Linjun. Grandma, this is the money I earned from taking the mission yesterday. You can use it to buy a house. Silly boy. Just keep your hard-earned money and spend it yourself. He Linjun pushed the box back to Xiao Wu and said, Grandma doesn't need to live in a big house, just a place to stay. I'm all alone, why do you want a house? You can live wherever you go, even if it's under a bridge, it might be Grandma's house. Oh Grandma! Xiao Wu glared and said, Grandma, how are you alone? You have Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is your family. You bought a house. Xiao Wu also has a family. When He Linjun heard Xiao Wu's words, she was stunned for a moment, and the corners of her eyes turned red. She held back her tears, touched Xiao Wu's head with great emotion, and said, Yes. Xiao Wu is my family. He Linjun has a family. Yet. I am Grandma's family. He said. Xiao Wu hugged He Linjun tightly. As a titled Douluo, how easy is it to hold back from crying? But He Linjun didn't hold back, she let her tears flow out. How much helplessness do these tears vent? How much loneliness did you vent? If Lin Yi hadn't read a little bit of the original novel, he might have thought that He Linjun was Xiao Wu's biological grandmother. Xiao Wu handed the box in her hand to He Linjun. Grandma, buy a house. Xiao Wu also wants a home. After saying that, Xiao Wu also cried. She was very uncomfortable and heartbreaking to watch. Lin Yi looked on, feeling equally uncomfortable. Lin Yi knew that Xiao Wu missed her mother. He Linjun naturally knew that Xiao Wu was also alone, so she hugged Xiao Wu tightly, and the two of them cried together. After a while, He Linjun touched Xiao Wu's head, stopped her tears, and said to Xiao Wu, Grandma will do a magic trick for you. With that said, He Linjun handed the box to Xiao Wu again, and then snapped her fingers. The house that had been reduced to ashes actually began to be redone, slowly turning into walls, sofas, chandeliers, attics, and gardens. Lin Yi and Xiao Wu were stunned by this. He Linjun actually restored that house? Wrong. Not a fix. But redo it. This house is completely different from the previous dilapidated building. This is simply a comfortable garden villa. And when this small garden villa appears in a slum area, it simply stands out and attracts attention. Wow! Grandma, you are so awesome! Xiao Wu jumped up excitedly after seeing it. Chapter 12 Preparing to enter the mountains. It seems a little conspicuous here. He Linjun snapped her fingers, and the house disappeared. This move surprised Lin Yi and Xiao Wu again. Grandma, where has the house gone? Xiao Wu asked. He Linjun smiled slightly and said, I'll tell you later. You two come with Grandma. With that said, He Linjun took Xiao Wu's hand and walked outside. Lin Yi naturally followed behind. At this time, He Linjun looked like a woman in her 20s and 30s. Lin Yi actually sounded strange to such a mouth-watering grandma. Although Lin Yi knew that He Linjun was already 70 or 80 years old. But Lin Yi always had the urge to call her sister, especially when he saw the two big mountains on her chest. Lin Yi would have some reaction. Although Lin Yi kept telling herself in her heart that she was an old woman, it didn't seem to work. After all, He Linjun's current body was that of a woman in her 20s or 30s. As a normal man, Lin Yi's reaction is considered normal, although it seems a bit heavy-handed. He Linjun took Xiao Wu and Lin Yi to a forest. He Linjun found an open space and snapped his fingers, and the small garden villa was slowly built on the open space. What kind of skill is this? Lin Yi's eyes widened. He Linjun smiled softly and said, This was my old house. A friend with a space martial spirit gave me a space ring, so I hid it in the house. I don't think I took it out for more than 10 years. Come out. Come on, come in. With that said, He Linjun took out a key, took Xiao Wu's hand and walked towards the house. When Lin Yi entered the house, he was amazed. The design was really close to perfect. And why is there no dust at all in a house that I haven't lived in for more than 10 years? Xiao Wu. You can live in this room from now on. He Linjun opened the door of a room on the second floor and said to Xiao Wu, This will be our home from now on. Xiao Wu couldn't believe this was true for a moment. She hugged He Linjun tightly, Grandma. I really do. Is this really my room? The room that belongs to me. Good boy Xiao Wu. This is our home. Do you like this room? He Linjun said, touching Xiao Wu's head. I like it. Xiao Wu likes it very much. Xiao Wu didn't even enter the room to take a look, but she already said she liked it very much. Boy! Do you want to live here? He Linjun turned to look at Lin Yi and asked, There happens to be an empty room in the house. You can live here after you pack it up. It will be inconvenient for you to do anything while living here. At this time, the system said to Lin Yi, for example, you have to stay in the Soul Beast mountain range for these 3 days. If you live here, you will feel you'll be watched all the time. If you don't care, you can live here. Lin Yi thought for a moment, shook his head, and said to He Linjun, Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I still have things to do these days, so I won't disturb Senior. Okay then. Since you don't want to, then I won't be pushy. He Linjun said with a smile, but I think Xiao Wu likes you quite a lot, so come and play more when you have time. Okay. Lin nodded and said with a smile, then I'll leave first. Because the mission is limited to 3 days, the countdown has begun. To be honest, Lin Yi is really afraid of losing level 20. Xiao Wu looked at Lin Yi, as if she was a little reluctant to leave. She said to Lin Yi, "Are you really going to leave?" Lin nodded and said, "Yes, I still have some things to do now. When I finish these things, I will come back to play with you." With that said, Lin Yi turned to He Linjun and said, "Senior, this house has always been here, right? Or do you just take the house with you wherever you go?" At this point, Lin Yi finally understood what He Linjun meant by settling down wherever he went. This feeling, just carries the house everywhere. Put the house out wherever you go. Will we change places soon? He Linjun smiled and shrugged, and said, "But if that old man comes to the door, I will run away." "Ha ha ha, okay, just kidding, the old man probably thinks that I, Helen Kun, am dead. Ha ha ha. Well, then I'm leaving." Lin nodded, "Xiao Wu, I'll come and play with you in a few days." "You said this. You are my first friend, Xiao Wu. Don't run away," Xiao Wu said from behind. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Lin Yi was somewhat touched. He turned to Xiao Wu and said, "You are also my first friend. Forget it in the previous life, at least in this world, Xiao Wu was Lin Yi's first friend. This forest is a safe zone. There are no high-level spirit beasts. They are usually small animals that are a few years old and do not pose a threat to ordinary people. They may even become dinner." The Soul Beast mountain range was not far from this forest. Lin Yi walked for about half an hour and reached the foot of the Magic Beast mountain range. There was an inn at the foot of the mountain. Although the inn is located in such a remote place, there are many people inside, and the inn covers a large area. "This world is really magical," Lin Yi murmured. "There are both modern star-rated hotels and ancient inns. And this inn opened here, obviously making money from people who hunt animals. And if the boss doesn't have any strength, it's absolutely impossible to open a store in a place like this. Otherwise, this inn wouldn't be so civilized, right? It seems they are all going into the mountains to hunt soul beasts." Lin Yi stood outside and looked around, then walked inside in small steps and found a seat to sit down. As soon as Lin Yi sat down, the waiter walked up in small steps. "Sir, what do you want to eat?" "What's there to eat?" Lin Yi asked softly. Lin Yi planned to have a meal here, and then go there for 3 days. What he eats there depends on his luck. So let's have a good meal here first. The waiter introduced a lot of dishes to Lin Yi. Lin Yi ordered a few dishes and waited quietly for them to be served. "Waiter! Serve me the best wine and food." At this moment, a burly man pushed in the door with an extremely lewd smile. At this time, he was holding a sack in his hand, which seemed to contain something alive. Kept squirming. Ordinary people would think that it was just a soul beast captured by this burly man. Usually those who can be captured alive are weak soul beasts, so no one cares about what he has in his hands. Chapter 13 Zhao Sunyang. But Lin Yi always felt that something was wrong. Lin Yi looked at the sack and murmured to himself, "What on earth is in this?" The system explained, generally speaking, some people will capture some low-level soul beasts to use as food or as pets. These are allowed by imperial laws. Whether you can eat higher-level ones is up to you. However, if you are over 100 years old, soul beasts cannot be kept as pets, and the empire explicitly prohibits them. However, there is no soul beast in that big man's sack. What is that? When Lin heard what the system said, he instantly became interested. "Don't ask me about everything, brother," the system said. "If I tell you everything, then what's the point of traveling through time? Right? There are many things that are interesting only if you explore them yourself." After the system finished speaking, it activated a task for Lin Yi. Ding! System prompts, mission activated, explore the secrets inside the sack. Task rewards and punishments: reward, 1000 experience, punishment, none. Tai Yulong. Age, 32. Level, Level 28 Great Soul Master. Martial Spirit, Black Bear. Level 28. Hey, when Lin Yi saw his information card, Lin Yi had already stood up and relaxed his bones. Snapped. Boy! Are you looking for death? Faced with Lin Yi's provocation, the burly man stood up directly. Lin Yi was 1.78 meters tall. This big man was at least 1 meter taller than Lin Yi. Tai Yalong looked down at Lin Yi, glared and said, "Boy! This is Zhao Sunyang's territory. I don't want to cause trouble with you. I advise you to stay away." From Tai Yalong's words, Lin Yi knew that the owner of the inn was called Zhao Sunyang, and from his tone, Zhao Sunyang should be quite strong. And facing Tai Yalong, Lin Yi was not afraid of this burly body at all, because in terms of level alone, Lin Yi was more than 10 or 20 levels higher than him. So there is no need to be afraid. Even if Lin Yi's Soteria martial spirit is useless, because the Aurora Electric Dragon has strengthened his body, Lin Yi can knock down this burly man with one punch. Lin Yi crossed his arms and smiled softly, "It's okay, I'm just curious, brother, what's in your bag?" After hearing Lin Yi's words, Tai Yalong's expression immediately changed. "You brat! This is just an ordinary soul beast. I advise you not to cause trouble." Looking at Tai Yalong's somewhat nervous expression, Lin Yi knew that the contents of this bag must not be simple. But apart from the soul beasts, there are probably people inside, right? Lin Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, crossed his arms and said, "What? Is there something on your mind? Why are you so nervous?" "Nervous? Who saw me? I'm nervous." When Tai Yalong spoke, cold sweat flowed down his cheeks, because at this time he saw Lin Yi's level and murmured, 44th level Soul Master. But even after knowing Lin Yi's level, Tai Yalong still acted very strong. He pointed at Lin Yi and said, "You brat! Take care of yourself. Don't meddle in your own business, I tell you. Do you know, I am people from the Helen sect." "Helen sect? Exactly. How is it? Are you scared?" Lin Yi smiled, shook his head, and said, "I'm sorry, I've never heard of it. But a sect where trash like you can get in is a trash sect." "What did you say?" Tai Yalong was irritated by Lin Yi, even though he knew that he was much younger than Lin Yi. Lin Yi crossed his arms and smiled, "What's the matter? You want to fight? Isn't this Zhao Sunyang's territory, so you can't mess around? Boy! Don't think that I won't dare to touch you in Zhao Sunyang's place. Can you beat me?" Lin Yi crossed his arms, straightened his back, and said with a smile, "I don't want to do anything, right? I advise you, just leave the bag." As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, everyone around him stood up and surrounded Lin Yi and Tai Yalong. One of them shouted, "Hey! You two! We need to fight! Don't stop us from eating and resting!" "Haha!" Lin Yi patted his clothes and shrugged, and before anyone could react, Lin Yi's fists had already hit Tai Yalong's sides. Boom! Tai Yalong was knocked out, and the wine barrels over there were knocked over. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that this young man dared to make trouble here. He was really young and ignorant. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. "You kid! I'm afraid you're crazy." Tai Yalong wiped the blood from his mouth, slowly got up from the ground, took a bucket of wine and threw it at Lin Yi. Lin Yi raised his hand lightly and easily caught the thrown wine barrel. Lin put the wine barrel down, sat on it and crossed his legs. "Everyone thinks there is a spirit beast in your sack, but in fact, it's not that simple, right?" Lin Yi smiled softly and was about to untie the sack. Tai Yalong saw that the situation was not good and immediately rushed towards Lin Yi. "Boy! Don't touch Grandpa's things. I'm about to move." Lin moved the sack behind him, and then caught Tai Yalong's fist with his kick. Tai Yalong took a few steps back and thought to himself, "Who is this bastard? You actually know who's in my bag?" His grandma is a bitch, fight with him. If I go back empty-handed, the young master will definitely choose my superior. Thinking of this, Tai Yalong immediately exploded with soul skills. Bear minion. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Just when he was about to fight back, he was punched in the head. This punch, not to mention how painful it was, immediately caused a bump on the top of Lin Yi's head. Woe nest! Lin Yi turned around and took a look. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of white steamed buns. The nest is so big. Zhao Zhiying. Nickname, Zhao Sunyang. Age, 23. Level 51 Soul King. Martial Spirit, Biling Fairy Bird. Sect to which he belongs, Hunshanman. Soul Tianmen, one of the 10 major sects in Tiandu City. Sure enough, you have some background? But Lin Yi. When I first heard this nickname, I thought it was an ant. I didn't expect it to be such a young lady. This is not an old lady, but she is really 23 years old. Zhao Sunyang put her hands on her hips and glared, boy! How dare you make trouble in my place? Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, Lin Yi touched his nose and said to Zhao Sunyang, I am just doing harm to the people. If you don't believe me, look at what's in his sack. Seeing that the situation was not good, Tai Yalong ran out of the inn. Zhao Zhiying raised his eyebrows and quickly chased after him. Tai Yalong is very fast, but Zhao Zhiying is even faster, more than 10 times faster than Tai Yalong. Chapter 14 Miracle Medicine. Tai Yalong is just a younger brother in his 20s, while Zhao Sunyang is a soul king in his 50s. How can he outrun Zhao Sunyang? Furthermore, Zhao Sunyang's martial spirit is that of a bird, so she is naturally very fast. Tai Yalong's burly body was lifted back by a woman named Zhao Sunyang. Zhao Sunyang threw Tai Yalong to the ground, pointed to the sack on the ground and said, "Open it." Tai Yalong's hands began to tremble, and he was so frightened that he was covered in cold sweat. With a plop, he knelt down directly, and then cried and said, "Sunyang! Sunyang, please spare me. This is what the young master asked me to take back. Just stop meddling in this business. Hey! Today I, Zhao Sunyang, have to take care of this matter." Zhao Sunyang hugged the neighbor and said with a straight face, "Open the bag. Hurry up." Tai Yalong clenched his hands. At this time, he was staring at Lin Yi, his heart was full of anger. At this moment, he no longer cared about anything else. Now he just wanted to kill Lin Yi. "You bastard! It's you who are nosy. I can't live, and you don't want to live either." As he said that, the big man took out a pill from somewhere and stuffed it into his mouth. In an instant, his eyes turned red, and his originally burly body became even larger, slowly bursting his clothes, except for the small shorts inside. The muscles in his body began to swell and explode. He clenched his fist and smashed the table under his feet into powder. Zhao Sunyang frowned, and then she was shocked. Magic medicine. She strode forward, grabbed Tai Yalong's hand, and wanted to drag Tai Yalong out. But as soon as Zhao Sunyang met Tai Yalong, she was thrown away by Tai Yalong. Zhao Sunyang did a somersault in the air and landed firmly on the ground. Everyone present stood up and wanted to attack Tai Yalong, but no one present was above level 40, except for Lin Yi and Zhao Sunyang. Tai Yalong, who was now taking medicine, was already strong. Reaching level 60 is really terrifying. What the hell kind of pill is this? Lin Yi was stunned. After taking it, I was suddenly promoted to nearly 40 levels. It's like a stimulant that overdrafts life. Folks call it miracle medicine and it's a banned drug. The system said, but the empire doesn't care. After all, if you eat this thing, the person who takes it will die if the effect of the medicine is over. Drop, his target is you. A nest. Lin Yi just came back to his senses and saw Tai Yalong already in front of him. Lin Yi turned around and wanted to run out of the inn, but Tai Yalong grabbed him back and slammed him to the ground. Lin Yi was thrown so hard that he cursed his mother instantly. His grandma is a bitch. Is this any different from cheating? Zhao Sunyang didn't know when she had an umbrella in her hand. Only ordinary people would think it was an umbrella. Lin Yi knew that the umbrella in Zhao Sunyang's hand was a weapon. Sparrow dance among the flowers. Zhao Sunyang activated her soul skill, and more than a dozen sparrows appeared in the inn. Zhao Sunyang turned the umbrella in her hand, and hundreds of sparrows flew out from the umbrella ribs. The sparrows hit Tai Yalong like bullets. But it seems that these can't even hurt Tai Yalong's fur. Tai Yalong wanted to grab Lin Yi's body. If Lin Yi wasn't fast enough, if he was caught by this big man, he might be crushed to death. After all, Tai Yalong is no longer a younger brother in his 20s. His current strength is equivalent to level 60, but it is more than 10 levels higher than Lin Yi. And now the system does not allow Lin Yi to use the Aurora Electric Dragon's Soul Ring. Everyone else is weak, and maybe even Lin Yi's Aurora Electric Dragon doesn't know anything, but Zhao Sunyang is different. She belongs to a certain force, so she probably knows. If Lin Yi can use the Aurora Electric Dragon, can Tai Yalong be so arrogant? Even if he took the magic medicine, Lin Yi would still hang him and beat him. By the way, system, when can I use Aurora Electric Dragon? Before the system could answer, Tai Yalong launched another attack on Lin Yi. Lin Yi shook his teeth, jumped back, and finally ran out of the inn. Tai Yalong rushed out like a wild beast. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, clenched his fists and stepped forward, punching Tai Yalong in the face. Tai Yalong took Lin Yi's punch and his nose bled immediately, which shows the power of this punch. Zhao Sunyang's Huajian Wu couldn't hurt Tai Yalong, but Lin Yi's punch directly knocked Tai Yalong back several meters. This is the power of the Aurora Electric Dragon's bloodline. Always remember, don't rely on the martial soul of Aurora Electric Dragon. You have to understand that dragon blood is flowing in your body now. The system said, you are the dragon. Don't always think that it is just the martial soul that is the dragon. You are now the dragon. In the future, we will use the power of dragons to slay dragons. After the system finished speaking, Lin Yi felt that his body's strength had increased dramatically. If this was not the result of the system, what could it be? Lin Yi lightly jumped directly into the sky. When I was a child, I often fantasized about using the 18 dragon subduing palms. Today I will let you be a sandbag and let me try the 18 dragon subduing palms. As he spoke, Lin opened his palms and stepped on the air with his feet, as if they were ejected. When Lin Yi's palm came down, Tai Yalong's head sunk in directly, and a palm print appeared. The Tianling cap of Zheng Tai Yalong in this palm, coupled with the power, is enough to kill Tai Yalong. And his neck had been indirectly broken by Lin Yi's palm. It's hard not to think about not dying. At this time, Zhao Sunyang, who had just wanted to help Lin, was stunned on the spot, and she didn't even hold her umbrella securely and dropped it to the ground. Seeing Tai Yalong rolling his eyes and falling heavily to the ground, Zhao Sunyang couldn't believe her eyes. She covered her mouth and was speechless. This man didn't even have a martial spirit or a weapon. He just killed him with his bare hands. A burly man who had taken the magic medicine was beaten to death. And it's just one palm. Such a palm will kill you in seconds? From the first moment she saw Lin Yi sitting on the wine barrel, Zhao Sunyang felt that this person was something special. Moreover, Lin Yi was the first person who dared to provoke others in this inn. Because she, Zhao Sunyang, is not easy to offend. Even if someone can offend Zhao Sunyang, no one can offend Hun Tianmin. A level 4 SOUL master can actually kill people with strength reaching level 60 in an instant. What kind of concept is that? Tai Yalong hasn't reacted yet, has he? After taking the magic medicine, he was killed without even using any moves. People who took the magic medicine usually died from the side effects of the magic medicine. and whether Tai Yalong took the magic medicine or was beaten to death. You, who are you? After a while, Zhao Sunyang asked Lin Yi. Chapter 15, Are you still unwilling? Lin Yi looked at his 2 pairs of palms and felt a little happy in his heart. He did not expect that Tai Yalong could be killed with 1 palm. How powerful is this? I'm just a passerby. Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, when you see an injustice on the road, let out a roar. Ha ha ha. Zhao Sunyang, go and see what's in that sack. Zhao Sunyang did not immediately go to see what was in the sack. Instead, she folded her arms and looked at Lin Yi with a frown. You are only level 44, but you directly killed a strong man who was disrespectful at level 60. How is this? Unbelievable. Lin Yi didn't know that he could actually kill him instantly. Such power was enough to prove how much influence the Aurora Electric Dragon had on Lin Yi's body. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't speak, Zhao Sunyang continued to ask, I wonder who the young hero is from. If it weren't for Lin Yi knowing that he had traveled to the fantasy world of Douluo continent, Lin Yi would really have thought that this was a world of martial arts. This familiar and that chivalrous tone made Lin Yi want to fight again. The 18 palms of subduing the dragon. Lin Yuxi raised his hands and said, Xiao Shang is just a casual cultivator and does not belong to any section. Oh! When Zhao Zhiying and Zhao Sunyang heard this, they raised their eyebrows and said with a smile, Boy, do you want to enter our soul heaven gate? He he. As soon as Lin saw Zhao Sunyang's expression, he already guessed that this Zhao Sunyang must want to join their sect, but why does this name sound so like Nantianmen? When Lin Yi didn't know how to decide, the system prompted, because of your last mission to save Xiao Wu, you have obtained the qualification to join Shrek Academy. There will be many opportunities in the future, but this Zhao Sunyang is a person worth knowing, don't miss it. So what? Lin Yi asked the system. The system said, you already have this system, what else can't you learn? As for the title of Shrek's 7 monsters, you need to get it in the later missions. I'm going to be stunned by you. Lin Yi said to the system, can't you just say it? Do you want me to join Hunshinman or Shrek Academy? The system replied, it doesn't matter which sect college you join. I can tell you everything you want to learn. You join those sects and colleges just to increase your experience, expand your network, and get a few more titles. Pretend to be cool. Furthermore, Shrek is an academy and Hunshinman is a sect. In theory, both are recruiting students and teaching to expand their own strength, but there is no conflict between them. Oh. That's it. Lin nodded. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't speak for a long time, Zhao Sunyang patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and continued, Hey! What are you hesitating about? One of the 10 major sects in Tiandu City. How many people want to enter but can't? You actually still disgusted? No, no. Lin Yi immediately waved his hand and said, how can you dislike it? Zhao Sunyang invited me to join Hunshinman. That's because Zhao Sunyang thinks highly of me. I, Lin, am flattered and overjoyed. Stop chirping. Zhao Sunyang crossed her arms and said, hurry up and give me a reply. Go. 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 That's pretty much it. Hearing Lin Yi's promise, Zhao Sunyang smiled again. Most of the people who were in the inn just now were so scared that they ran away. The remaining helpers stood there in shock. They still couldn't react. How did this young man in his 40s do it? Tai Yulong was instantly killed with 1 punch. And because of this incident, everyone has not yet reacted, and now they see Zhao Sunyang, who is usually like an iceberg, actually extending an olive branch to the boy. It is really unbelievable. This is unbelievable, Avgas, look at me, you should be something of a success. Oh my gosh, I really want to join the Hunshinman too. In this case, I can see Zhao Sunyang every day. Maybe the one who is closest to the water will get the moon first, he. You're just going to fucking pull me down, right? You're such a coward, you're 30 years old, and you're only at level 26. Do you think you're embarrassed? Give me some face. I see you, you just want to eat swan meat. Sigh, but having said that, I also really want to join the Hunshan sect. One of the 10 major sects in Tiandu City, this is really out of reach. That's right. If you can get close to the big mountain of Hunshanmen, then you will really be able to walk sideways from now on. Isn't that right? It's really enviable. But, I told you in advance, I originally planned to sign up for Shrek Academy. Lin Yi said, so I hope that after I join the Hunshanmen, I can be relatively free. Hearing what Lin Yi said, the smile on Zhao Sunyang's face disappeared. She crossed her arms and said, you brat. Do you know how many people want to join our sect, but we won't accept them? The review is strict. Very good for you, I gave you the quota in my hand, but you still act like this. Lin Yi shrugged, smiled slightly, and said, personally, I like to be more free, so that's why I didn't join any sect. As for why I wanted to go to Shrek Academy, I just wanted to have fun there. The ordinary people in Shrek Academy don't know, but Zhao Sunyang knows that it is an academy that claims to only accept monsters. This kid in front of him actually just wants to go to Shrek Academy. What a big statement! Not only Zhao Zhiying thought so, but others also thought the same. This boy actually has so many demands. That's right, Nest. If you invite me in, I can lick you like a dog. How can you have so many requests? You are just a licking dog. Hey, if it were you, would you be as obedient as a dog? That's right. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Zhiying bit her lips, nodded while holding the national standard arm, and said to Lin Yi, okay. Then I promise you. But you must always remember that you are now a disciple of my Hun Tianmen, and you can't do anything harmful to its about the sect's reputation. Come back to the sect with me tonight and I'll handle the entry procedures for you. Tonight? Not possible these days. Lin Yi shook his head and said, I still have important things to do these days. Give me 3 days. After 3 days, I will go to Tianhun Mountain myself. Zhao Zhiying was really going to be pissed off by Lin Yi. Mom, I have already put down my dignity and invited you. I also agreed to give you relative freedom. It's better for you. You don't want to do it anymore, right? Lin Yi smiled, it's not that I'm unwilling, it's that I really have something to do. Chapter 16 Find out. What can happen to you as a casual cultivator? Zhao Zhiying said, I see that you look reluctant. Forget it. If you don't come in, you won't be able to do it. Humph. I'm not interested in it. Yo-ho? Does this little girl still have a temper? Seeing the angry look of a little girl like Zhao Sunyang, Lin Yi snickered in his heart and did not dare to laugh out loud. I didn't expect that Zhao Sunyang was quite cute. As for this one of the 10 major sects in Tiandu City, to be honest, Lin Yi is really not very interested. Lin Yi's pursuit is to create the strongest sect in Douluo continent, but now the system allows him to join for fun and gain experience. Lin Yi crossed his arms and frowned, Sister Zhao, do I really have something else to do? Why wouldn't I want to? This Tiandu City Soul Gate is a place that many people dream of, right? Wait for what I have on hand. Once the matter is settled, I will report to Hunshanman immediately, okay? Seeing Lin Yi being so sincere, the smile on Zhao Sunyang's face appeared again. She smiled and crossed her arms and said to Lin Yi, okay. There is really nothing we can do against you. Alas! Who made you so strong? Tisk tisk tisk. Hey, thank you for your understanding. Lin Yi cupped his hands and thanked him, then turned around and ran into the inn. The sack in the inn was no longer there. Lin Yi frowned and murmured to himself, Wakao. Gone? Where did he go? The people who were in the inn just now were either scared away by Tai Yalong, or they came out to help attack Tai Yalong. No one paid attention to the sack in the inn. What's wrong? Zhao Sunyang followed in and asked. Lin Yi shook his head, pointed to the place where the sack was originally placed on the ground, and said, "The sack is gone. It was taken away." Zhao Sunyang frowned and said with her hands behind her back, "Did the person's accomplices take it away?" Lin Yi shook his head again and said, "I don't know this very well, but it looks like this. Someone took him away." Ding! System prompts, mission activated, track the sack and find out. Task tip, pay attention to the right. After hearing the system prompts, Lin Yi turned his eyes to the right. There were some overturned wine barrels on the right, the ground was full of wine, and the wine continued to drip from the barrels, making a dripping sound. Except for the sound of dripping wine, the entire inn was unusually quiet. Seeing Lin Yi staring at that spot, Zhao Sunyang remained silent. Suddenly, a very slight sound came from the wine barrel. Although the sound was very small, both Lin Yi and Zhao Sunyang heard it. When Lin Yi was about to step forward to see what was going on, a wine barrel suddenly hit him. Lin Yi punched the barrel through, and the entire barrel hung on Lin Yi's arm. Superior! Lin Yi quickly threw the barrel away and chased him out. Zhao Sunyang also chased after her. "Monster! How dare you rob someone under my nose?" Lin Yi chased after him and saw a man carrying a sack running into the Soul Beast mountain range. The man was walking very fast. Even if he was carrying a sack, Lin Yi and Zhao Zhiying could not catch up with him. "Wakao, how can this person run so fast?" Lin Yi chased after him. Because of Zhao Sunyang's presence, Lin Yi did not dare to use the Aurora Electric Dragon's ability for the time being. If he used the Aurora Electric Dragon's ability, he would instantly moving at a normal speed is just amazing. That person's martial spirit is a hunting dog. The system prompted, "Now that your relationship with Zhao Sunyang is average, you can't tell her that your martial spirit is the Aurora Electric Dragon. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, you will have to travel through time again and start all over again. Come. Can we start over again?" Lin Yi heard this and smiled in his heart. "Can you be resurrected indefinitely after being beaten to death?" To be precise, it's not a resurrection, it's a restart. The system said, "Return to Xian Island and devour the Aurora Electric Dragon." It's like the movie Edge of Tomorrow? Do you go back to the same point when you die? That's right. The system said, "Although you will become more and more skilled at doing the same thing, it will also be very irritating, I tell you." "I know." Lin nodded, feeling very happy. Although Lin Yi had no intention of going back to that point and starting all over again, he at least had an absolute guarantee, that is, he was immortal. Even if he was killed, he would be sent back to the starting point by the system. In other words, a rather different kind of immortality. "I still can't catch up with you." After chasing for about 15 minutes, Zhao Sunyang was probably impatient. She summoned her martial spirit, and the fairy bird chased the man. Then the next second, Zhao Sunyang's person disappeared. Yes, the fairy bird in front turned into Zhao Sunyang. Why is this skill so familiar? Zhao Sunyang tried to stop the man, but the man suddenly turned and ran in the other direction. At this time, Zhao Sunyang was only focused on chasing people and did not notice Lin Yi. The system then prompted, "Her attention is not on you at all, you can use the ability of Aurora Electric Dragon." Hearing the words of the system, Lin Yi was as excited as a wild dog that had escaped the reins. With a whoosh, Lin Yi had already grabbed the man's hand, and then strangled the man's neck. Zhao Sunyang looked at Lin Yi very puzzledly. "When did you do it?" "Hey, you're too slow, little sister." Lin Yi chuckled, then glared at the man and said, "How dare you steal something?" The man was choked by Lin Yi and couldn't move at all. He tried to bite Lin Yi, but couldn't. Lin Yi didn't laugh and said, "I'm talking to you. Are you really a fucking dog? You still want to bite someone?" As he spoke, Lin Yi slapped him on the head and continued, "Who are you? If you tell me, I might even spare your life." "Bah," the man spat and said, "this is ours. You tried to stop it and even killed our people." "Haha. I just asked what was in this sack," and Tai Yulong became anxious and wanted to kill someone and silence him. Lin Yi said, "To make him so impulsive, I guess the contents of this sack must not be simple, right?" "Bah." The man spat again, "This is what my young master wants. You have no right to control it. Who do you think you are?" Zhao Sunyang stood aside and folded her arms and said, "Boy, I advise you to entertain people honestly. We don't have the right to control. We are from Hunshanmen. Do you think we have the right to control?" This time the man stopped spitting, but swallowed the saliva in his mouth, and then said, "Who do you Hun Tianmen are? You are not from the Imperial City Law Enforcement Team, what right do you have to interfere with our affairs? Our clan you have nothing to do with the affairs of the family." Chapter 17 It really looks like beef balls. Your family? Zhao Sunyang raised her eyebrows and became more interested in an instant, "So your family is pretty awesome, hey? Sign up. You want to trick me? It's impossible. It's happened now. If you want to kill me, just kill him." The man said, "I will not betray our young master." Lin Yi smiled slightly, "System, I want this person's information." Before Lin Yi finished speaking, the system had already released the information. Taemin. Age, 33. Level 29 Great Soul Master. Martial Spirit, Small Hound. Sect, Helen Sect. Family, Taeho family. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Boy, your brother Tai Yalong has already said everything. He is a stupid Diao Helen Zong, right?" He said, "I can't afford to mess with your Helen Zong, hee. As for your, wouldn't it be easier to guess? Although it's an unknown hot chicken family, I've heard about it a little bit. Is it the hot chicken Taeho family? And your name is Taehoman. The sect is called Rubbish, and the family is also called Rubbish. No one can bear it." As for what Lin Yi said, Zhao Sunyang even admired Lin Yi. She slowly began to feel that this young man whose name he didn't know must have many secrets. Taehoman bit through the magic medicine hidden in his mouth, and his body began to swell, and his muscles began to grow explosively, bursting his shorts. Seeing this, Zhao Sunyang was about to cover her eyes, but she found that at this time Lin Yi still holding Taehoman's neck. Even though Taehoman's body was growing crazily, he was still controlled by Lin Yi. A lot of pills fell from the bursting panties. Lin Yi just saw Tai Yalong taking this kind of medicine, a super powerful pill known as the magic medicine. The side effect is that he will die after the medicine takes effect. Lin Yi directly pressed his head to the ground and then pumped his fist and punched Taehoman on the back. Taehoman received this punch and it became difficult to breathe. "What's going on? You're taking magic medicine, right? What kind of magic medicine is it? Is it delicious? Why don't you take more?" Lin Yi said and punched him again. This time Lin Yi controlled his strength, otherwise he would be killed with one punch. How fun would that be? Zhao Sunyang was stunned. At this time, Taehoman had at least 60 levels of strength. He was also beaten by Lin Yi, without the ability to fight back. And Zhao Sunyang could see that Lin Yi did not use all his strength. If he had used all his strength, Taehoman would have been killed with one punch. At this time, Zhao Sunyang also understood more and more that Hun Tianmen seemed to have no allure for Lin Yi, and also understood why he had the confidence to demand relative freedom. Because Lin Yi is strong enough. From the beginning to the end, Zhao Sunyang never saw Lin Yi use martial arts or soul skills, all with bare hands. "I'm afraid these little minions are not worthy of his martial spirit." At this time, Zhao Sunyang was thinking, "I am very happy, because Lin Yi has just agreed to join Hun Tianmen. If such a monster joins Hun Tianmen, he will definitely become a great weapon in the future." But if Lin Yi joins in some crooked ways, it may become a major hidden danger in the world, and it may even turn the world upside down. For Lin Yi to join Hun Tianmin, it is a great thing for Hun Tianmin. And I am afraid it is not a bad thing for the entire Douluo continent. After all, as Zhao Sunyang thought, if Lin is led astray all the way, then he might become a big devil. Lin Yi took a look at the magic medicine on the ground. The magic medicine was round in shape and black and red. When Lin Yi saw it for the first time, he thought it was beef balls. After all, the two were somewhat similar. Lin Yi picked up the two magic pills on the ground and forced them into Taoman's mouth. Come on, brother, eat more. Only if you eat more can you defeat me. Most people can only take one magic medicine, and the side effects are death. If you eat too much, you may explode and die. Taoman's body reacted immediately at this time. His body continued to expand and his eyes became blood red. At this time, Taoman's strength had reached level 70, which is what ordinary people can do after decades of practice. It may not be a level that can be reached, but it can be reached by taking 3 magic pills. Taoman and Lin Yi at level 60 can withstand it, but not at level 70. At this time, Taoman is obviously several times stronger, and Lin Yi can no longer choke him. Lin Yi knew the consequences, but he still did it because Lin Yi knew that this Taoman was just a level 29 scumbag. He was only level 29 in his 30s. In terms of talent, he is also a hothead, so there is no way he can withstand the side effects of the 3 magic pills. Lin Yi made the right bet. Although Taoman's strength reached level 70, he had no way to control his own strength. He waved his hand and chopped down a tree behind him. He is in a crazy state and has no goals at all. Seeing Taoman attacking randomly, Lin Yi immediately pulled the sack in front of him behind him. Zhao Sunyang frowned and looked at Lin Yi. Hey! Brat! Are you crazy? You actually fed him 2 magic pills. Don't you want to die? His current strength has reached level 70. Even if the 2 of us join forces, we can't be his opponent. Miss Zhao, can you have some confidence in yourself? Lin Yi crossed his arms and smiled slightly. Dear Sunyang Zhao, what's wrong? Are you afraid? Hearing what Lin Yi said, Zhao Sunyang's face turned red. She was indeed a little grateful. Scared? It is said outside that she, Zhao Sunyang, is not afraid of anything. But is she really not afraid? When Lin saw Zhao Sunyang's cute look, he couldn't help but laugh again and said, Okay. Why are you so nervous? Do you think he can withstand the side effects of the 3 magic medicines? After saying that, Lin snapped his fingers, and Taoman fell to the ground unconscious. Immediately afterwards, Taoman's body began to burn, and a hound tried to escape in the flames, but the flames quickly the hound was devoured, and Taoman's body turned into ashes and disappeared into the forest. It wasn't Lin Yi who used Taoman's ultimate move, but Taoman was swallowed up by the magic medicine, and even the martial soul was swallowed up together. Who made the magic medicine? Lin Yi picked up a magic medicine on the ground and asked while looking at it, this thing really looks like beef balls. There are really side effects after taking this thing. Are you going to die? If you are strong, you won't be attacked. Zhao Sunyang rolled her eyes, took the magic medicine from Lin Yi's hand, and said, Give it to me, you are not stupid to take this. Chapter 18 Alan. Zhao Sunyang was worried that this person would take the magic medicine in his hand. If he did, the consequences would be disastrous. Even if this person was extremely talented, he would not be able to withstand the side effects of the magic medicine. I'm just asking. I don't intend to eat. I'm not that stupid. Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, Why are you so nervous? Are you nervous about me? Who are you worried about? Zhao Sunyang rolled her eyes and said angrily, Who knows if you are really that stupid? If you really eat it, my henchman will have lost a monster. Look, you are just nervous about me. Lin Yi smiled. No. It's just a pity. Zhao Sunyang put the magic medicine in her hand back into her ring and said to Lin Yi, no one can resist the backlash of the magic medicine. There once was an 80-level soul saint, a strong man has never broken through Contra in 30 years. He went crazy and secretly took the magic medicine. Yes, while the medicine was still taking effect, his strength was already at the level of Contra, but once the medicine took effect, the magic medicine disappeared. The medicine began to backfire on him crazily. Even if he was already an 80-level expert, he could not withstand the backlash of the magic medicine and finally exploded and died. Can't you resist even at level 80? Hearing this, Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Who developed this magical medicine? Zhao Sunyang shook her head and said, no one knows who refined it, and although this is a banned drug in the entire continent, the Empire will not care about those who take the banned drug, because everyone knows, after taking the banned drug, the person will die after the effects of the drug wear off. Lin nodded, crossed his arms and said, isn't the Empire afraid of someone using this thing to rebel? After all, it can produce a lot of strong soldiers in a short period of time. Zhao Sunyang smiled and shook her head and said, do you think the Emperor of the Empire are all tribesmen brainless? Some people have tried this before. Although their strength has become stronger, generally speaking, people above level 25 are unwilling to eat this stuff, so they are all people who are more than 10 levels or even no level. After eating, even if these little minions take the magic medicine, any titled Douluo in the Empire can defeat them. So there is no need to worry at all. It is impossible for a powerful person to commit suicide by eating this. After all, this is no different from committing suicide. That's it. Lin Yi nodded as if he suddenly understood, and then looked at the sack on the ground. Lin Yi walked over to the sack, then squatted down and untied the sack. It's a person. Lin Yi frowned and said, it is indeed a person. Inside the sack was a girl with an extremely delicate appearance. When the sack was untied, a fragrant body fragrance floated into Lin Yi's nose. These beasts! What else can they do? Knowing that there was really a person in the sack, Zhao Sunyang was very angry. You just said that they are from the Tehe family. I don't know much about these small families, but I have heard a little bit that the young head of the Tehe family, Taioli, is a yin thief. Oh? Ha ha ha, that makes sense. Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, fortunately, it was discovered early, otherwise another good woman would have been defiled. You kid! You have very sharp eyes. Zhao Sunyang patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, then squatted down and checked the girl's body. There is nothing serious about her body, she just fainted from shock. With that said, Zhao Sunyang tore off the sealing tape from the girl's mouth and injected a soul power into the girl's body. Not long after, the girl coughed a few times and woke up. When she opened her eyes and saw two people in front of her, she was so frightened that she started to move her butt back crazily. You? Who are you? You. Then, the girl pointed at Lin Yi and shouted, You. Are you Taiolide? Don't come over! Don't come over! As she spoke, the girl moved her butt back a few more times. Lin Yi was so embarrassed that he broke into a cold sweat. Zhao Zhiying explained to Lin Yi, Girl, he is not Tai Yuli, he saved you. After hearing what Zhao Sunyang said, the girl relaxed her vigilance a little. Seeing that the girl was still nervous, Zhao Sunyang continued, Girl, what is your name? Why did you fall into the hands of the Tehe family? When Zhao Sunyang asked this question, the girl burst into tears. She cried for a while, then wiped the tears from her eyes and said while crying, My name is Alan. I was sitting at the entrance of the village that day, and suddenly I rushed to the house. Two people came to me and told me that their young master Taiolide must like me, and then they took me away directly. There are still people robbing people in broad daylight these days. Lin Yi frowned and said, The Tehe family is probably very powerful in this area, right? Zhao Sunyang shook her head and said, it's just a small family, so the only thing that can make sense is that they are lackeys of the Helen family. The Helen family? Lin Yi said, the Helen sect is from this family, right? That's right. Zhao Sunyang said, but the Helen sect is just an inconspicuous ant in front of our Hunshan sect. Hun Tianmen. Little sister, are you from Hun Tianmen? When Zhao Sunyang said that she was from Hun Tianmen, Alan seemed a little excited, and she grabbed Zhao Sunyang's arm. Yes. Zhao Sunyang nodded normally. Because she was used to the excitement of passers-by when she mentioned Hun Tianmen. A normal person would be excited about such an awesome sect. Alan became even more excited at this time. Her eyes seemed to be shining brightly as she looked at Zhao Sunyang. Sister, do you know a person named Li Cha? Zhao Sunyang frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, this person does have some impressions. What's wrong? He is me, my brother. Alan was very excited when he spoke, but when he said my brother later, he was indeed very quiet. I think it's more than just a brother, right? Or, you like him? Lin Yi joked from the side. When Alan heard this, his little face turned red, he took back his hands, and then played with his fingers, looking very shy. You are not really convinced by what I said, are you? Ha ha ha. Lin Yi smiled and said, that brother Li Cha of yours is not kind. Since you are a member of the Hunshan clan, why don't you protect you? He is very busy at Hunshanmen. His studies are more important. Alan said, speaking of which, I haven't seen him for half a year, and I don't know how he is doing now. Chapter 19. Do you miss him very much? Lin Yi frowned, crossed his arms and said, it seems your brother is really busy. He hasn't come back to see you for half a year. After saying that, Lin Yi looked at Zhao Sunyang and said, Miss Zhao, you seem to have a lot of things to do in the Hunshanmen. I won't be very free then? How can I join Shrek Academy? No, it's so rich. I'm scared, ha ha ha. Lin Yi used a joking tone to tease Zhao Zhiying. Zhao Sunyang knew that Lin Yi was teasing her, so she couldn't help but rolled her eyes and looked at Lin Yi and said, look, you just dislike it, right? How can our Hun Tianmen be so scary? Don't you think I'm very leisurely? I have time to open an inn. Then she said her brother is very busy and hasn't been home for half a year. Lin Yi continued. This is impossibles, the sect has holidays every month, unless the sect has special missions to travel. But important mission trips generally don't last more than a month. Zhao Sunyang crossed her arms and said, besides, our sect has nothing important to do recently. How could he not go home for half a year? Unless he doesn't want to go back. Hearing what Zhao Sunyang said, Alan asked again, Sister, have you seen brother Li Cha at Hunshanmen? Zhao Sunyang shook her head and said, although I have heard of this person, I don't know him. Besides, I haven't been in the sect all year round. Zhao Sunyang is indeed away from the sect all year round. She has opened an inn at the foot of the Soul Beast mountain range. You miss him very much? Lin Yi interrupted. Yet. Alan nodded heavily and said, I miss him very much. Looking at Alan's appearance now, it can be seen that he really misses this person named Li Cha. She frowned, longing written all over her face. If you want to see him, can't you just go to Hunshanmen to find him? Lin Yi said, then turned to Zhao Sunyang and asked, it's understandable that outsiders can't go in, but this emotional visit should be allowed, right? That's natural. Zhao Sunyang nodded and folded her arms and said, our Hunshanman is not only good to the disciples, but also very good to the disciples' relatives. If the disciples' relatives come to visit, it will be even better. Lin nodded and asked Alan, yes, since you are here to visit, why don't you go? Alan lowered his head and played with his fingers and said, I went there last month. I said I was Li Cha's sister. They went to report it and told me that Li Cha had gone out to practice and was not within the sect. It would take a long time to arrive. Return. That's not right. Zhao Sunyang frowned. Generally, when apprentices go out to practice, they are some of the more powerful ones in the cabinet. I know all of them. Is this someone new? The elder protector or the like has been promoted, so take him out for training. We can't rule out this possibility. Lin nodded and said, how about you go back directly with Miss Zhao? Maybe you can see him. Isn't this not good? Alan was obviously tempted when he heard what Lin Yi said, but he was just very embarrassed. What if Li Cha hasn't come back by then? Wouldn't this trouble Miss Zhao? Besides, you saved my life, I don't know how to repay you. Alan is a person without soul power, so he cannot become a soul master, otherwise he would not have been kidnapped so easily by Tai Yuman and Tai Yalong. It's okay, this is the responsibility of our Hunshan clan. Zhao Sunyang said, besides, it's not me who saves you, it's him. Thank you, young hero, for the rescue. Alan held up his hands and gave Lin Yi a gesture of thanks. Little things. Lin Yi waved his hand and said with a smile, anyway, Zhao Sunyang has to go back to report some things to the sect. If you want to see your brother Li Cha so much, then you can go back with Miss Zhao. Maybe you can meet her. That's right. Zhao Sunyang, who was standing aside, said, just follow me back to see if he is there. Alan was very embarrassed, even a little nervous. She lowered her head and played with her fingers. Why didn't she want to meet her brother Li Cha, whom she hadn't seen for half a year? They were engaged. Although it was just a verbal oath between the two of them. Alan regarded Li Cha as his whole life from that time on. Alan thought for a long time, and finally nodded and said, okay. Then I'll bother Miss Zhao. Zhao Sunyang smiled slightly, no trouble. With that said, Zhao Sunyang turned to Lin Yi and said, hey, boy, now that the matter has been resolved, I will go back first. If I don't see you in 3 days, you will be dead. Digging 3 feet into the ground is enough. I have to find you. As for Zhao Sunyang, Lin Yi is already her disciple of Hun Tianmen, and she is really afraid that Lin Yi will regret it and sneak away. It's okay if you join other sects, but if you join any demonic path, the matter will be serious. Lin nodded a few times and said with a smile, okay, okay. I know, just relax. If I don't show up at Hunshanmen within 3 days, then I will be a dog, okay? You said this yourself, I didn't force you to swear. Zhao Sunyang pointed at Lin Yi and said, I have to go back to the sect to report on the magic medicine. The magic medicine disappeared a few years ago, because there is no who dares to eat this stuff and come back to the world again? Although those people won't be able to cause trouble after taking the magic medicine, something will definitely happen. Okay, okay. Go ahead. I have to do my own thing. Lin Yi smiled with an expression that had nothing to do with me, hurry up, this girl Xiaolan can't wait to see her. Brother Li Cha. When Lin Yi said this, Alan's face immediately turned red, and she still lowered her head and played with her fingers. As for the matter of the magic medicine, for Lin Yi, it really has nothing to do with Lin Yi. These are the affairs of the empire and the major sects. Aren't you leaving? Zhao Sunyang asked as she saw Lin Yi standing there. Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, I'm doing business here. Otherwise, why would I pass by your inn? Zhao Sunyang didn't ask any more questions, turned around and left with Alan. Looking at the backs of Zhao Sunyang and Alan leaving, she yawned. System, how much time do I have left now? The system replied, remaining time, 66 hours and 23 minutes. What to do next? Don't you know what to do? The system said with a very contemptuous tone, don't keep asking so many mindless questions, brother. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi touched the back of his head awkwardly and walked deeper into the Soul Beast mountain range. Chapter 20 Fighting Tigers. Lin Yi didn't expect to join the Hunshanmen so easily. This was something that an ordinary person wouldn't dare to think about. But Lin Yi got in so easily. Lin was thinking about this while walking, and started laughing as he thought about it. When I was reading novels at home, I often fantasized about joining some powerful sects to eliminate evil and promote good, and travel to the ends of the world with swords. I didn't expect that one day, I would travel to Douluo continent. Lin Yi kept going deeper, because everyone knew that the deeper the soul beast went, the stronger it would be and its age would be higher. This area is estimated to be hundreds of years old. The system requirement is that it must be at least 1,000 years old. In Douluo continent at this time, although the number of 1,000-year-old soul beasts was quite large, in this era, it was considered a relatively high age. Therefore, even for members of the royal family like Daimyo Bai, the first few soul rings can only last for 100 years. Furthermore, it is very difficult for low-level soul masters to absorb a 1,000-year-old soul ring. After all, their strength is limited and ordinary people cannot do it. Daimyo Bai's third soul ring is a 1,000-year-old soul ring, which is already very good. Lin Yi's goal is not just for 1,000 years. Although the highest requirement of the system is for 1,000 years, this is just the worst result. If you want it, you must have the best. After all, once the soul ring is received, it will be like this for life and cannot be changed. Lin Yi's first soul ring was 100,000 years old, so this starting point was already relatively high. After having a 100,000-year-old soul ring, to be honest, Lin Yi looked down on those 1,000-year-old soul rings, let alone those that were hundreds of years old. In Lin Yi's current view, he could kill a million-year-old soul beast with one punch, so it was not worth mentioning at all. Thousands of years have passed. Hey, do you think I'm inflated? Lin Yi asked the system with a smile. The system said, it's expanded because you already have expanded capital. Don't forget, your current martial spirit is the top martial spirit in the entire Douluo continent. Besides, you have to do it, of course. You have to do your best, after all, your martial soul is already perfect, and you definitely need a better soul ring to match it. Yet. Lin nodded and felt a chill behind him. The system prompted, watch what's behind you. Here comes the 13,000-year-old soul beast. Although he felt a chill behind him, Lin Yi was not afraid. After all, Lin Yi had slowly become familiar with his abilities and the world, and was no longer as confused as when he first arrived. Lin Yi clenched his fists with a slight smile on his lips. Royal Tiger. Years, 13,000 years. Description, amazing speed, extremely high damage. Lin Yi loosened his bones and said to the system, System, I should be able to use the Aurora Electric Dragon's ability at this time, right? Okay, there are no suspicious people within a 10-kilometer radius. The system replied, please feel free to use it. Then I'm welcome. Lin Yi's face showed the impatience. After coming to Douluo continent for a few days, Lin Yi had not really used the Aurora Electric Dragon's ability. He didn't know what it felt like. So cool. Lin Yi clenched his fists and smiled slightly, big tiger. Come on. Yu Jinghe let out a loud roar and pounced towards Lin Yi. Although Yu Jinghe was very fast, Lin Yi's Aurora Electric Dragon was even faster. Lin Yi easily dodged its attack, then teleported behind Yu Jinghe, quickly touched the tiger's butt, then jumped back and said with a smile, I heard that the tiger's butt touch. No, I just touched it today, it feels like, haha, a little changed. The imperial tiger was completely irritated by Lin Yi when its butt was touched. He continued to roar and attacked Lin Yi. It frantically slapped Lin Yi with its palms. Although it was already very fast, the tiger's attack after so many times, not even a hair on Lin Yi's body was touched. Oh my, this feeling is really good. It's so good. Lin Yi easily dodged Yu Jinghe's attack and was able to chat with the system for a while. Oh, system, what if I was outside? It would be great if I could use the Aurora Electric Dragon Spirit, then I could really go sideways. This system can definitely allow you to reach the sky in one step. The system said, however, it is not fun to reach the sky in one step. So it can't let you play so smoothly, then you will have no gaming experience yourself. Yet. That's true. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, turned sideways to avoid the tiger's attack, and returned the tiger's blow. Lin Yi's punch hit Yu Jinghe hard on the head, breaking one of Yu Jinghe's fangs. The Yu Jing tiger took such a punch from Lin Yi, and his mouth was slowly covered with blood, and one of his teeth was broken, which made the tiger even more angry. The tiger roared and stood there, and then a blue-white light appeared on its mouth. To be precise, it was a wave of energy. Judging from the pressure, the lethality of this air wave is definitely as powerful as the ultimate move of a level 60 soul master. Seeing this, Lin Yi was no longer afraid, but crossed his arms and said with a smile, I want to see if your Qigong wave is faster or mine is faster. Get away now. System Horse, it reminded, otherwise you can go back to Xian Island. I'll wipe it. Lin Yi broke into a cold sweat and immediately jumped onto a tree. You can't make me handsome for more than 3 seconds. This skill is also very fast and very lethal. The system replied, I'm not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Although you are fast, I'm afraid your brain can't keep up. Wakao, system, are you looking down on others? Lin Yi was very unhappy and said, how can I put it this way, I was in the top 10 in the class when I was in school, and my grades were pretty good. There must be no problem with my IQ. No matter how smart a person is, there are times when his brain is short-circuited. The system said, moreover, the system has detected that your current IQ is only 100, which is a little higher than normal people. Hey, the average person's IQ seems to be 80 or 90, right? Lin Yi said speechlessly, with my 100, I must be a genius, right? The IQ of a genius is above 130, the system continued. Forward. Be careful at the 7 o'clock direction, the Yu Jinghe has stopped its skills and seems to be climbing up over there. Why does this tiger climb trees so fast? Lin Yumo touched his nose and jumped directly to the ground. When Yu Jinghe saw Lin Yi jumping to the ground, he also pounced on Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled slightly, looking for death. Chapter 21 Yu Jinghe's ultimate move. If it were anyone else, even a 60-level Soul King, they would not be a match for Yu Jinghe. But Lin Yi was not afraid at all at this time, and he was not nervous at all. Because Lin Yi had already seen the 10,000-year-old soul beast. The big snake was the 10,000-year soul beast. Lin Yi was only at level 20 at that time. Now Lin Yi felt full of strength, no longer as weak as that day. Furthermore, the system also said that Lin Yi's current martial spirit is the strongest in Douluo continent. Bloodline suppression is no joke. Lin Yi quickly dodged Yu Jinghe's attack, went around to the rear of Yu Jinghe, and punched directly on Yu Jinghe's back. Lin Yi did not use all his strength with this punch. If he had used all his strength, the tiger's back the bone may be broken directly. Yu Jinghe took such a punch from Lin Yi and hit the ground hard. Because Lin Yi didn't use all his strength, even if Yu Jinghe took a punch, he immediately fought back after falling to the ground. Such a punch from Lin Yi angered Yu Jinghe a lot. Lin Yi was well prepared for Yu Jinghe's counterattack. Before Yu Jinghe pounced on him, Lin Yi punched him with his backhand. The royal Jinghe howled in pain, which was like treating the 10,000-year-old Jinghe as a kitten. Isn't this too shameful? The 10,000-year-old soul beast has gradually become psychic. Now he is not only angry, but also vaguely ashamed. A spirit beast that is more than 10,000 years old is actually being hung up and beaten by a little kid at level 45. Isn't this not a shame? The shame in his heart made Yu Jinghe even more angry. Lin Yi became happier when he saw that the Yu Jing tiger became angrier. After all, the angrier the big tiger became, the more powerful it would be, and it would also become reckless and devoid of any judgment. This would be equivalent to having brute force for nothing. Firstly, Lin Yi could try the power of the Aurora Electric Dragon Spirit. Secondly, it would not be that difficult for Lin Yi to defeat it. Now that he has retreated tens of meters, he is about to zoom in. Pay attention to defense. The system prompted, the attack power of this ultimate move, if you are only level 45 of an ordinary martial spirit, will be destroyed before you can escape. Already turned to ashes. Whoa nest? Is it so serious? Lin Yi was really shocked when he heard this. He didn't have time to ask so many questions. After all, Lin Yi had already seen the golden light erupting from Yu Jinghu's body, and at this time Lin Yi had already felt the powerful pressure, and Lin Yi felt that this pressure could swallow him up directly. And Lin Yi completely believed what the system said. This ultimate move could directly turn people over level 40 into ashes. Lin Yi finally understood that if he were not the martial spirit of Aurora Electric Dragon, he might not even have a chance to escape. Lin turned around and ran. He followed the system prompts and retreated 10 kilometers away. He stood up on a tree and looked at Yu Jinghu, who was preparing a big move. He said, "Wakao, I've already gone 10 kilometers away, I can still feel the pressure." And some of the 1,000-year-old soul beasts around them had already fled in panic. "Do you think the 10,000-year soul beast is a vegetarian?" The system replied, "Pay attention to defense. Although you are the martial soul of the Aurora Electric Dragon, your level is very low now, and you selfishly swallowed up a little of the Aurora Electric Dragon's power." "Oh." Lin nodded, expressing a little disappointment. He thought he could show off his skills, but he didn't expect the system to say this now. Can he not be disappointed? Lin Yi frowned and asked the system, "Then am I still unable to defeat him?" "That's not the case." The system said, "Although Yu Jinghu's ultimate move is very powerful, it also consumes 90% of its physical strength. This move is enough to kill the opponent instantly, so after Yu Jinghu uses this ultimate move, it is usually safe. What if I am killed?" Lin Yi watched as more and more power and light erupted from Yu Jinghu's body, and he couldn't help but worry, this question is very serious. Do I want to escape? It's really useless. The system said with disdain, "If you die, you will never come back to Xian Island. What are you afraid of? Besides, although his speed is fast enough, he can't catch up with you. Besides, it's such a long distance. Coupled with your martial spirit, it is impossible for him to kill you instantly. You know, he can't kill you, he is the one who dies." After all, after he used his ultimate move, he only had 10% of his physical strength left. In addition, if you played with him before and wasted it, his remaining physical strength will definitely not be much. Go. The system gave Lin Yi a vaccination, and Lin Yi was no longer so panicked. He was even full of fighting spirit. It means that as long as I avoid his ultimate move, I can kill him easily, right? That's right. The system said, however, this ultimate move consumes 90% of the physical strength of a 10,000-year-old soul beast. You can think about the power. I just said that the skill can't kill you instantly, but it doesn't mean that it can't seriously injure you. And look at the spirit beasts around you. As soon as the system finished speaking, it rumbled past the 10,000-year-old soul beast. That's right, it's a 10,000-year-old soul beast, and it's also 15,000 years old, 2,000 years older than Yu Jinghu. He looks more panicked than anyone else. Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and frowned, "Then should I continue to escape inside? If you run away further inside, you will encounter people of higher age, maybe even those who are 50,000 years old." Lin Yi rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Then I am called desperate? How can I deal with it? I can only seek happiness for myself? Then go back and take down this beast. Be careful, it's coming." The system said in a very teasing tone, "Don't embarrass this system. The skills are fast and there are many. Be careful." Such a blow can lose 10% of your health. Measure it, and you'll die in 10 strokes. 10 times, it was naturally easy for Lin Yi to dodge. After all, everyone knew how fast lightning was and how fast light was. Yu Jinghu kept brushing for about 10 minutes, and finally opened his eyes, with red light flashing in his eyes. He stood up, clenched his fists, turned into a half-human form, and then ran towards Lin Yi. As the thorn tiger was running, the white light above its head kept spraying thorns on the ground. The thorns were not big but extremely sharp, very dense, and the speed was astonishingly fast. Whoa, nest, nest, nest! So dense! Seeing the royal thorn tiger running towards him, Lin Yi even started to panic. This is really cheating. No matter how fast I am, I can't avoid it. Such dense thorns! No wonder they are called Yu Jinghu. With that said, Lin Yi jumped into the air and tried to calm down his heart. Chapter 22 Unprecedented Fear. What should I do? Lin Yi had cold sweat running down his cheeks, feeling a little at a loss. Lin Yi had never expected such an intensive skill. Even though the attack power was very powerful, it was not so intensive. With Lin Yi's current speed, can be completely avoided. This system has said it before. If I tell you everything, you will have no gaming experience. The system said, you can figure these things out yourself. Lin Yi touched his nose and panicked. Hey, you don't want to play like this, do you? You are determined to let me return to Novice Village. You're not going to die anyway, you're just starting over from scratch. What are you afraid of? Lin Yi. How to hide? Risking your life to hide? Seeing that Yu Jinghu was about to come here, it was obvious that he was targeting Lin Yi, and his only target was Lin Yi. There was cold sweat on Lin Yi's forehead. He would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. With such a violent skill, even 10,000-year soul beasts at the same level as him would run away. Although Lin Yi's martial spirit was awesome, his level was very low. I'm afraid I really can't bear it. What should I do, system? Lin knew that the system would not help him, but Lin Yi was nervous and couldn't help but ask. The system said, then since you want to try the power of the Aurora Electric Dragon Spirit, this is a good opportunity. What are you afraid of? You haven't died or what? Every sentence of the system pierced Lin Yi's heart. First, Lin Yi really wanted to try the power of the Aurora Electric Dragon. Second, it was not like he had never died before. Why time travel? 5 or 6 big men surrounded Lin Yi, punching and kicking him. Iron pipes hit Lin Yi heavily on the head, causing his head to bleed and he vomited blood. Lin, who was still a little conscious, opened his eyes and vaguely saw a man grabbing his hair, and then said to himself, "You bastard! How dare you touch my woman? You are looking for death." Immediately afterwards, the man slapped Lin Yi on the head with a brick, and then, when Lin Yi opened his eyes, he was already in the Xian mountain of Douluo continent. Before traveling to Douluo continent, Lin Yi was a junior student. Lin Yi, who had been single for 3 years, finally found a girlfriend in his junior year. My girlfriend did not stay at school every night. As for where to go, she told Lin Yi that she would go home to sleep. Their home was nearby. The woman did not cheat on Lin Yi. She did go home to sleep, but she lived in the same house with her boyfriend outside. Yes, there is a boyfriend outside. She is with Lin in school, but she is with someone else outside. Lin Yi thought that this kind of thing would only happen in novels, but he didn't expect that this kind of thing happened, and it happened to him. To say that Lin Yi is pitiful is because he cheated on someone else. Although he didn't know it himself, the fact is that Lin Yi cheated on someone else. Let's just say Lin Yi is not pitiful. He was hurt by a scumbag and then beaten to death. However, Lin Yi has already seen it very clearly. After all, Lin Yi in that world is already dead. When he comes to this world, he will naturally start a new life. Yet, it's not like I haven't died before. Lin Yi sighed and raised his eyebrows lightly. As soon as he mentioned it, he said, "At worst, I will never return to Xian Island." As he spoke, Lin Yi was full of fighting spirit. He clenched his fists, and bursts of lightning suddenly erupted from his body, making a thunderous sound. "I'm going to see today whether your thorns are faster or my lightning." At present, Yu Jinghu's ultimate move has just started to be released. According to the system's estimation, this ultimate move will last for another 20 minutes. Yes, it is 20 minutes. It will continue to throw thorns in a radius of 500 meters with the body as the center. It was precisely because of this that 90% of Yukyo Tiger's physical strength was consumed. A skill that can consume 90% of the physical strength of a 10,000-year-old soul beast is by no means a simple skill. Lin Yi did not run away anymore. After all, the soul beasts inside became even more powerful. The tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of soul beasts inside were not something Lin Yi could deal with now. Rather than fighting those more powerful soul beasts, it would be better to kill Yu Jinghu directly. After all, Lin Yi's physical strength was also limited, and Lin Yi wanted to kill not just one soul beast that was over 1,000 years old, but 7. At this time, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with blue light, which was also mixed with lightning. And Yu Jinghu's eyes were emitting red smoke. Just when Lin Yi was about to attack Yu Jinghu felt something was wrong, stopped, and then took a few steps back. "Don't let your guard down, it's just that you were suppressed by your martial spirit." The system reminded at this time, even if your martial spirit suppressed him, your level is not even the slightest bit lower than him, and if you use your ultimate move, you won't be able to if he stops. Even 100,000-year-old soul beast will not run away, because he has no choice but to run away. After the ultimate move, he will have very little energy left and he will die anyway. Yet. Lin nodded, feeling very excited. He, I was a little panicked just now, but now, little brother, I'm not panicked at all, I'm even excited. I really want to try the power of the Aurora Electric Dragon quickly. Come on. Hello. Sure enough, as the system said, Yu Jinghu took a few steps back, hesitated for a moment, and then rushed towards Lin Yi with his fangs exposed. The power of the thorns was naturally not small, and they were extremely fast and very dense. He ran towards Lin Yi. If Lin Yi didn't run, he might be stabbed into a sieve. However, since Lin Yi had no intention of escaping, he was already ready to fight. Lin Yi bared his teeth and smiled, and also ran towards Yu Jinghu. Seeing Lin Yi running over, Yu Jinghu was very surprised, because he had enlarged his moves so many times, and no one or a soul beast had ever dared to be so bold, because this kind of behavior was simply seeking death. When he was about to enter the range of the Yu Jing Tiger's ultimate move, Lin Yi raised his right hand and pulled it out of thin air. Huge lightnings fell from the sky and chopped the dense thorns in mid-air. When Lin Yi entered the Yu Jing Tiger, after the tiger's ultimate move came within range, a barrier appeared on Lin Yi's body, which was a barrier made of aurora. Whoosh! Yu Jinghu couldn't believe that this person in his 40s was actually faster than him, and his ultimate move couldn't hurt him? This is simply a fantasy. Yu Jinghu himself didn't know when Lin Yi showed up in front of him and grabbed his neck. This is an unprecedented fear. Yu Jinghu uses his ultimate move and is almost invincible within a certain range, so they have nothing to fear after using his ultimate move. But Lin Yi made him feel an unprecedented fear, unprecedented. At this moment, Yu Jinghu's eyes were lifeless. Chapter 23 The Second Soul Ring. This is the smell of death. This was an unprecedented fear that Yu Jinghu had felt. Although he was still using his ultimate move, he no longer posed any threat to Lin Yi. Split bang! Lightning flashed on Lin Yi's body, which was very shocking. Lin Yi felt a warm current flowing everywhere in his body, which was very comfortable. Lin Yi also felt that his body was full of power and could burst out at any time. Lin Yi could hardly bear the huge energy in his body. The lightning triggered by Lin Yi touched Yu Jinghu's body, and Yu Jinghu's whole body was trembling. Although Yu Jinghu, as a 10,000-year-old soul beast, could not withstand such a large voltage. Yu Jinghu roared and wanted to fight back, but its ultimate move had no effect on Lin Yi. It tried to push Lin Yi away, but at this moment Lin Yi's hand was pinching it. He grabbed his neck so tightly that he couldn't break free. His hands couldn't even touch Lin Yi's body, let alone push him away. Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled softly, "Brain Tiger, stop struggling fearlessly. When you finish using your ultimate move, you will be a Hello Kitty." Although Yu Jinghu didn't know what Hello Kitty Lin Yi was talking about, it was obvious that the Hello Kitty Lin Yi mentioned must be similar to a weakling. Yu Jinghu was willing to practice hard for more than 10,000 years, and he actually became someone else's martial spirit? No one would be willing to accept it. At this time, a huge black lightning struck down from the sky, and the lightning transformed into a huge snake. The snake was extremely ferocious, biting the royal thorn tiger directly with the lightning. As a 10,000-year-old soul beast, Yu Jinghu knew very well what Lin Yi used just now. That huge snake, who is it if it's not the Great Snake King? Yu Jinghu did not expect that even the Great Snake King would be defeated by this young boy and become his martial spirit. So it seems that it is completely normal for him to be defeated by this kid. Thinking of this, Yu Jinghu gave up resistance. There was no point in resisting. He knew that although Lin Yi was of a low level, he was no match for Lin Yi. If he resisted again, he would die. Boom! The black lightning directly smashed the Yujing tiger into pieces. Yu Jinghu was defeated, and his ultimate move naturally disappeared. Lin Yi stood there, withdrew his martial spirit, took a deep breath, and looked at Yu Jinghu's body not far away. The system then prompted, "Go and collect his martial spirit. He has just surrendered. If you go to devour the martial spirit now, it will not be difficult." Lin nodded, walked forward, took out a dagger, pried open Yu Jinghu's head, took out a large piece of magic core from inside, and started refining it. Because Yu Jinghu had just given up resistance and obeyed Lin Yi could easily refine and fuse Yu Jinghu's martial spirit. At this time, Lin Yi had an extra soul ring on his body. 1,000-year-old black soul rings. Although Lin Yi still lacks 6 soul rings, these 2 soul rings are enough to intimidate everyone. The red 100,000-year-old soul ring transformed into a giant snake king, and the black 10,000-year-old soul ring transformed into a jade tiger. The 2 surrounded Lin Yi's body, extremely domineering. Lin Yi clenched his fists, smiled, and was very excited. "This feeling is really great." The system also smiled, "He, if you collect the rest, you will feel even better." Lin Yi nodded in agreement and said, "That's natural. Now that I only have 2 soul rings, I have such amazing power and such a feeling that ordinary people can't even imagine. Wait for me to collect it in a few days. After collecting the remaining soul rings, even if I am over level 40, I can challenge the Soul Emperor alone, right?" "Who is the Soul Emperor?" the system said. "If your remaining 6 soul rings are all 10,000-year soul rings, then you will be able to fight against the Soul Saint. Furthermore, your level is already 50. 1 more level, and you will be at the Soul King level." Lin Yi was so excited in his heart. He didn't expect that just a few days after traveling to Douluo continent, he would break through to the level of Soul King. And if Lin Yi repeatedly used the remaining few soul rings to the extreme, he would definitely dominate the world. "Haha, boy! Do you think you are very powerful? You are stepping on my head to get the top position." At this time, Lin Yi's mind sounded the voice of the Aurora Electric Dragon. The Aurora Electric Dragon was very disdainful. "You can know that he is still very unconvinced, you kid, who are you without me?" Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, "Without you, I can also have other awesome martial arts souls, maybe the martial souls of the Golden Dragon King." Haha! What Lin Yi said is not wrong, because the system will give him the best. Even if there is no Aurora Electric Dragon martial spirit, the system will arrange other awesome martial arts spirits for Lin Yi, such as the Storm War Dragon. It is also possible of. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Aurora Electric Dragon was so angry that he said, "Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? You are not from Douluo continent at all. Who are you? You know, what's the use?" Lin Yi shook his head, smiled and sighed, "No matter how much you know, it doesn't mean you can become a part of me. You are right, I am indeed not from this world. So what? Sure enough, I guessed it right." Lin Yi smiled slightly and continued, "Dragon King, in this case, you have no other choice, why not just obey me? Don't worry, as for the Storm Electric Dragon, I will definitely help you kill him." Seriously? Aurora Electric Dragon was very excited when he heard Lin Yi say this. "That's natural." Lin Yi said with his hands behind his back, "I, Lin Yi, am not a ruthless person. Although you did not volunteer to be my strength, I am still very grateful. Only by killing the Storm Dragon can I end you. Tens of thousands of years of heartache. And you have become a part of my body, you are me, I am you. Your revenge is my revenge. You kid, don't think that I will be grateful to you if you do this." Although Aurora Electric Dragon was very happy in his heart, he was still very tough on his lips. Of course Lin Yi knew what Aurora Point Dragon was thinking. After all, Aurora Electric Dragon was now part of Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi chuckled and said, "Whether you appreciate it or not, I will avenge this for you anyway. From now on, I will bear the name of your Aurora Electric Dragon and dominate the country. The Storm War Dragon must die." As soon as Lin said this, Aurora Electric Dragon finally couldn't help it and cried. Chapter 24, I am optimistic about you. Yes, Aurora Electric Dragon cried. Even Lin Yi had never thought that the majestic Aurora Electric Dragon, the Dragon King of the generation, actually cried because of Lin Yi's words. Lin Yi felt a little embarrassed at this time. Big brother? Why are you crying?" Lin Yi was embarrassed, and Aurora Electric Dragon was even more embarrassed. He, the Dragon King, actually cried in front of a little kid. If this spread, where would he put his face? Wouldn't that be a scandal for thousands of years? As the saying goes, good things never go out, but bad things spread thousands of miles. Although this is not a bad thing, it is definitely a dark history. Boy, please don't misunderstand me. I'm just blinded by sand. Aurora Electric Dragon said sternly, "Can such a trivial thing make me cry? It's really a joke." In Lin Yi's state of mind, where did the sand come from? This is complete nonsense. Lin Yi shrugged and did not try to expose him. After all, these things are just a joke. It's boring to say it straight, and it will make someone unhappy. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Okay, it turns out it was the sand that blinded your eyes. I thought something happened to you, Dragon King." Ahem. Aurora Electric Dragon coughed twice, and then continued, "Hey, boy, you just said that you want to defeat the Storm Dragon, is that true?" "That's natural." Lin Yi straightened his back and said, "Do you think I'm joking? I will bear your name from now on, so I can't lose your reputation, can I?" When Lin Yi spoke, he also deliberately flattered Aurora Electric Dragon. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Aurora Electric Dragon felt extremely happy. He burst out laughing, and then said, "Boy, you are worthy of the person I chose. Ahem, you are worthy of the person I chose. Kill him. I'll leave this matter of the Storm Dragon to you, the younger generation." Lin Yi was speechless at this time. What did he mean by the person chosen by Aurora Electric Dragon? It was just a soul beast that had been sealed for 100,000 years. Since it was sealed, how could it be possible to choose Lin Yi? The reason why Lin Yi was able to absorb the Aurora Electric Dragon into his body was entirely due to system reasons. Moreover, the Aurora Electric Dragon had previously said that he wanted to kill Lin Yi. Now it's okay to talk about this. Lin Yi really wanted to laugh, but he still held it back. Because Lin Yi knew that if his attitude towards the Aurora Electric Dragon was better now, he might be able to obey Lin Yi. In this case, Lin Yi would absorb the energy of the Aurora Electric Dragon faster. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Yi nodded and said with a smile, since the Dragon King has chosen me, then I must contribute to the Dragon King, right? That's right. Aurora Dragon King was very happy and said, I believe it won't be long before my name, Aurora Electric Dragon King, will be resounding everywhere again. As he said that, Aurora Electric Dragon's eyes were full of expectation. Lin Yi smiled slightly, that is, as long as I am here, your name of Aurora Electric Dragon will not be recognized by outsiders again. Powerful everywhere? But if you, Dragon King, want me to defeat the Storm War Dragon quickly, then you have to transfer your energy to me quickly so that I can grow faster. Boy, don't be anxious. When Aurora Electric Dragon heard this, he was not angry, but said, this king's energy is so huge, how can it be absorbed in a day and a half? This will take time. Wait until you, boy, get it. After absorbing the last trace of my energy, I may completely disappear from this world, right? Lin Yi shook his head and said, don't worry, even if I absorb the last bit of your energy, you will still exist, because I only swallow energy, not soul. Hearing this, Aurora Electric Dragon, who was originally a little dull, began to get excited again. He grabbed Lin Yi's arm in Lin Yi's state of mind, and said to Lin Yi excitedly, boy, don't lie to me. What's the use of lying to you? Lin Yi shrugged and said, there's no need to lie to you. After all, your energy will be absorbed by me sooner or later, so there's no need for me to lie to you and give me your energy. Right? Moreover, killing the Storm Lightning Dragon is not just for you, but also for my own sake. Boy, tell me again. Aurora Electric Dragon still didn't believe what Lin Yi said. He quickly said, you said that Zi swallows energy but not soul. Is it true? Really? Lin Yi crossed his arms and said, I told you, there is no need to lie to you. That's good. Aurora Electric Dragon nodded and said with a smile, so, I can still see the death of the Storm War Dragon in my lifetime. It's really exciting. Ha 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 ha. As he said that, the Aurora Electric Dragon raised its head and laughed, Storm War Dragon, the time has come for me to take revenge. You have to hide it. When Lin heard the last sentence, he raised his eyebrows and asked, Dragon King, do you know the location of the Storm Dragon? Aurora Electric Dragon shook his head and said, in the past, I would have been able to feel where he was. It's a pity that I can't feel his breath in your body now. But when you swallow my energy to at 60%, you can feel his breath. But at that time you can't feel his breath. Why? Even if you swallow 60% of my energy, you still can't be his opponent. After all, after so many years, he must be practicing secretly and his strength must have improved a lot. Moreover, I have been sealed for more than 100,000 years. I haven't practiced in the past 100,000 years, and my strength is definitely not as good as that of the Storm War Dragon, so to be on the safe side, you should wait until you feel you have the strength to fight him before you feel his position. After all, as long as you feel his aura, he will definitely sense my king's aura, and if your strength is not as good as his, then we will all be dead. That's it. Lin nodded, took a deep breath, and then said, it doesn't matter. With your help, Dragon King, I will grow very fast and I will definitely defeat him when the time comes. Your talent is very good. I am very optimistic about you. Going from level 20 to level 50 in 3 days is enough to prove how evil you are. Although most of the reason is because of my energy, it is simply impossible for ordinary people you can absorb this king's energy so quickly. In other words, you and the invincible me can even kill gods. Aurora Electric Dragon said excitedly, if you can take revenge, I will. It's up to you. I believe you can do it. As he spoke, the Aurora Electric Dragon murmured, "It's been 100,000 years. Storm War Dragon. My hatred for you has become more and more intense. If you are young and don't come out to die, I won't hate you anymore." Chapter 25 Abyss Giant Worm. What does it mean to have the permission of Aurora Electric Dragon? This means that Lin Yi will absorb the energy of the Aurora Electric Dragon faster in the future and grow faster. Thinking about it, I'm quite looking forward to it. I believe it won't take long before we can fight the Storm Dragon. Maybe that battle will become Lin Yi Yang's famous battle in Douluo continent. Lin Yi said, "So, Dragon King, are you willing to give me your energy?" "You kid." Aurora Electric Dragon shook his head and said with a smile, "Now that we've reached this point, can I still have a way out? And even if I say I don't want to, you won't let me go? Right, he, but if it weren't for you, I would still be sealed on the Red Flame Mountain. This would be no different from death than you. In that case, it would be nice to be able to take advantage of you. At least you are willing to help me defeat the Storm Dragon. This is enough. If I can defeat the Storm Dragon, my life will be complete. If you can defeat the Storm War Dragon, your life will be complete. This is an old enemy. How much hatred is this? 100,000 years have passed, and if you still remember this ugliness, it must be a great hatred. After all, as time goes by, hatred will slowly fade away, and hatred has not faded away in 100,000 years. Lin nodded and said, "Don't worry. I will definitely do what I promised you, but as for when to help you defeat him, it depends on my growth speed. After all, you also said that even if I absorb all your energy, I may not be his opponent, so even if I grow fast, I won't be able to survive without one for a year or two. It's only a year or two." Aurora Electric Dragon spread its hands and said, "You have been waiting for 100,000 years, and you care about this mere year or two. It's okay, boy, you can practice hard for me. And you must hang that sling when the time comes." "Maudai." Lin Yi shrugged, smiled, and said nothing, exiting the state of mind. Now Lin Yi still has a mission to collect 8 martial arts spirits in 3 days. Now there is only a little more than 2 days left, so he must hurry up. The punishment of the mission is no joke. It is getting dark now. Logically speaking, more soul beasts will appear nearby as the night gets darker, but at this time there are no soul beasts nearby. It can be said that there are no soul beasts within a radius of 5 kilometers. The reason for this phenomenon is nothing more than Yu Jinghu's ultimate move. Yu Jinghu's ultimate move is no joke. When the soul beasts saw Yu Jinghu's ultimate move, they all evacuated the area. Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his neck, frowned and said to the system, "System, let me tell you, there are no soul beasts around here. It's really exhausting, and you have to go farther away to find soul beasts." The system said angrily, "Boy, don't forget what your martial spirit is. You are not majoring in foxtail grass. You are majoring in Aurora Electric Dragon. It's only 10 kilometers, isn't it in the blink of an eye? There is no one else here, you can use the martial spirit at will, and I will remind you if there are special circumstances." "Okay." Lin Yi smiled and arrived 10 kilometers away. Of course, they are just walking sideways. Those behind them are all low-level soul beasts, and those in front cannot be beaten. This area is easier to beat. Lin Yi, who defeated Yu Jinghu, still has 90% of his physical strength. In the past, Lin Yi would have died if he ran for even 1 kilometer. Now such a big move is nothing. It can be seen that the martial spirit of Aurora Electric Dragon has a great impact on Lin Yi. What a huge impact one has on the body. Ba, bat, bat. Hearing the sounds coming from around him, Lin Yi smiled softly, crossed his arms, and asked, "System, what level of soul beast is it?" "Abyss Giant Maggot. Level, 10,000-year soul beast. Characteristics, large in size, 10 meters in total length. The viscous liquid secreted by the body is non-toxic and highly viscous. It has a huge mouth with 300 fangs and no eyes. It uses the viscous liquid secreted in the body to sense the surrounding environment and obtain the direction of attack. The viscous liquid spit out from the mouth can stick adults tightly. If you don't have eyes, then it's not easy to fight. Lin Yi said. The system responded quickly, no, you are overthinking. People without eyes are often very powerful in other parts. They can sense the surrounding environment through the viscous liquid secreted by the body, and then obtain the target of attack. Don't take it lightly, otherwise you will. How do you think he has been cultivating for 10,000 years? Then according to what you said, do they all have the same eyes? Exactly. Pay attention, he is coming. Before the system finished speaking, a large lump of disgusting stuff hit Lin Yi. Lin Yi jumped back suddenly to avoid the disgusting goo. The sticky substance stuck to the ground and gave off a foul smell. Lin almost vomited when he smelled it. Lin Yi jumped back again, jumped onto a tree behind and squatted down. And this giant abyss insect seemed to know that Lin Yi was on the tree, and sprayed another sticky substance on the tree. Wow, this is too disgusting. Lin Yi frowned and jumped to another tree and said, then we can't attack at close range, right? After all, the disgusting things excreted by this thing's body will probably kill me too. Stick tightly, what should I do? Find your own solution. The system replied. I knew you wouldn't say it. Lin Yi smiled and dodged the sticky substance again. Lin Yi didn't want the system to tell him what to do. After all, as the system said, if he told himself everything, there would be no gaming experience at all. Lin Yi jumped to the ground, clapped his hands, and said with a smile, he, that's just right, try it. Check out Yu Jinghu's ability. With that said, Lin Yi diligently snapped his fingers, and Lin Yi's second martial spirit, the black martial spirit, came out, with the tiger surrounding it and making a roaring sound. Yu Jing 10,000 Swords. Lin Yi activated Yu Jinghu's soul skill. This skill was somewhat similar to Yu Jinghu's ultimate move, but combined with the ability of Aurora Electric Dragon, some changes occurred. A dark cloud appeared in the mid-air, and lightning kept flashing in the dark cloud. Suddenly, the first lightning struck down, hitting the body of the giant abyss worm heavily. After receiving such a blow, the giant abyss worm's body seemed to there was no reaction, just a little smoke. Judging from the appearance of the giant abyss worm, it seemed that this bolt of lightning had no effect on him. But that flash of lightning had just begun. After the first bolt of lightning struck down, not long after, countless bolts of lightning struck down with thorns, like rain. Moreover, this soul skill will not consume Lin Yi's physical strength, but only Lin Yi's soul power. However, even though this soul skill requires a huge amount of soul power, Lin Yi's soul power cannot be restored very quickly. Chapter 26 The Corrosion of Poison. Because Lin Yi recovers his soul power quickly enough, he doesn't have to worry about his skills being interrupted due to lack of soul power. This is a very normal thing for Lin Yi, but for others, this is simply a start. Able to achieve normal abilities. Even a genius with extraordinary talents will run out of soul power within a few seconds of using skills like this. However, if Lin Yi continues to use skills like this, there are probably not many people in the entire Douluo continent who can do it. Bolts of lightning mixed with thorns hit the body of the giant abyss worm. After eating so many attacks, the giant abyss worm began to go berserk. The liquid in its body no longer flowed out, but burst out in lumps of liquid. Blocked part of the lightning thorns in the air. At this time, the viscous liquid secreted by the body of the abyss giant worm slowly solidified. Lightning strikes on it had no effect at all. The thorns were stuck on it one by one, but they only stuck on the viscous liquid solidification. This thing is like transparent dough, but the taste is really disgusting. Lin Yi fanned away the stench around his nose with his hand, frowned, then withdrew his skills, and murmured, "Since you're not afraid of the hard one, let's get something soft." After saying that, Lin Yi jumped onto a tree and summoned the first spirit ring, the red 100,000-year spirit ring, the great snake king. Lin Yi turned sideways slightly to avoid the saliva of the abyss giant worm, and pointed his palm towards the abyss giant worm, poison of erosion. As he spoke, a lot of black poison erupted from Lin Yi's palm. These toxins are similar to the toxins of the big snake king, but they are somewhat different. This poison is not as powerful as the poison of the big snake king, but it has terrifying corrosive power. Lin Yi crossed his arms, looked at the giant abyss insect below, and said, "It must be of some use to you this time, right?" Before the venom fell, it was blocked in midair by the mucus of the giant abyss worm. But as mentioned just now, the corrosive ability of this venom is no joke. Even if the mucus of the giant abyss insect intercepts the venom in the air, within a few seconds, the mucus will be corroded and swallowed by the venom. The giant abyss worm sensed that something was wrong and quickly sprayed out several large lumps of mucus to intercept it. But it was all in vain. The venom that Lin Yi shot directly passed through the mucus of the abyss giant worm and landed on the body of the abyss giant worm. The mucus on the abyss giant worm's body is instantly corroded. The abyss giant worm quickly secretes mucus to resist. Unfortunately, no matter how much it secretes, it will only speed up its own death, because the venom will corrode its mucus and then swallow it, and the venom will becoming more and more. Soon, the venom began to attack the body of the abyss giant worm. Lin Yi could see how painful the abyss giant worm was. The venom was corroding his body. It no longer secreted mucus. It knew that it was useless. But it has no choice but to struggle fearlessly. Lin Yi sighed and said, "I'm sorry. It's natural selection and survival of the fittest, but if you follow me, it might be more right. Then I'll give you a good time." As he said that, Lin directed his hands towards the giant abyss insect and sprayed out a large amount of venom, swallowing it up in an instant without leaving any trace behind. Sure enough, it's cruel enough. Lin Yi himself felt that this soul skill was cruel enough, and he was worthy of being the great Snake King. The 100,000-year-old soul beast is indeed not bad. And this is all thanks to the Aurora Electric Dragon King, otherwise Lin Yi would have died early, let alone killing the Tongtian Serpent King and devouring him as a soul ring. Lin Yi clapped his hands to dissipate the venom on the ground and jumped to the ground. At this time, the huge abyss giant worm had disappeared, leaving only a magic core. Lin activated his soul power and summoned the martial spirit to directly devour the abyss giant worm. Not long after, a black 10,000-year soul ring appeared on Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi now has 4 soul rings. The first few martial souls for ordinary people are 10 years and 100 years old, and those with some talent and power are only 1,000 years old. And Lin Yi's first spirit ring is 100,000 years old, and the ones that follow are 10,000 years old. This means that it is only a matter of time before Lin Yi becomes a legend. Even Tang San is not that awesome. Although Tang San relied on himself, Lin Yi mostly relied on the system. But having said that, the system can also be regarded as one of Lin Yi's strengths. At this time, Lin Yi was very excited and said to the system, "At this speed, we should be able to collect the remaining soul rings soon, right? There are 4 left, 2 days is definitely enough time." With that said, Lin Yi yawned and wanted to find a place to sleep. The system said, "Yes, at your current speed, you will be able to collect the 8 required soul rings very quickly. And every time you add a soul ring, your strength will increase a lot, which will make it easier to kill in the future. 10,000-year-old soul beast, after all, your soul rings are all 10,000-year-old, and one of them is even 100,000-year-old. However, you are now 51 and have successfully been promoted to Soul King. This system recommends that you devour 2 more. These 2 soul beasts are not within the scope of the mission. After completing the mission, you can choose to continue killing them or come back another day." Oh. Lin Yi touched his nose, thought for a while, and said, "Then after completing the task, let's devour 2 more." I believe that by then, we will kill 7,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul beast. The 10,000-year soul beast is effortless. Indeed. The system said, the further you get to the back, the stronger you will be. If you want to kill the 10,000-year-old soul beast, you won't need to expend too much energy as long as you use the right method. Yes. Lin nodded, let me find a place to rest for the night. I have been busy all day, so I want to find a place to rest for a while. Actually, you don't need to rest. The system said, now your physical fitness has far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even if you don't sleep for a month, it will be no problem. You are just used to sleeping well at night. But it's okay if you need to sleep. But you must always be vigilant, the spirit beasts around you are no joke. Maybe when you are asleep, the spirit beasts on the side will come to attack you, and you will have to return to the novice village. Of course Lin Yi knew where the novice village mentioned by the system was, wasn't it the Xian Island at the beginning? Lin Yi frowned and said, didn't you remind me? Of course I can remind you. The system said, but for your gaming experience, I don't think I need to remind you. These are all up to you. Lin Yi spread his hands and said with a smile, I'm not afraid at all. Who is afraid of whom? After saying that, Lin Yi jumped on a tree, exchanged a bed from the system and put it directly between the two trees, lay down on it, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 27, System, are you playing with me? Lin Yi seemed very comfortable on the surface, but in fact he was panicking. When he lay down, he felt like there were soul beasts staring at him, just like when he was a child, he always felt that there were people around him when he was sleeping. This is a situation that most people have. Lin Yi is not the only one who is afraid. The system understood Lin Yi's mind and laughed, brother, didn't I remind you just now? I told you not to sleep. There is no problem if you don't sleep for a month. You see. And now I'm scared again, tisk tisk tisk. The heir of the majestic Aurora electric dragon is actually scared while sleeping at night. Lin Yi was really embarrassed to be ridiculed by the system again. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to be said so by the system. As the heir of the Aurora electric dragon, was he afraid of this? Lin Yi rolled on the bed a few times, then sat up and sighed, saying, instead of wasting time here, it's better to finish the task as soon as possible. Isn't this what happened earlier? Why are you sleeping? The system said, 23,688, direction 35,553, Bubble Dragon, 10,000 years soul beast. It has no attack power, but its defense power is extremely high, and it is considered a dragon. It is against most martial spirits. It can also suppress blood. You can try it. You've given me the coordinates, how can I not go? Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, it doesn't have much attack power, but it has high defense power. It's really good to let it test my current strength. As for martial soul suppression, what about it, can it suppress me? Lin Yi smiled, jumped down from the tree, clapped his hands, and in just 3 seconds, Lin Yi appeared near the coordinates given by the system. Lin Yi crossed his arms, raised his ears and quietly felt the surrounding environment. Suddenly, Lin Yi's expression changed and he said, hey! System, are you kidding me? I didn't say anything more. The system said, did I convey the information wrong? That's right. Lin Yi was speechless for a while. As for why Lin Yi's expression changed, it was because there was not only a 10,000-year-old soul beast around here, but also a den of thieves here. That's right, Lin Yi followed the system's guidance and fell into a big pit. Lin Yi could feel that there were at least 6 10,000-year level soul beasts here. It was really not a joke. 1 or 2 of them would definitely be enough for Lin Yi to deal with. No problem, I can defeat all 3. But if there were 6 of them together, Lin Yi really wasn't sure. After all, if they were added together, the attack power would be no joke. Lin Yi took a deep breath, shrugged, and murmured, "They probably have humans breaking in now. If I want to escape, the Aurora Electric Dragon's ability will definitely allow me to escape from here." "Yes." The system agreed, "You can choose to escape. You can be a coward and go find a single soul beast elsewhere to kill. With your current speed, how easy is it to escape? It's too dangerous to stay here. Ah, it would be bad if we fail to defeat him and return to Novice Village." "Coward." Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Although he knew that this was a method given to him by the system to provoke generals, but let alone, this method of provoking generals was indeed effective for the current Lin Yi. In the last life, Lin Yi was a coward, shrinking from anything he encountered. When he found a girlfriend, he didn't expect that he was just playing with his feelings. "In this life, I will definitely become a god. In this life, I will no longer be a coward." After saying that, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with infinite blue light and lightning. A giant dragon emerged from the body, extremely domineering. Lin Yi clenched his fists and smiled slightly, "It doesn't matter if you have 6 or 10, the worst is that I can go back to Novice Village and start over." Boom! Before the soul beasts could attack him, Lin Yi attacked them first. The soul beast that was attacked by Lin Yi was not the first to pounce on Lin Yi. It was a fat soul beast with 2 dragon horns on its head. No need to guess, this is what the system calls the bubble bobble. The attack power is low, but the defense power is high. Lin Yi was lured here by the system after hearing this, and was led into this big pit. As expected, those with high defense will be used as cannon fodder. Lin Yi murmured to himself, when a bunch of information popped up in the system. Bubble bobble. Level 11,000 years. Characteristics: the defense power is extremely high, and the attack power is lower than that of the 10,000-year-old soul beast. 1000 G cat. Level 10,000 years. Characteristics: extremely agile and highly responsive, the cat's claws can eject needle-like hidden weapons. Prehistoric mammoth. Level 23,000 years. Characteristics: high defense and attack power, but slow attack speed. Hunting dragon beast. Level 15,000 years. Characteristics: no fear of dragon bloodline, bloodline suppression is useless against it. It likes to drink dragon blood. Because the body of the bubble dragon is relatively hard, the dragon hunting beast usually does not kill the bubble dragon of Pow Pow and Lu Peng. It can even become friends with the bubble dragon. Infinite queen bee. Level: the size of a normal wasp, but its power is 1 million times that of a normal wasp. After the back needle is fired, the next one only takes 3 seconds to grow, which means it can be fired continuously. Due to his small size, it is generally difficult to attack him. The bull of the barbarians. Level 10,800 years. Characteristics: extremely strong brute force, usually without any rationality after launching an attack. Skills rely entirely on brute force, huge strength, especially head strength. Horns are extremely lethal, be careful not to be pushed. 7-tailed white fox. Level 13,000 years. Characteristics: the power of charm. If a man cannot control his eyes, he will be charmed by the energy, and his whole body will become weak and lose consciousness. The 7 tails have been cultivated and he will become a god after the 10 tails. The damage to men is doubled. 7. Lin Yi did not read all the information right away. After all, at this time, the bubble bobbler had already hit this side. With all the cannon fodder on board, can the main force be far behind? Lin Yi wanted to kick the ball-shaped bubble bobble, but he didn't expect that the bubble bobble wouldn't move at all. And Lin Yi's feet were already numb. This damn thing is too hard, isn't it? Lin Yi frowned and said, "Fortunately I didn't use all my strength, otherwise my legs would have been crippled. This is simply anti-armor." Lin Yi felt for a moment that he had been slapped in the face. The defensive power of this thing was higher than Lin Yi had imagined. With Lin Yi's current attack power, it would probably take him half a day to penetrate his defensive armor. Now Lin slowly started to notice the information just given by the system. Lin Yi couldn't help but cry out to Wakao, his grandma is a bitch, how can a human defeat her? None of them are fuel efficient, Wakao. Each one of these seems to be more powerful than the previous one. System, you must have done it on purpose. Oh, if you want to leave, just leave here. Chapter 28 is ready. Ridicule. This is simply a naked mockery. And just now Lin Yi vowed that he would never be a coward in this life, is this true? It's a slap in the face. How to fight 7 such perverted soul beasts? If you want to defeat them, you will have to wait until a miracle happens again. This is ridiculous. Lin Yi couldn't help scolding her, are you going to get slapped in the face so soon? In fact, 10,000-year soul beasts are not that easy to deal with, just like the Babel serpent they met just now. Xiao Wu was poisoned by the Babel serpent and almost died. And Yu Jinghu, that ultimate move was simply incredible, scaring away all the 10,000-year soul beasts within a 10-kilometer radius. The giant abyss worm is also a very disgusting existence. The sticky object is simply too sticky. If it weren't for the poison of the big snake king, etc. The poison of the great snake king. After thinking of this, Lin was excited for a moment and said with a smile, sure enough, don't be too panicked when doing things, you have to think about everything. After talking to himself for a while, Lin Yi folded his arms and smiled, no matter how powerful your Bubble Bobble's defensive armor is his grandma's anti-corrosion? Is it antivirus? Now Lin Yi is full of abnormal abilities. The ability of the Aurora Electric Dragon alone is already very abnormal. But now, as long as Lin thinks about it, his soul skills can be changed and fused at will. For example, the slime of the giant abyss worm combined with the ultimate move of the Yujing tiger will become the slime dropped from the sky, and it is unlimited. And if the slime of the abyss giant insect is combined with the ultimate move of the royal thorn tiger plus the venom of the sky-breaking serpent king, then it is simply an unsolvable ultimate move. This is simply like cheating. If other people had so many 10,000-year martial souls, even the useless martial souls would be heaven-defying, let alone a martial soul like Lin Yi. Now Lin Yi is simply stuck. What do you mean? As long as your thoughts don't slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Lin Yi folded his arms and smiled darkly, pointed his finger, and sprayed out the abyss slime of the abyss giant worm from his fingers, tightly sticking the bubble bobble to it. He was frozen in place, unable to move at all. Upon seeing this, the other soul beasts immediately unleashed their skills collectively on Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't panic at all. He snapped his fingers and a big hole appeared in the sky. The abyssal slime kept falling from the entrance of the cave, sticking the other 6 soul beasts in place. It really took no effort at all. Lin Yi stood there with his arms folded, feeling very proud. The slime kept falling from the sky. Even powerful soul beasts such as the barbarian bull and the ancient mammoth had no way to break free. If it was a small amount, it would be useless to them, but for Lin Yi to release so much abyss slime, no matter how hard you try, it's useless. Sure enough, in this world you need not only strength, but also brains. Lin Yi said with a smile, I'm really smart as hell. As soon as Lin Yi said this, the system immediately laughed and said, yes, yes, you are the smartest. Lin Yi touched the back of his head and felt a little embarrassed, ha ha ha. That's right. But the most important thing is that I have an awesome system. My system is simply invincible in the universe. Come on, take back all these soul beasts quickly. The system was used to Lin Yi's flattery. Lin nodded and stopped the mucus in the air. He originally wanted to poison them, but this would be too much torture for them, so Lin Yi decided to give them an end. Of course, except for the ancient mammoth and bubble dragon, their defenses were too strong, and Lin Yi needed to use venom to corrode their armor. Heavenly thunder tribulation. Boom boom boom. The streaks of lightning that struck down from the sky were unusually thick, and they also looked like rain. This continent has its own martial soul. No one has ever been so perverted. He killed 7,000-year-old soul beasts in one move. If this spreads out, it will definitely become a legend among legends. At this time, a blue symbol appeared on Lin Yi's forehead. It was a dragon, to be precise, it was the symbol of the Aurora Electric Dragon. The souls of the 7 soul beasts on the ground that had been killed by Lin Yi had all left their bodies. They all knelt in front of Lin Yi and said, "My king." Generally speaking, 10,000-year soul beasts cannot speak, they just have a certain IQ. Lin Yi was not stupid. Of course he knew that these soul beasts were not surrendering to him, but to the Aurora Electric Dragon. Maybe these were the subordinates of the Aurora Electric Dragon. "Boy, it's a good thing you didn't do anything to them. Otherwise, I would not be happy." Aurora Electric Dragon said, "These are my loyal subordinates. From now on, they will assist you with me and kill you. Get rid of that old dog Storm War Dragon." "Yet." Lin nodded, smiled slightly and said to the system, "By the way, system, my soul rings seem to be full, what should I do if there is one more?" The system replied, "This way, it's very simple. I'll save it for you, and I'll get it out for you when you break through level 61. "Very good." Lin Yi was very happy when he heard this. The mission of collecting soul rings ended in this way, much faster than Lin Yi imagined. After all, this time I defeated 7 soul beasts at once, and they were all 10,000 years old. Then I can leave the Soul Beast mountain range and report to the Hun Tianmen Gate. By then, I will definitely be the most awesome in Hunshanmen. In Hunshanmen, I can't use the Aurora Electric Dragon Spirit, I can only use the Soteria Grass Spirit. However, Lin Yi's current Soteria Martial Spirit is no longer the Waste Soteria Martial Spirit at the beginning. It has been completely strengthened by the influence of the Aurora Electric Dragon. The Soteria martial arts absorbs the dragon's breath every day, and gradually changes and begins to mutate. Now Lin Yi's Soteria martial spirit still looks like Soteria on the surface, but its essence has undergone tremendous changes. In other words, Lin Yi's Soteria martial spirit is no longer called Soteria martial spirit, but Thunder Dragon's Breath Grass. Of course, this name was given to Lin Yi by the system. The system said that there was no such martial spirit on the mainland. It was a mutated martial spirit, so of course the name was chosen by the owner of the mutated martial spirit. Of course, the system just gave Lin Yi a suggestion. As for Lin Yi, if he wanted to change it to another name, he could still do it. However, Lin Yi felt that the name chosen by the system was quite good, so he was too lazy to pick it up again. Among the martial souls Lin Yi harvested today, there were the Abyss Giant Insect, Thousand Machine Cat, Infinite Queen Bee, and Yujing Tiger. The 7-tailed White Fox's spirit ring was assigned to the Foxtail Grass martial spirit. This is the best solution given by the system, and Lin Yi is too lazy to allocate it. After all, these soul rings belong to him no matter what, and the system gives the best solution. Lin Yi does not need to deal with artificial intelligence. Something to compete with. Chapter 29, System, Do You Have Feelings? The soul rings are all gathered, and all the martial souls are more than 10,000 years old. This must be the most awesome feat in the history of Douluo continent. I am afraid this is also an unprecedented feat and an unprecedented feat. Lin Yi was now slowly feeling the power of his body. And that power felt like it was about to overflow. Now Lin Yi wanted to find a titled Douluo for a duel. Lin Yi clenched his fist, and 10 soul rings erupted from his body, which shocked the world, and all the surrounding soul beasts bowed their heads. This area was once the territory of the Aurora Electric Dragon. It can be said that these are all subordinate to the Aurora Electric Dragon. Aurora Electric Dragon said to Lin Yi, "Boy, this area is still my former land, so you can naturally enter and leave this area freely in the future. You are the Dragon King, so you must be from the Dragon Palace, right?" Lin Yi asked curiously. Aurora Electric Dragon nodded and said, Dragon Palace. Of course there is one. But there is only one Dragon Palace, which was left before the Dragon God ascended. As the saying goes, there is no room for two tigers above, and this king fights with the storm dragon. Also includes this Dragon Palace. But according to what you said, no one knows his whereabouts, so he must not be in the Dragon Palace. As for where he went, you have to wait until you have the ability to deal with him before I can help you sense his location. Lin nodded, shrugged, and said, I thought you two had your own Aryong Palace. No. The Dragon King replied, there can only be one king. There can only be one Dragon Palace. Then what is the name of the place where you usually live? Lin Yi asked. You can be considered a Dragon King, so it is normal to have a palace, right? The Dragon God said that there can only be one Dragon Palace. Aurora Dragon King said, although we are all Dragon Kings, we are actually just self-proclaimed, because since ancient times, there can only be one Dragon King. And we live in our own. Although this place is a small palace, it cannot be called a Dragon Palace, it can only be called an ordinary house. Oh! Lin nodded and said with a smile, isn't that the Dragon Palace? It's just not called that name. Aurora Electric Dragon shook his head and said, the nature is different. When you see my old residence and compare it with a real Dragon Palace, you will find how big the difference is. Okay, okay. Lin Yi crossed his arms, took back all the soul rings, and said, these things can be discussed later. After all, it's not the time to talk about these things now. If I want to see Dragon Palace, then I must. You are already capable of fighting the Storm Dragon. That's right. Aurora Electric Dragon nodded in agreement. Boy, I am very optimistic about you. Don't let me down. With that said, the Aurora Electric Dragon began to transfer his abilities to Lin Yi. Boy, your body has been greatly improved now and can absorb the power of this king. It didn't take long for Lin Yi to completely absorb the first success power transmitted to him by the Aurora Electric Dragon. Even though it was just a first success power, this was the first success power of the Aurora Electric Dragon, which should not be underestimated. After Lin Yi absorbed this wave of power, his level directly rose to level 68. Lin Yike had only traveled to this world for a few days, and he had started leveling up at level 20. Now he was almost at level 70. Even Lin Yi himself felt perverted. Those in their 70s and 80s have been practicing for 70 or 80 years, and they are still only at level 60. And a young man in his early 20s is actually almost level 70. This kind of evildoer is often considered to be an old man rejuvenated. Almost no one believes that Lin Yi is only 21 years old. Lin Yi bared his teeth and smiled. System, the pace seems a bit fast, right? I'm level 68 now, how can I play in the future? Just be proud. The system said, it's too late for you to be happy about this kind of thing. As the starting level goes up, isn't it easier to pretend to be 8 and slap your face? Later you will know what it means to control the world. In Douluo continent, up there, I can make you walk sideways. Before the system finished speaking, Lin Yi interrupted, the one walking sideways is a crab, isn't it? You're so big, crab. Shut up, you bastard. The system said angrily, listen to the system and finish what you have to say. With that said, the system returned to the subject and continued, my original intention is not to let you work hard to level up and kill monsters to grow slowly. I just want you to reach the top from the beginning and become more and more invincible later on. And you don't want to be limited. In Douluo continent, when you become a god, a lot of things will happen. Oh. Lin Yi smiled and said, that's okay. Ha ha ha, this is quite exciting to think about. It's so exciting to be in control of the world, tisk tisk tisk, this is really exciting. I'm starting to look forward to going to Hunshanmen now. Bullying those kids. What's the point of bullying children? The system said, if you want, you can go to a duel with the elder protector of the sect or something. Lin Yi stretched out, yawned and said, it depends on the situation. If you are a newbie here, go find other elders and guardians to fight in a duel. If you defeat them, it will be very difficult for them to lose their face. Find the majesty in Hunchinman. You are still considerate of others. The system said, but I think you are doing it for Zhao Zhiying, right? Why for her? Am I familiar with her? As soon as Lin heard what the system said, he immediately answered nervously, You, don't talk nonsense. Just point it out when I talk nonsense. Why are you nervous? The system smiled and said, You know it clearly in your own mind, but don't forget, this system is bound to your body, whatever you are thinking, I can. Stop talking. Lin Yi interrupted the system and said, You are too intelligent. Why do I always feel that you are a sentient artificial intelligence? What does it feel like? This system is originally an artificial intelligence with emotions. The system said, Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Well, it's true. Is this true? Did you always think that I was a piece of junk without emotion? Sure enough, the evil people in the 21st century are backward. Lin Yi didn't care much about this matter. It was a good thing that the system had feelings, but it also had disadvantages. That is, it knows everything you think, and nothing can be hidden from it. But it doesn't matter if the system knows what he is thinking. After all, the system belongs to him and he will not harm himself. Thinking of this, Lin Yi was suddenly stunned. Chapter 30 My son Zhao Qiang. At this time, Lin Yi was completely stunned. The system is in his body and binds him, and this system has emotions. This makes Lin Yi think about robots conquering the world. When the system takes his body, won't he be the same? You are thinking too much. The system was speechless for a moment. As mentioned before, under certain conditions, the system can hear what Lin Yi is thinking. After all, the system and Lin Yi have become one. The system said, I am just a living body formed by the aura of all things in the universe. I am not a technological artificial intelligence at all. And my task is to choose the master and then assist him to become the strongest. If it is the conquest you are worried about world, if I really had this idea, I would probably just bind the strongest one. When the system said this, Lin Yi felt relieved and smiled awkwardly, he, don't mind, system, I'll just think about it. The system just smiled and did not speak. At this time, Lin Yi had completed the task. There was no point in staying here any longer. It would be better to go to Hunchinman and pretend to be awesome. Now Lin Yi was no longer in a hurry to upgrade or anything. After all, with Lin Yi's current upgrade speed, it wouldn't take long to upgrade to titled Douluo. So there is no need to rush to level up. Lin Yi's level is now nearly 40 levels higher than that of his peers, so there is no need to be too nervous. Lin Yi walked swaggeringly in the Soul Beast mountain range, very leisurely, because in this area, no soul beast could beat Lin Yi. As long as Lin Yi didn't provoke those 100,000 years old ones, besides, in this area, the area is the area of 10,000 years. After wandering around for a while, Lin Yi jumped into the air and followed the system prompts to the gate of Hunchin Gate. Standing at the door of Hunchin Gate, Lin Yi raised his head and looked at the huge door, and then glanced at the children sweeping the floor there. Lin Yi murmured to himself, this door is quite grand, just like the Arc de Triomphe. It is indeed one of the 10 major sects in the Tiandu Empire. After saying that, Lin Yi raised his head and frowned at the plaque on the door. Just when he was about to read out the 3 words Hun Tianmen, he heard a middle-aged man next to him say, Men Tian Hun. Well, I finally found Men Tian Hun. Hey! Something's wrong. I'm looking for Hun Tianmen. Lin Yi touched his neck and suddenly felt that this uncle was a bit funny. Hey uncle, this is Hun Tianmen, you pronounced the word wrong. How could you pronounce it wrongly? The uncle still didn't believe it. He crossed his arms and said to Lin Yi, this is obviously the soul of mention. Look, that's how you pronounce Hun, Tian, and Men. Lin Yi didn't know what to say for a moment, so he smiled and said, okay, uncle, if you say it's Men Tian Hun, it's Men Tian Hun. The child sweeping the floor couldn't stand it anymore, so he walked over to this side with the broom in his hand and said to the uncle, Sir, we are the Hunshan sect here. What is the purpose of your visit to this sect? When the uncle heard what the child said, he immediately bent down and said, Oh, it's really Hun Tianmen. I am Zhao Qiang's father, and I came here to find him. Upon hearing this, the child smiled slightly at the uncle, Okay sir, I will help you find Zhao Qiang. If he is really your son, the sect will arrange a place for you. Is this true? The uncle was very happy when he heard this. I'm worried about how I'm going to get back to this barren mountain tonight. The child smiled again and said to the uncle, Just wait here for a while, I will go in and convey the message. By the way. The child just turned around, then turned around and said to Lin Yi, Big brother, what are you here for? Lin Yi crossed his arms and smiled, Me, I am a specially invited disciple of the Hunshan sect. No one would believe this kind of thing, but Lin Yi was indeed a specially invited disciple, and it was Zhao Sunyang who asked Lin Yi to join them. If you say that no one will believe it, then naturally this child who sweeps the floor will not believe it either. He frowned, glared at Lin Yi and said, Brother, you don't have to mess around. I, the Hunshan sect, will not tolerate you messing around. I advise you to go back. There are so many strong men in our sect, isn't this a joke? Yes. You should also know that we are the top 10 sects in Tiandu city. With that said, the child ignored Lin Yi, but turned to the uncle and said, Uncle, please wait for a while, I will go in and convey the message. Okay. The uncle chuckled. After the child entered, the uncle looked disdainful, Boy, you also want to get into the Hunshanmen? What a pity, I see you don't have any talent, unlike it's my son Zhao Qiang, how outstanding he is, hee, you are no match for my son with both hands. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yi rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Hey, uncle, I didn't offend you. Do you need to be like this? What? In Douluo continent, the strong prevail. My son Zhao Qiang is a level 33 soul master. The uncle became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke, What? You want to hit me? If you want to hit me, you have to think about the consequences. My son is a level 33 soul master. Lin Yi. Lin Yi was really speechless towards this uncle. He didn't say anything, but the uncle started directing and acting on his own. He kept talking about how powerful his son was, and kept repeating that he was a level 33 soul master. With this level, Lin Yi or 2 hands are still allowed. As soon as Lin moved his eyebrows, he was dead. But Lin Yi naturally won't argue with this uncle about anything. Maybe his son is still good, and as a father, he is happy it's too much. Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, Okay. Uncle, your son is the best. I will go in later. How about I compete with your son? Haha. Competing with my son? Then you have to be careful, young man. The uncle smiled disdainfully, With your small body, can you withstand my son's punch? Do you know that my son is level 33? Soul Lord. Come again. Okay, uncle, I know your precious son is a level 33 soul master. Lin Yi bowed his hand, rolled his eyes and smiled, I am not your son's opponent, okay. He is no match for my son in the first place. The uncle was very proud, my son, at the age of 18, passed the examination of Hun Tian clan and became a disciple of Hun Tian clan. Although he is only an outer disciple, I believe that with it won't be long before he enters the inner sect and becomes the elite of the country. Seeing this, Lin Yi's eye circles turned red, and tears flowed down inadvertently. Chapter 31 How is it possible? That year, Lin Yi took the college entrance examination and was admitted to a well-ranked key university, but his score was just right. At that time, his father also told others, although I just happened to pass the exam, at least I passed the exam. I will definitely become even better in the future. Become a pillar of the country. Become a useful person in the country. Lin Yi stood there and looked at the uncle without saying anything, forcing back his tears. Not long after, the child who was sweeping the floor came out, bringing with him a young man. The young man was wearing Hun Tianmen's clothes. He was white and clean and looked like a good boy. Lin Yi felt his level and smiled in his heart. It is indeed level 33. This kid's talent is pretty good. The system answered at this time, of course, being 18 and 33 years old is considered a gift. You have gone beyond the rules and are cheating. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi touched the back of his head and said with a smile, isn't it you who is hanging up? Dad. Why are you here? The young man was very happy to see his father. It's been a while since I've seen you, and I miss you so much. Your mother keeps saying that I want to bring you sesame cakes every day. The uncle's disdainful expression just now disappeared, and now there was only fatherly love on his face. The uncle took out a few sesame cakes from his pocket and handed them to Zhao Qiang, saying, Qiangzi, is there anyone bullying you in the sect? You look like you have lost weight. Is the food in this sect not good? Hey, no one bullies me. Everyone plays nice with me. Zhao Qiang said, the food in the sect is so good, but there has been a lot of training recently. It's okay, Dad. That's good, that's good. Hearing Zhao Qiang say that no one bullied him, the uncle felt relieved and patted Zhao Qiang on the shoulder. I heard that your sect can receive disciples' families. Yet. Zhao Qiang nodded and said, yes, Dad, although our outer disciple family guest house is not that luxurious, it is definitely not bad. That's good. We have to catch up on old times tonight. The uncle patted Zhao Qiang on the shoulder and said, let's go. Take Dad to visit your sect. Okay. With that said, the two of them went in chatting and laughing. Lin Yi stood at the door and was so envious. At this time, the child sweeping the floor came over and said to Lin Yi, brother, why are you still here? I have just said it, and you must know these things yourself. Lin Yi shrugged, dumbfounded, I am really a disciple of Hun Tian clan. Then do you have the Soul Heaven card? The system answered, the Hunshan card is the proof of identity as a disciple of the Hunshan sect. Well, it is the student ID card. Where can I find these things? Lin Yi smiled and said to the system, Zhao Sunyang didn't give me these things at the time. After Lin Yi was speechless for a while, he lowered his head and said to the child sweeping the floor, boy, I am really your sect's special disciple. Zhao Sunyang invited me to join. I am a newcomer. Where did you get the Soul Heaven tablet? Do you know Our Lady? The child sweeping the floor was stunned for a moment, and then he remained alert. Our Lady returned to the sect yesterday. You are waiting here. Don't try to step into this door. There are powerful senior brothers on duty here. Just wait here while I go in to find the lady. After saying that, the child leaned the broom in his hand against the wall and trotted in. Lin Yi found a tree seat to lean on at the door of Hunshanmen, crossed his legs and waited, muttering to himself, I'm afraid I'm too early, otherwise Zhao Sunyang must have told the gatekeeper to let someone named Lin Yi's handsome guy. System. The wind blew slightly, and a fallen leaf fell on Lin Yi's face, covering Lin Yi's eyes. When Lin Yi took away the big leaf from his eyes, a beautiful woman appeared in front of him. The beautiful woman folded her arms, winked at Lin Yi, and said, you are quite fast. Didn't you say that it takes 3 days to deal with the matter? Why did you get it done so quickly? I thought it would be more important to join Hunshanmen, halfway. Give up. Lin Yi also smiled, stood up, and said, it's done. It's easier than expected, so I finished it ahead of schedule. By the way, what did you go to do? Zhao Sunyang was still very curious about what Lin Yi had gone to do. But at this time, Zhao Sunyang frowned and was stunned. It took a while for Zhao Sunyang to react and swallowed. Said, "You, what did you go to do? Why did you come back? Oh my god! In the past few days you were only over level 40 when I saw you. Are you going to the immortal medicine sect to eat all their treasures? Don't think too much." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "I have no idea what the immortal medicine sect is." "Then how did you do it, reach level 20 in 2 days?" Zhao Sunyang swallowed again. The system interjected, "You can't say too much, in case it's exposed." Lin nodded, and then said to Zhao Sunyang, "Well, when I was doing something, I accidentally saw 100,000-year-old soul beast. 10, 100,000, 100,000 years." Zhao Sunyang was even more surprised when she heard this. To her, 100,000-year soul beast is like a legend and cannot be seen at all. The area where 100,000-year soul beast is located is extremely terrifying. If one is in trouble, the others will come to help, even if it is a title fight. "Luo, I don't dare to go near that area." "Did you go to that area?" Zhao Sunyang couldn't believe it. Lin Yi is that embarrassed. The more he talks about it, the more outrageous it becomes. Things will be exposed later. Lin Yi quickly changed his words and said, "It's 100,000-year soul beast that is dying." He fought with 6-10,000-year soul beasts. Before Lin Yi finished speaking, Zhao Sunyang was even more surprised. "Oh my god, where have you gone? 6,000-year-old soul beasts? My dear, are you kidding me? 6,000-year-old soul beasts? What is the concept of Neon soul beast?" Lin Yi shrugged and said, "I was also panicked. I thought I was dead, but I didn't expect that both groups would suffer. I was like a snipe and a clam fighting. Of course, it would be to my advantage. When I was exhausted, I gave each of them 1,000 stabs. So you leveled up so fast?" Zhao Sunyang couldn't believe it. "This is impossible, unless you swallow their energy, but how can it be so easy to swallow their energy? You may still be swallowed up, unless you are better than they are, more perverted. Then do you think I'm more perverted than them? You? Although you are very perverted, you are not perverted to that extent yet." Chapter 32 I Want the Outer Door. Zhao Sunyang knew that Lin Yi was a demon, but she didn't abuse him to this extent, right? After not seeing each other for 2 days, he rose more than 20 levels, which even a god could not do. According to this level, he will be banned from Douluo in half a month, right? Thinking of this, Zhao Sunyang couldn't help but shudder. What kind of monster is this kid? But you have to believe it even if you don't believe it, ha ha ha. Lin Yi crossed his arms and smiled. "Actually, it's like this. Before this, my master gave me a lot of resources. If you tell a lie, you have to make up 100 more to make it up. After all, Lin Yi is getting more and more outrageous now. He rose from level 45 to level 68 in 2 days. If only the strong men in the empire knew this. Ah, I have to capture Lin Yi for research." "Your master?" Zhao Sunyang raised her eyebrows, crossed her arms and said, "I wonder where you are from." Zhao Sunyang felt that for someone as evil and cruel as Lin Yi, his master must be a powerful person in the world, right? And Lin Yi doesn't have any master. If he insists on saying a master, then that person is the system, right? Lin Yi touched his nose and said with a smile, "Master, master, he has retired from the world and it is inconvenient to disclose it. I'm sorry. It's mysterious." Zhao Sunyang crossed her arms and said, "If you don't want to say it, don't say it. By the way, what's your name?" The last time we met, Zhao Sunyang forgot to ask Lin Yi his name. Lin Yi chuckled and said, "You actually don't know my name. Last time you were in such a hurry, I didn't even have time to ask." "Lin Yi. Lin Yi." Zhao Zhiying raised her eyebrows and said, "Your name is too casual. You didn't say it casually, right? How is that possible?" Lin Yi crossed his arms and said, "If I don't change my name, I won't change my surname, Lin Yi. How could it be nonsense?" "Okay." Zhao Zhiying nodded, crossed her arms, and frowned. "Hey, at your level, you have to be a teacher, not a disciple, or I will talk to my father and let you become a mentor." Being a mentor is of course full of temptations for others. Being a mentor means having certain positions and rights in Hunshinmen, and in terms of resources, it is naturally a priority. But for Lin Yi, that position is just one more responsibility. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "No, no, no, no. It's better for me to be a student honestly. I'll be more low-key and just goof around." "You said it, I'm relatively free, to be precise. Even if he is a nominal person, I won't listen to what other instructors say." "Hey? Others are still rushing to do it, but you don't care? Hey, can you have a little pursuit?" Zhao Sunyang said with her waist, "You have to know that mentor is a position in Hunshinmen, and it is a position that countless people aspire to." "Yes. Moreover, it is very difficult to become an outer disciple of our Hun Tian sect. Moreover, mentors have priority in resources." Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, "Do you think I need priority resources?" With just such a sentence, Zhao Sunyang was instantly speechless. "Yes, if you need resources, Lin Yi probably has them all, right? Otherwise, how could it be upgraded to 20 in 2 days?" When Lin saw that Zhao Sunyang was silent, he continued, "Okay, this position should be reserved for those in need. I just want to hang out. I really have no pursuit at all." Zhao Sunyang said she hated that iron could not become steel, but she also knew that Lin Yi was very strong. Zhao Sunyang murmured, "Oh. It's so hard to compare people to death. Some people can reach the top without working hard." Lin Yi shrugged again, said nothing, and followed Zhao Sunyang into the Hunshin gate. The child sweeping the floor looked at Lin Yi with disbelief. Lin Yi walked past him, touched his head, and said with a smile, "Sweep the floor, wait until I complete the formalities, and I will take you with me. The popular drink is spicy." The child sweeping the floor looked confused again. No matter whether what Lin Yi said was true or not, he would not believe what Lin Yi said. After all, it was just a dream. After entering the gate, it was extremely empty inside, with countless disciples practicing in the open space. Zhao Sunyang led Lin Yi to a room. There were 4 big words written on the door of this room, "Testing Hall." Zhao Sunyang said, "First, your soul power and martial soul will be tested. Once completed, you can officially join the Hunshin sect. However, your soul power level and subsequent review will determine whether you are an outer sect disciple or an inner sect disciple. Disciples from the outer sect are usually assigned to the inner sect if they have excellent grades and grow up. In the beginning, there will only be 1 new student from 100 people who will be an inner sect, or even none. That person will definitely be highly talented. But you have already made an appointment, and you are just testing the walking procedure." Informal decision. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. "Yes, you are a specially invited disciple." "Of course, it was pre-arranged." Zhao Sunyang said, "But with your talent, you will still be assigned to the inner section." "No." Lin Yi immediately refused, "It makes me look like I came in through a shady secret. No, no, no. It must be an outer disciple." Zhao Sunyang rolled her eyes at Lin Yi and said helplessly, "Although you are an unofficial inner disciple, with your talent, you can be directly recruited as a mentor. Do you know our protector? Only over 80 levels. I don't want it, I want an outer disciple." Lin Yi crossed his arms and said, "How can one reach the sky in 1 step? Everything has to be done step by step. I will enter the inner disciple through my own efforts." Of course Lin Yi knows where his strength lies, but where can the inner sect be as busy as the outer sect? I guess the people in the inner sect are all a bunch of self-righteous guys, right? It's all still fun outside. You pretend. As the saying goes, when people go to high places, water flows to low places. You are so determined to flow to low places. Zhao Sunyang said speechlessly, and, you have the nerve to say that you can reach the sky in one step? You started from 4 places in 2 days 15 to 68, are you going to piss me off if you tell me that it's unreasonable to reach the sky in one step? Ouch! I don't want to enter the inner gate so soon. Lin Yi chuckled, just let me play in the outer gate for a while. Zhao Sunyang rolled her eyes again, thought for a while, sighed, and said, do you want to bully the children outside? How can you say you are bullying children? Lin Yi said, I said I was just playing for fun. Maybe I can help you teach a few talents, right? After hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhao Sunyang was moved. A monster like Lin Yi would not be bad at bringing out someone, right? Okay. Zhao Sunyang nodded and said, I'll let you stay at the outer gate for a few days, but don't mess around. Chapter 33 Who is your master? For a monster like Lin Yi, putting it outside the door would be like bullying a child. With Lin Yi's current ability, he is more than enough to be a mentor to inner disciples. Zhao Sunyang was naturally afraid of Lin Yi's mischief. Although Lin Yi said that he was going to the outer sect to bring people, Zhao Sunyang looked at Lin Yi's carefree look and was really afraid that he would do whatever he wanted. If he did it alone, she was afraid that he would bring some disciples from the outer sect to do whatever he wanted. At that time, if Dad were to blame, he would definitely scold himself to death. But thinking of this, Zhao Sunyang murmured to herself again, hey! Daddy won't scold me. His precious daughter has found a demon for him, who may become a legend of Hunshinman in the future. What are you underestimating? Lin Yi looked at Zhao Sunyang whispering underestimation alone, crossed her arms and said, are you secretly talking bad about me? Who said bad things about you? Zhao Sunyang said with her hands behind her back, okay, since you want to go outside to bully the children, then go ahead, but I have made a promise to you, don't do anything random, do you understand? If you get into trouble, the higher UPS will blame you, and I can't protect you. Besides, I am the one who brought you in, so I might be punished as well. Okay, I know. Lin Yi shrugged and said, and I'm not here often. I've said it before. What I yearn for is freedom. I might go crazy playing outside one day, all year long. Not coming back. No. Zhao Sunyang heard Lin Yi say that he would not come back for a year. She was very worried. She immediately said, if you don't come back for a year, how would you behave? You have to attend the sect conference of Hunshin sect, right? There are some others. Forget about small events, if you have nothing to do with big events, you have to get out of here. Okay. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, I know, I'm just making an analogy. I still understand the basic truth. If something really happens and I have to go out for so long, I will definitely tell you the application was approved. That's pretty much it. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhao Sunyang showed a satisfied smile, patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and said, this is right. Come with me. With that said, she turned around and went up the steps and walked into the testing hall. Lin Yi put down his arms and followed Zhao Sunyang and walked inside. Inside is the inner court, which is much wider than the outer hall. In the center of the inner court, there is a huge sword stuck on the ground. The huge sword emits light and is very dazzling. Great sword. An old man wearing Hunshinman robes stood next to the giant sword and smiled at Lin Yi. Hello. Lin Yi also smiled at the old man and said hello. The old man smiled slightly again and nodded. Zhao Sunyang stood next to Lin Yi and introduced, this is the protector of the east gate of our Hunshin clan, Ling Zhidong. Mr. Ling, this is the genius I told you. Ling Zedong stroked his beard, glanced at Lin Yi, and said kindly, you are so young. He is already level 68 at such a young age. What a devilish genius he is. In this way, Lin Yi stood aside, not knowing what to say, so he touched the back of his head and continued to round out the lie he had just told. Master took too many miraculous medicines when I was a child. It didn't work very well at that time. Maybe now. It just worked, and I leveled up very quickly. You have been taking miraculous medicine since you were a child. Ji Dong thought this was incredible and frowned. Were you an alchemist when you were young? Lin Yi shook his head and said, my master? My master has been mysterious since I was a child. I really don't know what his profession is. Oh. Hearing what Lin Yi said, Ling Zedong became even more curious, and then asked, what is your master's name? Could it be that powerful one? Which one is powerful? Lin Yi didn't know what kind of power it was. This was just Lin Yi bragging. How could Lin Yi have any master? Lin Yi cupped his hands and smiled and said, I'm very sorry, Mr. Ling. Before master left, he specifically told me not to mention anything about him to outsiders, including his name. As for where he went, I don't know. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he secretly smiled in his heart, I am really a genius. With such imagination, it would be a pity not to write novels. Hearing what Lin Yi said, both Zhao Sunyang and Ling Zedong expressed some disappointment. Ling Zedong sighed, touched his beard, and said, okay. Since you can't say it, then don't say it. Let's do something serious. As for anything serious, it must be a test of soul power and martial spirit. The system said that as long as he did not reveal the Aurora Electric Dragon's martial spirit, it would be impossible for others, even titled Douluo, to detect Lin Yi's twin martial soul. Come on. Put your hand on the test ball. Ling Lao poured his soul power into the test ball and motioned Lin Yi to step forward to test. Lin nodded and put his hand on the ball. The light on the ball shone brighter and brighter, until 2 numbers appeared on the ball and stopped shining, 68. In fact, there is no need to test this at all. Everyone can feel it. It is just a procedure to obtain the soul heaven pie. After testing the soul power, it's time to test the martial soul. Of course, Lin Yi would not be so stupid as to show his right hand. His right hand came from the Aurora Electric Dragon. So Lin Yi directly stretched out his left and right hands and summoned the Soteria martial spirit. Seeing this foxtail, Zhao Sunyang and Ling Zedong couldn't believe their eyes. Zhao Sunyang was dumbfounded. Hey! Brother! Is your martial spirit really a foxtail? Are you kidding me? Ling Zedong was stunned for a long time. Little brother! Could it be that you really relied on drugs to upgrade? Even if your martial soul has soul power when it awakens, martial arts such as foxtail grass are not suitable for cultivation at all. Change in short, Soteria's martial spirit is called the useless martial spirit. Little brother, you have really refreshed my horizons. Now I am even more curious about who your master is. Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, it doesn't matter who my master is, what's important is that my master gave me a different life. According to common sense, growth through taking medicine can only be kept at level 30. Ling Zedong said, the Empire's top-level medicine cannot allow people to upgrade to level 50. People who have passed level 50 can no longer, no matter what kind of top-notch medicine you take, it's useless. What did your master give you? When Lin heard what Ling Zedong said, he realized that he had blown his lies. In this case, he would still avoid being targeted. He might be directly arrested and interrogated one day as to the whereabouts of the master who was fabricated out of thin air. Chapter 34 9 Turns Douluo Pill. Lin Yi thought for a while and said hurriedly, I don't know what kind of medicine master gave me. These were taken when I was very young. When I was 10 years old, master disappeared. Ling Zedong nodded and continued, it's really unbelievable that Soteria can cultivate to such an extent. I can only say that you are really a demon and can withstand such drugs. You are definitely not a good person. Cetaria? This is not a foxtail. If you just look at it this way, others will think it is an ordinary foxtail martial spirit. Because it is the same as before mutation evolution. Zhao Sunyang nodded and said, yes. When I saw him a few days ago, he was still at level 45, and he instantly killed Teoman who had taken the magic medicine with one punch. Hey! Ling Zhedong's cold sweat fell from his cheeks, his hands shook, and he said, it was level 45 a few days ago. Oh my god! The knowledgeable Dongmen Dharma protector found it incredible. After a while, Ling Zhedong said to Lin Yi with his hands behind his back, so it seems that the medicine you took when you were a child has taken effect in the past 2 days. Yes. Lin nodded and said, but I hope the 2 seniors can keep it a secret from me for the time being. After all, I don't want to cause public outrage about this matter. You will indeed arouse public outrage. Ling Zhedong shrugged and said with a smile, it's simply too irritating. I have been practicing all my life and am only over 80 levels, but you kid took god-level drugs. Being promoted to more than 20 levels will really make people jealous. I will keep this secret for you first. Ding dong. The side mission is activated, give the Order of Tribulation East 9 turns Douluo pill. Task rewards and punishments, reward 50,000 experience, punishment missing one of the important connections. One of the important connections mentioned by the system, so naturally you can't miss it. As for what this 9-turn Douluo pill is, Lin Yi has already learned about it on the system wall. Thank you, Mr. Ling. Lin Yi smiled slightly, raised his hands and said, has Mr. Ling encountered a bottleneck? As soon as Lin Yi said these words, Zhao Sunyang immediately bumped into Lin Yi and signaled Lin Yi not to talk nonsense. After all, these words would hurt people. However, Ling Zhedong felt that it didn't matter. He smiled calmly and said, this is indeed enough. It is impossible to upgrade to a titled Douluo, but there is no big problem in upgrading to level 90. Although level 90 has broken through level 80, if you want to truly become a titled Douluo, you have to upgrade to level 91. Lin Yi smiled slightly and exchanged a pill from the system, 9 turns Douluo pill. This thing cost Lin Yi a lot of gold coins. But this thing can't be bought with money. The price outside has been marked as 100 million gold coins, and there is no stock at all. Lin Yi only spent 300 gold coins in the system mall. Of course, these rare items are nothing to Lin Yi's system. They are like candy in front of the system, so Lin Yi only needs 300 gold coins to exchange them. Then what is this? This can be said to be the top elixir among the top elixirs. What is its effect? It is for those who cannot break through the title Douluo. It is useless to practice this kind of thing just by hard work, just like the master Wang Xiaogang, who was unable to break through level 30 in his life due to the malignant mutation of his martial soul. Some people's talents are there, but they can't break through. They just can't break through. They have completely reached their limit. If they could just rely on hard work, many people would become gods. Lin Yi took out the box containing the 9-turn Douluo pill, smiled at Ling Zhedong, and said, since your elder is willing to help me keep it secret, then I will give you a gift. Oh? I wonder what gift you want to give me, little brother. If someone else gave Ling Zhedong a gift, Ling Zhedong wouldn't have any expectations, because in this position, what others can give him, he basically has everything, except of course the things given by the door owner. When Lin Yi opened the box, Zhao Sunyang didn't know what it was, but Ling Zhedong must have known what it was. Ling Zhedong was dumbfounded now. He was stunned, the crutch fell from his hand, and Zhao Sunyang was also stunned. Zhao Sunyang asked, Ling Lao, what is it that makes you like this, surprise? Ling Zhedong was so excited that he couldn't speak. After a while, he finally recovered. He did not answer Zhao Zhiying's question, but said to Lin Yi, little brother, this gift is too much. It's too expensive, I'm afraid I can't afford it. It's okay, I guess I won't need it. My master left it for me. Lin Yi smiled and said, just in case you need it, I'll leave it for those in need. If we go by the market price, I can't afford that much. Ling Zedong said, the 9-turn Douluo pill has been extinct for 30 years. I have been looking for it for many years, and its price is getting higher and higher. At auctions those people only mark the price, there is absolutely no goods. I didn't expect that I would see it again in my lifetime. Let's do this, little brother, I only have 50 million gold coins now, so I'll give you 50 million gold coins first. I will pay back half of what I owe as soon as possible. Ling Lao, as I just said, this is a small gift for you. Lin Yi said, how can you ask for money? I can't give it to you anywhere. Little brother, your gift is too valuable. Ling Zedong said, although I need this very much, I can't ask for it in vain. I can't live with this. Then let's do this, Mr. Ling, just give me 1,000 gold coins. Lin Yi said, just 1,000 gold coins is enough. I don't need this thing, you really need it, and it won't be in the way of me. Right. You actually said this thing is in the way? Is this what people say? Wakao, this kid really grew up in a medicine dump, right? This top quality elixir actually takes up space? Little brother, this is the first time I've met you, and I really can't stand it when you give such a big gift. Ling Zedong said, 1,000 gold coins is really too low. 20 million gold coins, right? 30 years before, the 9-turn Douluo pill was 20 million. The current 9-turn Douluo pill has been speculated for 100 million gold coins. Although it was speculated, the reason why the price has soared is because of its rarity. There are probably only a few people in the entire Douluo continent who are capable of refining this kind of elixir. Furthermore, even if they are capable of refining it, they don't have the formula. Your Majesty, you are really polite. Lin Yi crossed his arms, thought for a moment, and said, okay. I'll sell it to you for 20 million. Hearing Lin Yi's promise, Ling Zedong was so happy. He had never been as excited as he was today in so many years. Chapter 35, Is this martial soul mutation? How excited are you? He was so excited that he wanted to kneel down to Lin Yi. If Lin Yi hadn't supported him immediately, he would have actually knelt down. Lin helped Ling Zedong up and said, Mr. Ling, you are the elder. As a junior, I can't stand it. Besides, you and I just made a deal. This is a relationship of interest. Little brother, you don't have to be so polite. Ling Zedong said, everyone knows how rare the 9-turns Douluo pill is. You are giving me a second life. I thought I would stop the soul in this life. Douluo. Little brother. You are really my noble man. After hearing the conversation between Ling Zedong and Lin Yi, Zhao Sunyang, who was standing aside, roughly knew what happened. Zhao Sunyang patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and said, brother, what kind of god is your master? He actually has this kind of elixir. Maybe he is a god. Ling Zedong picked up the staff on the ground and said, in the entire continent, those who can refine the 9-turn Douluo pill have probably become gods or fallen. Alchemists mainly practice in refining medicine, although the level is generally it won't be too high, even if you take medicine, there will be a peak. Zhao Sunyang glared at Lin Yi and said, boy. It seems you have a good background. Tell me. What is your purpose of sneaking into our hunshinmen? Of course, Zhao Sunyang just said it jokingly, and Lin Yi also knew that Zhao Sunyang was joking, shrugged, and said, yes, I have a purpose in joining the hunshinmen. My purpose is you, Miss Zhao. You. When Zhao Sunyang heard this, her already rosy cheeks instantly turned red to her neck. Although she knew that Lin Yi was teasing her, Zhao Sunyang was still very shy and her heartbeat gradually accelerated. Ling Zedong stood aside, stroking his long beard, and said with a smile, ha ha ha, miss, you are not interested in my little brother, are you? How is it possible? Impossible. Zhao Sunyang covered her red and hot face and explained nervously, Your Majesty, please don't talk nonsense. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Before she could finish her words, Zhao Sunyang turned around and ran away. Lin Yi never thought that Zhao Sunyang, who looked so much like a strong woman and a heroine, could be so shy and girly when she usually looked strong. Unless what? Unless. Does she like me? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask the system. The system's answer is, one of the top 10 misconceptions of men in the world is that you think she likes you. Lin Yi shrugged, smiled at Ling Zedong, and said, Then Ling Lao, what else should I test next? This. After answering this question, Mr. Ling put away his excitement and said seriously, Brother Lin, is your martial spirit really a foxtail? What's the matter, Mr. Ling, is there something wrong with Ceteria's martial spirit? Lin Yi asked. Ling Zedong frowned, sighed and thought for a while, then said, Ceteria is a martial spirit with no attack power at all. Generally, this kind of martial spirit has no soul power, and even if it is placed among ordinary martial spirits, compared to those for farming and craftsmanship, it can't compare. And if you use it for viewing, it doesn't look good either. What's that like? Lin Yi continued to ask. After a while, Ling Zedong continued, Generally speaking, foxtail grass is a useless martial spirit. I hope you don't mind me saying this. I don't mind. Just keep talking. Ling Zedong nodded and continued, but there are exceptions to everything. Your current level is already 68. Your body can withstand the pressure of the medicine, which proves that your talent is absolutely okay. I have never seen Ceteria's martial spirit being able to be cultivated, so I don't dare to draw a conclusion so quickly. Ceteria itself is not aggressive, so I'm afraid you will be bullied when you come to the inner sect, otherwise you will take it for granted. The mentor of our inner sect of Hunchinmen, right? No, no, no. Lin Yi heard this and immediately refused, saying, I thought you were going to say that Hun Tianmen doesn't want me. Impossible. How could a prodigy like you not be retained? Ling Zedong said, and not to mention other things, just with the 9-turn Douluo pill you gave me, I can convince the sect master that he doesn't want you. Lord! How about being a mentor? Farewell. Lin Yi said, I'd better go to the outer sect. I've told Sunyang about this before. She also wants me to be the instructor of the inner sect. Actually, I personally like to be more leisurely. Moreover, Mr. Ling, Sunyang must have told you about me in the Soul Beast Mountain Range, right? When Ling Zedong heard this, he patted his head and said, Oh, why did I forget this? You are the one who can instantly kill people who have taken banned drugs at level 40 or above. How could I forget that you are? What about you? Then you will become the instructor of the inner sect. In the future, I will learn more about your martial spirit. Why is it so strong? It doesn't matter in the future. Lin Yi said, I think you can solve a doubt in your mind now. What? As soon as Ling Zedong asked the question, he saw Lin Yi stretching out his left and right hands to summon the martial spirit of Ceteria Sinensis. The foxtail grass at this time is very different from the previous ones. The foxtail grass now is much thicker than before, and there are dragon textures on the foxtail grass, and thunder and lightning are flashing around the foxtail grass. Ling Zedong was shocked. Little brother, this. What kind of martial spirit is this? Forgive me for being ignorant. I have never seen this kind of martial spirit in decades. Is it a mutation of the Ceteria martial spirit? The Ceteria martial spirit, it can actually mutate? Oh my god, Brother Lin, you really gave me too many surprises today. Yes. Lin nodded, took the martial spirit back, and then said, this is the martial spirit mutation. The martial spirit of Ceteria Solani has mutated. My master calls him Thunder Dragon's Breath Grass. Thunder Dragon's Breath Grass. This kind of breath. Although Lin Yi had already taken back the spirit, Ling Zhidong could still feel the breath of Lin Yi's Soteria spirit. Sure enough, there is a faint dragon's breath. It's because of the dragon, then the Soteria mutated. Nest, can you feel this? Lin Yi quickly said, I'm not very clear about this. When I awakened, others said it was foxtail grass and a useless martial spirit. However, my master told me that my martial spirit was not an ordinary martial spirit. The martial spirit he gave me, I gave it a name and called it Thunder Dragon Breath Grass. The mutation of Soteria martial spirit is really interesting. Little brother, you really opened my eyes today. The 9 turns Douluo pill has already surprised me. Chapter 36, Outer Sect Archdeacon. The 9 turn Douluo pill had already surprised Ling Zhidong, and now it allowed him to experience the unprecedented mutation of Soteria martial spirit. But there was one thing that Ling Zhidong couldn't figure out, which was why foxtail grass mutated into something related to thunder and dragons. However, no one can say for sure about the mutation of martial souls. There is no accurate statement at all. Some people mutate and become very strong, while some people become useless because of the mutation of martial souls. Ling Zhidong tightened the staff in his hand, put one hand behind his back, and said, Little brother, in that case, with your current abilities and qualifications, there is absolutely no problem in becoming an intersect deacon. I wonder if you would like to don't want to. Lin Yi immediately waved his hand and shook his head and said, No, Protector. As I said just now, I just want to be free so that I can have time to do other more meaningful things. Ling Zhidong nodded and said, Okay, since your ambition is not here, I won't force you to do anything. Yes, with your talent, how can your will be here? I just hope you don't want it in the future. Just forget that you are a disciple of Hun Tianmin. That's natural. Lin Yi smiled and said, Then it's settled, I'll just be an outer disciple. And I can also help you find talented disciples in the outer sect and guide them. When Ling Zhidong heard this, he was very happy. Seriously? Lin nodded and said, Yes. That's right. Executives like Ling Zhidong generally would not be involved in the outer sect. The deacons of the outer sect are not weak in strength, but there are nearly 1,000 disciples in the outer sect. It is impossible for them to pay attention to everyone. Although the outer sect has the door, will have several rounds of reviews a year to determine whether they can enter the inner door, but only a dozen of 1,000 people can pass the review. If other talented people are not discovered, this kind of talent will almost be wasted. After all, the outer door is in a semi-stocked state. So when Lin Yi said this, Ling Zhidong was obviously very tempted. Ling Zhidong said, Okay. Then you can become a disciple of the outer sect. With my rights, I can give you the position of a deacon of the outer sect. Of course, you don't have to bear any burden of being a deacon. You have the rights of a deacon, but you don't have to do the deacon's work, that's what it means. And if you want to go sideways, there's no problem with your strength. Okay. Lin Yi smiled and said, Then it's settled. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for anything. If you want to say thank you, I'd better like to thank you. Ling Zhidong said, You have done me a huge favor. This 9-turn Douluo pill can change my life. There is no such thing in this life. I hope to become a god again, but I want to become a titled Douluo. Now this problem is gone. As long as I have the 9-turn Douluo pill, there is no bottleneck at all. Oh, that's right. Look at my memory. Wait a minute. I will transfer the money to your soul card. Don't worry about this, sir. Lin Yi said quickly. Just as Lin Yi finished speaking, a transparent card appeared in Ling Zhidong's hand. Ling Zhidong handed the card to Lin Yi and said, I have already transferred 20 million gold coins, this is your soul heaven card, you need to use it to enter and exit. This is the symbol of the Soul Heaven clan disciples. 20 million gold coins is by no means a small amount in Douluo continent, and Ling Zhidong transferred the 20 million to Lin Yi. He didn't feel sad at all, and he was also very happy. After all, 20 million bought a 9-turn Douluo pill worth 100 million, which made everyone happy. Besides, Ling Zhidong was not without money. Yet, Lin Yi took his transparent Soul Sky card and looked at it. It also had his name and position on it. Naturally, the position is not that of a disciple of the inner or outer sect. The position written on the sign is, Archdeacon of the Hunshan outer sect. What does Archdeacon mean? Of course it is the biggest one, just like the Great Elder, the biggest elder. Archdeacon. Lin Yi took the card in his hand and said helplessly to Ling Zhidong, Mr. Ling, there is really no need for this. Just an ordinary student will do. I still think this position is not worthy of you. Ling Zhidong said, if a monster like you still grows up so horribly, I'm afraid you will still be a candidate for the master of the sect in the future. That's great, Lao Mi. Lin Yi smiled and said, it's not as scary as you said? I just want to be more relaxed. Don't worry. I said, you have the rights of this position, but you don't have to worry about all the troubles this position brings to you. Ling Zhidong said, you don't have to worry about this position. As a responsible person, just do what you want, but even so, I still have to tell you, don't mess around. If you make a mistake, the sect will still punish you according to the sect rules. Well, I know that. Lin nodded and said, generally speaking, I am very well behaved and will not cause trouble, but... But what? But if someone starts to stir up trouble? Lin Yi crossed his arms and said, then I won't be polite. If someone stirs up trouble, it's none of your business. Ling Zhidong said, and as the outer sect's chief deacon, you have every right to take care of them, as long as they don't kill or cripple them. That depends on how angry I am. Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, okay, if something like this really happens, I will restrain myself. That's fine. Ling Zhidong nodded and said, Lin Yi, I really want to thank you today. Thank you. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Mr. Lin, you have said thank you many times. From now on, I will have to rely on you to take care of me in Hunshanmen. Why are you so polite? Besides, you gave me 20 million gold coins. A huge amount of money for me. You have to thank those who deserve to be thanked. Ling Zhidong said, money is an external possession. Besides, I spent 20 million to buy something worth 100 million. In the end, I still took advantage of you. How much an item can sell for depends on its value. After Lin put the Soul Sky card away, he continued, furthermore, the price of an item is determined by the person who sells it. I will set the price for him. $1, it is $1, and it is only because the 9-turn Douluo pill has been extinct for many years that those people set the price higher and higher. Moreover, those who set the price do not have the 9-turn Douluo pill at all, and they are the least qualified to set the price. Yes. Do you want to know how much the 9 turns Douluo pill costs? Cost doesn't mean everything. A heaven-defying alchemist can make magic medicine even from shit. Ling Zhidong said, but I still want to know how much the 9 revolutions Douluo pill costs. My master told me, I vaguely remember it. Lin Yi crossed his arms and said, the cost of this thing is only 300 gold coins. This is indeed the price of the finished product, but it is just Lin Yi's cost price. Lin Yi doesn't even know how much it is, so he just brags about it. So cheap. Lin Yi's words made Ling Zhidong find it very incredible. He was very surprised and said, I didn't expect that the cost of such a magical medicine is so low. It can be imagined that the people who refined this 9-turn Douluo pill, how incredible the alchemist is. Lin Yi himself didn't know how much it cost, and he felt that he was exaggerating. However, no one knew how to refine the 9 turns Douluo pill at this time, so no matter how much Lin Yi said, no one questioned it. After all, it had been decades. Since then, Lin Yi is the only one who has brought the 9-turn Douluo pill back to light. Therefore, no matter how much Lin Yi brags, he will never betray the gang. Even if some people question Lin Yi, as long as Lin Yi takes out one again, those people will shut up. After all, Lin Yi's awesome system contains countless 9-turn Douluo pills. As long as Lin Yi wants to, Lin Yi can buy all the 9-turn Douluo pills with the tens of millions in his account, but this will be completely destroyed. As the saying goes, the rarer the better, the less this kind of thing is, the better. After all, the reason it is precious is not because it is rare, but because it can help people who cannot become titled Douluo become titled Douluo. If there are too many of these things, then won't the streets be filled with titled Douluo? Although this is an exaggeration, it is not impossible. Although there are not many contras, there are many contras that encounter bottlenecks. Lin Yi shrugged and said, "Who knows, this is just what my master said. Whatever he said is enough. I'm not sure about this." "So, these pills were all refined by your master?" Ling Zhidong said in shock. "It should be." Lin Yi said, "I don't know much about this, ha ha ha, but this 9 revolutions Douluo pill was really given to me by my master. I'm afraid your master has broken through the title Douluo and became a god, right?" A drop of cold sweat fell from Ling Zhidong's cheek. Such a powerful disciple has now joined our Hun Tian clan. It is our Hun Tian clan's honor. Lin Yi made a master out of nothing. I'm afraid he will have to talk about it in the future. Lin Yi didn't want to, but who knew that after making up a lie, he would have to keep telling lies to cover it up. This is really sad enough. Lin Yi shook his head and said, "Master didn't say anything about this before he left. He just gave me a holding ring. As for what's inside, I'm not in a position to say." Lin Yi didn't need to tell Ling Zhidong that Lin Yi's ring contained some elixirs. But obviously not. There was no medicine in Lin Yi's holding ring. Lin Yi was just making up the story from beginning to end, but this is what Lin Yi wanted to express. Ling Zhidong didn't ask any more questions, nodded and said, "Welcome to the big family of Hunshanmen. I hope you will be happy in the future in Hunshanmen. Little brother, it depends on you how many popular newcomers you can bring out. Well, there are usually only a dozen people who can pass the review, which makes others misunderstand that the inner sect recruits 10 people every year." Chapter 37 Use IPI. The inner sect belongs to the core of Hunshanmen. It is naturally not that easy for the outer sect to join the inner sect. Therefore, only a dozen people from more than 1,000 people can pass the review. Those are the selected elites, but there are always some who are ignored. Talents cannot enter the inner gate. And because there are too few people who have passed the review, which makes the disciples of the outer sect feel that the inner sect only accepts so many places every day. In fact, as long as they pass the review, there is no limit to the number of people. Lin Yi also understood what Ling Zhidong said, nodded, and said, "Okay. I understand, Mr. Ling. Well, if you have nothing to do, just let the young lady take you to visit the sect." Ling Zhidong said, "I have other important things so I can't accompany you, little brother. I will treat you well when I have free time tomorrow." "Little brother." "Okay." Lin nodded and said with a smile, "You don't have to be so polite. I'll let you know when you have time in the future. If you're busy, do it first." "Yes." Ling Zhidong nodded and said with a smile, "Then I'll go first." After saying this, Ling Zhidong walked into the inner court. Of course Lin Yi would not follow him in, the door was outside. Lin Yi glanced at the giant sword in the center of the inner court. This sword is at least 10 meters long. Don't think that a 10-meter giant sword is short if you are used to hearing about a 40-meter sword. What is the concept of 10 meters? 3 stories in height. The hilt of the giant sword was inlaid with 3 blue translucent gems. Lin Yi stood there and looked at the giant sword, always feeling an indescribable feeling. After standing for about 2 minutes, Lin Yi turned around and left the testing hall. As soon as Lin Yi walked out of the outer hall, he saw a woman sitting on the doorstep, holding her chin as if waiting for someone. Lin Yi walked up to Zhao Sunyang and said with a smile, "So you are the young lady of Hunshanmen? No wonder you have so much power. You can actually recruit people at will." "Humph! What do you mean casually?" Zhao Sunyang stood up with her hands on her hips and said, "A master like you must strike first, otherwise he will be recruited by other sects. Then I am really in trouble. What a loss!" "Ha ha ha!" Lin Yi crossed his arms and said with a smile, "Miss, do you think so highly of me?" "It's not that I think highly of you." Zhao Sunyang said, "You just conquered me with your strength. How's it going? Did your elders give you the Soul Heaven tablet? Let me see it. I am just a martial spirit with a broken foxtail grass, what strength can I have?" Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, but did not tell Zhao Sunyang that what he had was actually Thunder Dragon's breath grass. After saying that, Lin Yi took out his Soul Sky card and handed it to Zhao Sunyang. "Don't be too humble. Excessive modesty is hypocrisy." Zhao Sunyang said as she took the Soul Heaven tablet and said, "Not bad, I asked you to be the instructor of the inner sect, but you didn't go. It turns out you want to be the great master. Deacon? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Okay then. Since Sunyang thinks I'm great, then I'll reluctantly admit that I'm the best in the world." Lin Yi heard this and thought it made sense, so he smiled and shrugged, and said, "I didn't think so. I just want to be a salty fish when it comes to these things. Let me tell you, that's what the protector asked me to do." Zhao Sunyang rolled her eyes speechlessly, just because Lin Yi said she was the best in the world. Zhao Sunyang believed what Lin Yi said later, "It was the protector who asked me to be the one." After all, Lin Yi was not even the instructor of the inner sect. Logically speaking, the archdeacon is higher than the mentor, but in Hunshanmen, the mentor of the inner sect has a higher position than the archdeacon of the outer sect. Zhao Sunyang took a deep breath, stood up, patted the dust on her butt, and walked forward. "Let's go. I'll take you to visit our Hun Tianmen. Hun Tianmen can't be visited in 1 or 2 days, just let me show you around the inner gate first. I'll also arrange a place for you to stay." "Yet." Lin nodded and followed Zhao Zhiying to the outer door. In order not to attract attention, Lin Yi lowered his level to level 20. After all, who would believe that a person who is approaching level 70 joins the outer sect? This is nonsense. There are more than 1,000 disciples in the outer sect, and everyone is practicing hard. Of course, there are still a few who give up on themselves. When the disciples who are practicing see Zhao Sunyang, they will say hello to Zhao Sunyang. As for Lin Yi, they don't know that Lin Yi is the chief deacon of the outer sect. No, they don't know Lin Yi at all, so no one knows Lin Yi. "A greeting. Zhiying? Why are you here?" At this time, a man's voice came from behind. Hearing this voice, Lin Yi and Zhao Sunyang both turned around. This man was wearing a grey-blue robe, holding a paper fan in his hand, and a sword and jade on his waist. He looked elegant. "Senior brother Yu, why are you here?" Seeing this man, Zhao Sunyang was also puzzled. "Oh, it's okay, I'll just come over and take a look." The man whom Zhao Sunyang called Senior Brother Yu put away the paper fan in his hand, pointed it at Lin Yi and said, "Zhiying, who is this?" "This is..." Zhao Zhiying was just about to say that Lin Yi was the chief deacon of the outer sect. She glanced at Lin Yi's eyes and immediately changed her words, "This is the disciple who has just joined the Hunshan sect." "Oh? Newcomer? Then you have to work hard." Senior Brother Yu put his hands behind his back and said, "Zhiying, there is a lantern festival in Tiandu city tonight, shall we go together?" "No." Zhao Sunyang immediately refused and said, "Senior brother, there have been a lot of things going on down the mountain recently. Zhiying is a little tired and has no interest. Senior brother Yu, please go with the others." Hearing Zhao Sunyang's refusal, Although senior brother Yu was very disappointed, he still smiled and said, "Then junior sister, just have a good rest. I will take junior sister there again when I have another chance." Yet, Zhao Sunyang nodded lightly, even the was very weak. "Senior brother, do you have anything else to do?" "Junior sister, what are you doing at the outer gate? Just let senior brother do whatever you want." Senior brother Yu said, "Why bother junior sister to come to this outer gate in person? This outer gate is in a mess. What if someone without eyes hurts Zhiying?" Zhao Zhiying shook her head and said, "Senior brother, you are worrying too much." "Why are you worrying too much? You have to be careful in everything." Senior brother Yu said, "This outer gate is like a prison. Who doesn't look like a prisoner in a labor camp? It seems that the man named Yu looks down on the people from the outer sect and directly calls the outer sect disciples as prisoners of labor reform. But although the outer sect disciples are very angry, they can't do anything about it. There is no reason. It's because of this man named Yu. Strong enough. System, please give me the information of this surname Yu." Receive. Use IPI. Age, 22. Martial Spirit, Three-Tailed White Tiger. Level, Level 46 Soul Sect. Background, Chief Disciple of the Hunshan Sect Master. The boy does have some strength. He is already level 46 at the age of 22. No wonder he is so arrogant and looks down on the disciples from the outer sect. "Hey, what you said is wrong." Lin Yi crossed his arms and said, "There are more than 1,000 disciples in the outer sect. Everyone is practicing hard. Of course, there are still a few rat droppings. You can't kill them all with a stick. Ship people, how hard they work just to become stronger and enter the inner gate. Just them." Yu Zipi crossed his arms with disdain and said with a smile, "I'm not talking about you. There are only a dozen or so of more than 1,000 people who can enter the inner gate every year. What is it if it's not garbage? Besides, you are 1 or 2 you level 10 scumbag, what qualifications do you have to speak here? Get out of here, don't dirty your clothes, I will destroy you." Level 20? Of course Zhao Sunyang knew what Lin Yi's level was, but she didn't know yet that Lin Yi had hidden his level. If Yu Zipi hadn't told her, she wouldn't have noticed. As the senior brother of Hunshan clan, instead of encouraging everyone to practice hard, you come here to attack your fellow disciples. Lin Yi said, "Don't your conscience hurt? Pain of conscience? Boy, are you kidding me?" Yu Zipi pointed at Lin Yi with the paper fan in his hand and said, "Boy, did I say something wrong? These inner disciples are trash, who is not here? This is a waste of resources." Senior brother Yu. Zhao Sunyang, who was standing by, could no longer listen. She interrupted Yu Zipi's words and said, "What are you talking about? You are just wrong. Outer disciples are also disciples. They are also very capable. Potential. Junior sister. You actually scolded me for a newcomer." Yu Zipi nodded a few times, gritted his teeth, glanced at Lin Yi, and said, "Okay, just think that I was wrong, okay? Junior sister, if you have anything to do, leave first. It's really not good for you to stay in a place like this." After that, he left without saying anything more. The 2 people following him were probably his followers, both at level 30. "You're quite proud." Lin Yi smiled. "Ignore him, that's all he has." Zhao Sunyang shook her head and whispered, "By the way, when did you hide your level?" "Just now, this kind of thing can't be done casually. After all, at level 68, it might not be fun to come to the outer gate. It's still fun at lower levels." Lin Yi smiled and said, "If you do it well, you can play pretending to be a pig. Eat tiger." Zhao Sunyang rolled her eyes, shook her head helplessly and said, "Don't mess around, and don't forget what you said, you have to bring a few people out. If you don't help someone enter the inner door by then, I will, but I'm not polite to you anymore. Miss, why are you so rude to me? Lin Yi crossed his arms and said with a fearless smile, you will definitely not be able to beat me in a one-on-one fight, unless you ask the guardian elder or even your father to teach you a lesson. Humph. Don't be so proud. Zhao Sunyang crossed her arms and said, if you mess with me, you will definitely not end well. Oh, miss, are you threatening me? Lin Yi said, you bully people. Forget it, I can't beat your father, I'd better go to Shrek Academy. No one should bully me there. Chapter 38. Are you Li Cha? I'd better go to Shrek Academy. No one should bully me there. When Zhao Sansan heard this, he was immediately frightened. How could the talent he had finally poached just leave like this? No, no. Although Lin Yi had said before that even if he joined Hunshinman, he would still join Shrek Academy. The nature of the sect and the academy are different, so even if you join the sect, you can still go to the academy to learn things. But looking at Lin Yi's current situation, he may have to quit the Hunshin sect and go to Shrek Academy. No. What Zhao Sunyang was about to say was interrupted by Lin Yi. Lin Yi put his hands behind his back and said, oh, I can't stay in Hunshin sect any longer. I wonder if the other sects will accept me. Don't. Zhao Sunyang immediately became anxious, you brat. If you dare to leave, I will never be done with you. Lin Yi shrugged and said, then I'm full of fear and can't stay here any longer. Maybe that senior brother you has already set his sights on me, a talkative person. He dares. Zhao Sunyang said immediately, besides, he is not your opponent at all. Then you're also targeting me? Oops, maybe you said the wrong thing one day and your father slapped you to death. Lin Yi made a pitiful look. Zhao Sunyang. But Zhao Sunyang doesn't accept this trick. She was just afraid that Lin Yi would really leave. Okay, okay. It's me. Did you say the wrong thing? Zhao Sunyang said, I beg you to stay, okay. What kind of attitude do you have to retain people? Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Humph. Then you just want to leave? Then go. Humph. Lin Yi couldn't laugh or cry again. Sure enough, women are like this. She is obviously coaxing others, and when she is coaxed, she will get angry on her own. Lin Yi couldn't hold it back and burst into laughter. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Take me to see where I live quickly, otherwise I will sleep in a latrine. Lin Yi smiled and said, does the great deacon like me have a private room? No. You go sleep in the latrine. Damn it. Lin Yi looked confused and said with a smile, hello? Why are you angry? Humph. I've even lowered my voice to beg you, but you still don't want to, right? Zhao Sunyang folded her arms and turned around, snorting again. Lin Yi didn't know what to do for a while and was very embarrassed. Sure enough, why did Lin Yi forget that Zhao Sunyang is the eldest lady of Hunshinman? It is normal for this eldest lady to have a little princess disease. This low-key coaxing to himself was to save Lin Yi, a monster, but in the end he became angry after coaxing him. Facing Zhao Sunyang like this, Lin Yi really wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. Hey, miss, I was wrong, okay. Lin Yi could only apologize to Zhao Sunyang, otherwise Lin Yi would really have to sleep on the street tonight. Who would let this be someone else's territory? After hearing Lin Yi's apology, Zhao Sunyang turned around and burst into laughter, silly boy, ha ha ha. Come with me. Lin Yi looked confused. Was Zhao Sunyang's anger just now just an act? Lin Yi spread his hands, expressed his helplessness, and followed Zhao Sunyang to the place where he lived. Do I really live in a room by myself? Lin Yi looked at the rather large room and asked, will anyone gossip about me? After all, I am just an ordinary outer disciple. There are more than 1,000 and nearly 2,000 disciples in the outer sect. Generally, between 40, 680 people live in one room. Of course, there are also some who live alone, but those who have some money have to pay for single rooms. So I also have to pay for accommodation. If you want to pay, I won't stop you. Zhao Sunyang rolled her eyes, feeling helpless. As an outer sect's chief deacon, it's okay to contribute something to the sect. After all, we just received 20 million yuan. It's a huge sum of gold coins. What? Cough. Lin Yi coughed twice, tried to change the subject, and said, I need to go down the mountain in a few days. Yet. Zhao Sunyang nodded and stopped worrying about Lin Yi's accommodation fee. Okay. You don't need to tell me if you're going for a few days, just tell me if you're going for a long time. After all, I promised you before. Giving you a certain amount of freedom. Well. Lin Yi said, I don't know how long I will be there, but it won't be too long. I will come back occasionally. Where are you going? Sign up at Shrek Academy. Zhao Sunyang asked, when the time comes to enter Shrek Academy, I'll be busy. This is secondary. I mainly go to meet a friend. Lin Yi said, it's none of my business how busy Shrek Academy is. I just go in to see what it's like and gain more knowledge. As for whether they agree with me or not. What I mean by freedom is, well, it doesn't matter whether I agree or not, I'm just so arrogant. Zhao Sunyang took a deep breath and said with her hands behind her back, that's up to you. You don't need to tell me so much. Just don't forget that you are a disciple of Hunshan clan. No, you are not a disciple now, but a great deacon. Well, okay, how could I forget? As he said that, Lin Yi did not forget to take out the Soul Sky card in his hand and turn it around. Lin Yi's move made Zhao Sunyang very happy. Zhao Sunyang stepped out of Lin Yi's room with her hands behind her back and said as she walked, come with me. I will take you around. Okay. Lin Yi followed out and closed the door. As soon as Lin Yi closed the door, he heard a woman shout, Li Cha. Are you a loser? Why did you take so long to wash? Coming. The door to the room next to Lin Yi opened, and a man walked out. The man's hair was still wet. It was obvious that he had just taken a shower. It's really taking a long time. The woman seemed very angry, hurry up. It's very popular there. If you go late, you won't get a seat. Do you have enough money? It's very expensive there. Don't wait. If you embarrass me, I will beat you to death. Bring enough. The man named Li Cha said, my sister sent me 10 gold coins. It should be enough, right? Why only 10 gold coins? The woman seemed very unhappy, forget it, if you eat less tonight, it should be enough for a meal. The hotel Lin Yi and Xiao Wu stayed in that day only cost 2 gold coins a night. What was the concept of a meal for 10 gold coins? Lin Yi and Zhao Zhiying looked at each other and nodded to each other, as if they had reached some consensus. Lin Yi said, this Li Cha is not the one Xiaolan said, right? I haven't gone back after waiting for half a year, so it turns out that I have a new love here. Zhao Zhiying nodded and said, I'll test it out. Zhao Sunyang walked towards Li Cha with her hands behind her back and coughed twice. Big Miss. Why are you here? It is really a strange thing to see the eldest lady at the outer door. Besides, this is the boys' dormitory building. What? I can't it's here? Zhao Sunyang glanced at Li Cha and asked, are you Li Cha? Yes, miss. Hearing Zhao Sunyang ask this, Li Cha was very panicked. After all, Miss Zhao knew his name. If good things didn't happen to him, then bad things could only happen. Do you know Xiaolan? Zhao Sunyang crossed her arms and said calmly. Li Cha was stunned for a while, then glanced at his little girlfriend, swallowed and said to Zhao Sunyang, we know her, Miss Xiaolan is my sister. Sister? Li Cha broke into a cold sweat when he was asked this question. He swallowed again, glanced at his little girlfriend, shook his head and said, "Yes." "Oh." Zhao Sunyang glanced at his little girlfriend again, shrugged and smiled at Li Cha. "Boy, why are you so nervous? Can I eat you?" As far as Lin Yi and Zhao Sunyang knew, Li Cha was not Xiaolan's biological brother. It was more that Xiaolan fell in love with Li Cha. "Your sister gave you all your money?" Zhao Sunyang continued to ask. "Yes." "Did you know that something happened to her a few days ago?" Zhao Sunyang put down her hands and said with her hands behind her back, "If you hadn't met me, I'm afraid you would never see your sister again in the future." "Ah." Li Cha was very nervous when he heard that something happened to Xiaolan. "Miss, is she okay? If something happens, can I give you some money?" Zhao Sunyang's voice became colder and colder. "I said, why don't you go back and see her for half a year? It turns out you have a new love." If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Sunyang was the daughter of the sect leader, Li Cha's little girlfriend would have exploded in front of Zhao Sunyang and frantically asked Li Cha what was going on. But at this time she could only bear not to speak. "It's so refreshing for you two to spend other people's money," Zhao Sunyang said. "You can eat the money she earned after 2 months of hard work in one meal. Isn't that great?" "Hey, miss, I don't know." At this time, Li Cha's little girlfriend said quickly, "He told me that the money was given by his family. I don't know anything." "If you don't know anything, get out of here." Zhao Sunyang glared at Li Cha's little girlfriend. "I'm talking to Li Cha, are you qualified to interrupt?" With such a glare, Li Cha's little girlfriend was so frightened that she fell to the ground and rolled away from here. At this time, Li Cha was also frightened. Eldest lady, how is Xiaolan doing now?" "You are quite romantic, little brother." Lin Yi came over and said with a smile, "Using your girlfriend's money to support another woman? Tisk, 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 that's great, that's great. I think about it too. Can you teach me?" Li Cha panicked and knelt down, crying, Miss. I really know I was wrong. I don't dare to do it anymore. I was wrong. Zhao Sunyang glanced at Li Cha and said, "What's the use of saying sorry to me? You'd better go back and say sorry to Xiaolan." "Miss. Don't fire me. Don't fire me." Chapter 39, Have you taken the magic medicine? Li Cha should be very clear about what it means to be expelled from the sect. The backstage-like Hunchinman will no longer be available, and he will not be able to enjoy high-quality resources in the future. Although the resources of the outer sect are not as good as those of the inner sect, compared with those of the outside world still quite good. So who would want to be fired? "Okay, I'll give you a chance." Zhao Sunyang crossed her arms and said, "But if you dare to let Xiaolan down again, I won't forgive you." Yes. I will definitely not let Xiaolan down." After hearing Zhao Sunyang's words to give him a chance, Li Cha finally let go of the big stone on his chest, and then cried out and slapped himself, "I'm really a beast. Xiaolan is so kind to me. I do this kind of thing." Zhao Sunyang crossed her arms and said, "I'll give you half a month's leave. Go back and spend some time with Xiaolan." "Thank you, miss." "Thank you, miss." Li Cha nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "I dare not forget the kindness of miss. Come on, come on." Zhao Sunyang waved her hands and said, "Don't say these useless things. If I see you having an affair with that woman in the future, think about the consequences yourself." "I understand, young lady, I'll go back right now." After saying that, Li Cha ran away. Seeing Li Cha leaving, Zhao Sunyang patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and said, "Archdeacon, I'll give this person half a month's leave. Is that okay? How dare I have an opinion?" Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, "You are the daughter of the sect master, who dares to have an opinion? Then you mean, if I am not the leader of the sect, I dare to have an opinion. Zhao Sunyang crossed her arms and said, is that what you mean? Ha ha ha. Lin Yi touched the back of his head and said with a smile, that's probably it, ha ha ha. Oh. Zhao Sunyang raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi immediately changed his tune and said with a smile, it's just a joke, how dare you have an opinion? That's pretty much it. Hey! Zhao Sunyang turned away and said calmly, let's go. I'll take you out for a walk. Okay. After wandering around for a while, Zhao Sunyang went back. She went down the mountain to deal with matters at the inn. She might have to go for several days. In fact, there is nothing to visit. These are similar to what Lin Yi imagined. The resources in the outer gate are very few. There is a training square, some lecture and accommodation buildings, and a not very big library. Of course there won't be any good books in the library. After all, the good things are reserved for the inner disciples. After Zhao Sunyang returned, Lin Yi walked around alone. It's getting dark now. Just as Lin Yi raised his head to look at the dusk over there, two people rushed in front of Lin Yi and blocked Lin Yi's way. Judging from their appearance, they were probably looking for trouble. The level of both people was 30, and Lin Yizi had just met these two people. These two people were Yu Zipi's two followers. Sunday Hung. Age, 22. Level 30 Great Soul Master. Martial Spirit, Wild Wolf. Sundalin. Age, 21. Level 30 Great Soul Master. Martial Spirit, Wild Wolf. These are two brothers. No wonder they look so similar. The two of them loosened their wrists and said to Lin Yi insidiously, you brat, do you know how long we have been waiting for you? The eldest lady is not by your side, do you still dare to be arrogant? You are just a foreigner. The newcomer actually dares to talk to our senior brother Yu like that, and he dares to get so close to the eldest lady. I think you are tired of living. Lin Yi knew that Yu Zipi would definitely do it to Lin Yi, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Is this kid probably sending someone to squat here all afternoon? Lin Yi smiled softly, crossed his arms and said, hey, aren't you? In order to deal with me, a 20-level rookie, you actually need two people to come together? If this spreads out, it will really embarrass you inner disciples, right? Var. Boy. You are so proud. You don't care if we are bullying others. As long as we can destroy you. Sundalin said. Sundahung stopped Sundalin, who was about to attack Lin Yi, and said, brother, let me deal with him. Otherwise, we won't be accused of bullying others. With that said, Sundahung smiled disdainfully and said to Lin Yi, boy, do you think you can beat me alone? If so, I'll give you one hand. Then you look down on people too much, right? Lin Yi put his hands behind his back and said, but you said it yourself, give me a hand. You must keep your word. Come on, look at your potential. After hearing this, Sundahung became even more disdainful of Lin Yi, come on. So what if I give you one hand? The disciples from the outer sect saw this and gathered around to join in the fun. Everyone knows that the disciples of the inner sect have come to bully the disciples of the outer sect again, but they don't dare to do anything. Moreover, the instructors and deacons of the outer sect will not care about these things, and they do not dare to interfere with the inner section people. So my mentors and deacons from the outer sect will not help people from the outer sect, let alone disciples? It's obvious that bullying is something that can only be called a sparring match outside. Then the competition is a voluntary contest between two people, so there is no such thing as bullying. Although it is hateful, it is a real fact that the disciples of the outer sect are not as strong as those of the inner sect. They can only be too angry to speak out, and then they will not act bravely. Over time, when people from the inner sect bully people from the outer sect, people from the outer sect usually come to watch the fun and even shout, hit him, beat him. Lin Yi could see all this information on the system, and suddenly felt very sad. It seemed that his job as the outer sex chief deacon couldn't be in vain. He had to make something decent. More and more people were watching, but Sun Daiheng did not take the initiative. I am afraid he wanted to show everyone that even if he gave Lin Yi a hand, he would still beat Lin Yi. Then he mocked the outer door severely, saying that the outer door was a hot chicken or something like that. Lin Yi crossed his arms and said with a smile, "Hey, are you still up? I have never seen anyone who wants to die so much. Then I will help you." Sun Daiheng activated his martial spirit, and a grey wolf appeared in front of Sun Daiheng. Sun Daiheng burst out 3 soul rings, all of which were century-old soul rings. In the eyes of others, Huan is very good, but in Lin Yi's eyes, these are just rubbish and not worth mentioning at all. Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, clenched his fist and punched. The martial spirit in front of Sun Daiheng had been scattered by Lin Yi's punch, and Sun Daiheng spit out a mouthful of blood instantly. This. Everyone present was stunned and had no idea what was going on. Sun Daiheng also never expected that a newcomer at level 20 could be so powerful. Impossible. Strong newcomers are usually recommended to enter the inner door during the review. What is going on? After the scene was awkward for a while, Sun Dailin suddenly pointed at Lin Yi and said, "This kid. This kid must have taken the magic medicine." Magic medicine. As soon as these words came out, the whole place became a sensation. What a miracle medicine! No wonder it's so powerful. Let me tell you, how can a newcomer with a lower level than me have the ability to break Sun Daiheng's martial spirit with one punch? I heard that the side effect of taking the magic medicine is death. Isn't it so serious? It's so serious. I heard that even taking Contram may not be able to resist the side effects of the magical medicine. Wakao, is this man desperate for his life? He took the magic medicine to beat Sun Daiheng. Could it be that Sun Daiheng forced him to a point of no return? More and more people were watching, and everyone was talking about Lin Yi taking the magic medicine. I heard that this person just got too close to the eldest lady. Miss, you know. Senior brother Yu likes the eldest lady very much. Yes, yes. I was present just now, and just now this person was trying to make trouble for us at the outer gate. Alas! His courage is commendable. But who will thank him? Yet, no one will thank him for this kind of thing, and you will lose your life in vain. Alas! It's not good to offend anyone. If you offend senior brother Yu, I'm afraid this person will not live long enough. Although Lin Yi didn't hear all the discussion, he could still hear some. Hearing these words, Lin Yi still smiled. It seems that there are quite a few people who know the magic medicine. Take magic medicine to deal with these people? Is it necessary? Of course, no one would believe that a level 20 person could have such great power. The two brothers Sun Daiheng and Sun Dailin knew that after Lin Yi took the magic medicine, they no longer dared to take action. After all, the explosive power of the magic medicine was very terrifying, and it came at the cost of their lives. How could it not be scary? Boy, are you taking the magic medicine? See if I don't kill you. Sun Daiheng wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, Dai Lan, go find senior brother Yu. Yes. Sun Dailin nodded and left immediately. Childish. Lin Yi crossed his arms and said, do you think you can survive the effects of my medicine? As soon as Lin Yi said this, everyone was shocked, because if Lin Yi said this, he basically admitted that he had taken the magic medicine. You finally admitted it. Sun Daiheng pointed at Lin Yi and said, no wonder you can speak so arrogantly, it turns out you took the magic medicine. You are so brave, boy. You even dare to take the magic medicine. Just look, can I exhaust you to death? And senior brother Yu will be here soon. Even if you take the magic medicine, you are no match for our senior brother Yu. Oh? Really? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and smiled, Do you really think you are my opponent? As soon as Lin triggered the ability of the Abyss Giant Worm, he stretched out his hand to spray mucus, and directly pulled Sun Daehung over. Boy, do you think I need to take magic medicine? At this moment, the air in the whole place was silent again. Because no one could see clearly how Sun Daehung was pulled over by Lin Yi just now. With just such a whoosh, Sun Daehung was already in Lin Yi's hand. How terrifying this was! Chapter 40. Are you begging for mercy? No one in the entire square dared to speak. It was very quiet. Everyone was stunned and speechless. When everyone heard Lin Yi's last words, "Boy, do you think I need to take the magic medicine?" everyone had a hard time telling whether Lin Yi had taken the magic medicine. At this time, Sun Daehung was also fearful as never before. "You. What do you want to do? You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I am a disciple of the inner sect. I am a member of Senior Brother Yu. You can't escape even if you kill me." Boy, are you threatening me? Or are you scared and begging for mercy? Lin Yi shrugged, spread his hands and said, "Boy, you and I have no grievances, and you want me to die so much? But it's such a pity, you are not my opponent. What about Senior Brother Yu? Isn't he the chief disciple of the sect? What else does he have?" As we all know, Yu's IPI was accepted as a disciple by the sect leader because of his extraordinary talent. But now that Lin Yi said it in his mouth, it was indeed so unbearable. "Newcomer! You have such a loud voice." A man's voice came from the sky. The man held a long sword and landed lightly. He pointed the sword at Lin Yi and said with a look of arrogance, "Newcomer, with your level 20, it is impossible to have such a huge explosive power. Isn't this a miracle drug? I advise you to give up resistance. It's useless. Once the effect of the drug wears off, you are finished." Only Lin Yi knows whether Lin Yi took the magic medicine or not. Lin Yi touched his nose and said without any concern, "You don't have to worry about this, Senior Brother." What makes Lin Yi speechless now is that it was obviously the two grandsons named Sun who came to bully Lin Yi, but now it is Lin Yi's fault, as if Lin Yi is guilty. Sure enough, the disciples from the inner sect walked sideways. Lin Yi is the chief deacon of the outer sect, how could he not say this for the outer sect? Lin Yi clasped his hands behind his back, looked at Yu's IPI and said, "Senior Brother Yu, right? You are really a talented person. He is a famous figure in the Hunshan sect. No wonder he is so majestic." They all walked away, and you are the one who acted wildly in this outer section place. "Being wild?" Yu's IPI said, "Is this called being wild? What a joke! I'm just taking care of you unsatisfactory people for your outer deacons. It's not your turn to intervene, right? Senior Brother Yu." Lin Yi smiled and said, "You are just a disciple. Besides, if you like to take care of yourself, then go take care of your inner disciples." "Boy! You have such a loud tone." Sun Daehung pointed at Lin Yi and said, "Our Senior Brother Yu is the chief disciple of the inner sect. Please have a better attitude." "Why?" Lin Yi raised his eyebrows, shrugged and said with a smile, "Why should I be nice to you? Hey, brother, have you made a mistake? You are going to kill me now. You are here to teach me a lesson as a newcomer. Yes, I'm going to lick your Senior Brother Yu's feet like a dog, right? Yes. That's what you want." Sun Daehung crossed his arms and said sternly, "A mere newcomer has to kneel down and lick our Senior Brother Yu's feet. Ridiculous." Lin directly threw Sun Daehung in his hand to Yu's IPI, but Yu's IPI did not pick up Sun Daehung. Sun Daehung fell heavily to the ground, and Yu's IPI said two words in disgust, "Trash." This move made Lin Yi even more amused. "Tisk, tisk, tisk, look, this is a dog, it seems like it is worse than a dog. What did you say?" When Lin Yi said this, the two Sun brothers were naturally unhappy. Sun Daehung immediately pointed out Lin Yi said, you're a newcomer. You're looking for death. Before Uzipi could take action, Sun Dalan activated his martial spirit. His martial spirit was the same as Sun Dehung's, a wild wolf. In Lin Yi's opinion, this Sun Dalan was weaker than Sun Dehung. Sun Dehung was slapped by Lin Yi one by one. He fell down, so what can this Sun Dalan do? Lin Yi slapped Sun Dalan directly in the face. Ugh! Sun Dalan flew out after receiving Lin Yi's slap, and his face was distorted. Several teeth were lost. The scene was quiet, no one could believe that Lin Yi dared to take action. Senior brother Yu is here, how dare he take action? Yes, this is indeed a ruthless person. Is this kid a new guy? I've never seen this guy before. Yes. This person is new here, and I saw the eldest lady bringing him here today. This person has such a background, could he be from the eldest lady? I think so. Otherwise, how could senior brother Yu attack this person? Senior brother Yu would actually attack this person. Isn't that right? I just came back from training and saw the two Sun brothers stopping this man and trying to beat him. Like this. No wonder. It is known that senior brother Yu likes the eldest lady. I don't think things are that simple. This man took the magic medicine, I'm afraid he won't last long. Yes. If the eldest lady comes back and sees that the person she brought here is dead, then something big will happen. What a big deal. Maybe if this person didn't take the magic medicine, the eldest lady could go to senior brother Yu and say something. Now that this person has taken the magic medicine, he is seeking death. Who can blame him? That's not necessarily true. What if the eldest lady thinks that this person was forced to take the magic medicine by senior brother Yu? It makes sense. It makes sense, it makes sense. This person may not have taken the magic medicine. Isn't that certain? How dare you shout in front of senior brother Yu? You are level 23, and you are 3 levels higher than this person, right? Don't you think you dare to have this attitude like senior brother Yu? The man was spoken to and then said nothing again. The onlookers were noisy, all discussing Lin Yi's revenge on Zhao Sunyang for provoking Uzipi. Uzipi was not deaf, of course he could hear what the people around him were saying, and he was so angry that he originally asked Sun Dehung and Sun Dalan to secretly teach this brat a lesson and give him some memory, but I didn't expect that these two losers couldn't beat each other. But it's normal that he can't beat him, because how could Uzipi think that this kid Lin Yi actually took the magic medicine? Boy, let's see how long you can last. Uzipi raised his eyebrows and said, even if I let you go today, you will still die. Then I will reduce the pain caused by some magic medicine for you. Give you a closure bar. Uzipi thought to himself, this boy was brought back by Zhiying, no. We can't let her think that this kid is not willing to die. I didn't dare to say anything when I measured the rubbish in the outer sect. If Zhiying asked, I would say that this person accidentally took the magic medicine. And I was just trying to reduce his pain. Well, let's just say that. That's better than bothering you, senior brother Yu. Lin Yi crossed his arms and smiled, I'm very good, doesn't senior brother Yu want to teach me a lesson? Come on. I've never seen anyone want to die so much. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Uzipi couldn't help it and rushed towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi dodged Uzipi's attack very quickly, and then let go and slapped him. If Uzipi hadn't reacted quickly enough, the slap would have hit him in the face. Uzipi took a few steps back and murmured, the magic medicine is indeed a magic medicine. It can make a level 20 person so terrifying. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth raised slightly, with a sense of disdain, senior brother Yu, you are nothing more than that. If you can't beat me, do you think you should take magic medicine? Didn't you take the magic medicine? Uzipi said, it is absolutely impossible for a person at level 20 to have such explosive power. What if you didn't take the magic medicine? Then can't I just take a powerful pill? Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, "You guys, if you can't beat them, just say that others have taken magic medicine, but it's really true." "Ha! You know very well whether you took the magic medicine or not," Yu Zipi said, "but you are not going to die soon, and I am too lazy to argue with you. Won't it be revealed later if you took the magic medicine?" Lin Yi shrugged again and said with a smile, "Then just wait until I am tortured to death by the magic medicine. Death is imminent. You are still so tough." The more Yu Zipi looked at Lin Yi, the more unhappy he became, but when he thought that Lin Yi was about to die, he became less angry. "But whether you admit it or not is a dead end. What's the use of resisting? I said I'd give you a good time, and you're not happy anymore. I've already said it, so I won't bother you, senior brother Yu." Lin Yi said, "I have my own sense of control over these things." With that said, Lin Yi didn't wait for Yu Zipi to attack first. Lin Yi arrived in front of Yu Zipi in one quick step. Although Lin Yi cannot use the Aurora Electric Dragon's martial spirit, Lin Yi can still be very fast. After all, the Cetaria martial spirit is bound to 10,000-year soul rings, and the 1000 Machine Cat and Infinite Queen Bee are also very fast. This time, not only everyone in the audience was shocked, but even Yu Zipi himself was also very shocked. It was really difficult for him to go. I believe that a person at level 20 is actually so strong. Is the magic medicine really that powerful? When Yu Zipi reacted and wanted to escape, he found that it was already too late. At this time, Lin Yi had already grabbed Yu Zipi's neck and smiled evilly. "What? Senior brother Yu? Are you here to kill me? You can't kill me." What Yu Zipi felt was unprecedented fear. He really felt the breath of death. "You can't kill me. I am the chief disciple of the Hunshan sect master. If you kill me, my master will destroy your entire sect. Didn't senior brother Yu want to kill me just now?" Lin Yi continued to laugh. "Why didn't you kill me? Are you begging me for mercy? Begging for mercy for a level 20 newcomer? It would be embarrassing for this to spread." "Ah, senior brother Yu. Chapter 41 is a 10,000-year soul ring. Boy! You don't want to live." Yu Zipi was obviously very uncomfortable with Lin Yi choking his neck, but he had no ability to struggle at all. He could only be choked by Lin Yi, and there was no way out. "You too, you loser. Come and save me." Everyone present was stunned. They did not expect that the majestic senior brother Yu would be like this. The two Sun brothers had just come to their senses and got up from the ground. Together they launched the same soul skill to hit Lin Yi. When Lin looked at their soul skills, it was like watching children randomly boxing. Lin Yi smiled disdainfully, and the mucus from the abyss giant worm directly stuck their hands. They were stuck by the mucus of the abyss giant worm, and there was no way to break free. If Lin Yi wanted to kill them, it was just a matter of moving his fingers. Whether it was the 1000 Machine Cat, the Infinite Queen Bee or the Royal Thorn Tiger, their skills were all long range, and their power was no joke. And if Lin Yi hadn't promised to order Zedong and Zhao Sunyang not to mess around in the outer gate, Lin Yi would definitely have killed them both. Maybe even Yu Zipi will be crippled. Even if he is the disciple of the sect leader, so what? To be honest, Lin Yi is not afraid of the leader of Hunshan clan now. If he can't defeat him, why can't he run away? Trash! Seeing his follower being subdued like this, Yu Zipi was very angry, but he had no choice because he himself was no match for Lin Yi. A few of the onlookers at the scene slipped away. No one knew where they were going, and no one cared where they were going. And the disciples who were watching were talking a lot. How strong is this person? Even senior brother Yu is no match for him. How terrifying is this? More than terrifying. Senior brother Yu is no longer the strongest of the new generation. This person is only at level 20, how can he be so powerful? Are you stupid? Have you forgotten that this person took the magic medicine? Even if you take the magic medicine, it's impossible to have such a big explosion, right? Unless what? Unless this person is already very strong, and then takes the magic medicine and becomes invincible. You're already very strong, so you're going to ruin your future like this? How uneconomical it is. Yes. Yes, no one believes that Lin Yi did not take the magic medicine. After all, it can explain that a person at level 20 has such great power. The only possibility is that this person took the magic medicine. Senior brother Yu, your 2 followers are not good enough. Lin Yi shook his head and laughed, with such little power, how can I mess with you, the strongest new generation? You are really the one who has disgraced you. Oh no, you, the strongest new generation, are also very weak. You, the strongest new generation, are also very weak. This sentence kept echoing in Yu Zipi's mind. Ah! I'll kill you! Yu Zipi almost used up all his strength to shout these words loudly. Seeing Yu Zipi like this, Lin Yi suddenly felt that he was very funny. I said, little brother, even though you are the chief disciple of the sect master, I am afraid of you. You are so arrogant and always walk sideways. Look down on our outer disciples. If I don't treat you, I will really feel sorry for our outer disciples. After saying that, Lin Yi threw Yu Zipi directly to the ground. Come on, kill me. Yu Zipi, who was thrown to the ground, just took a big breath and coughed while breathing. How could he have the strength to fight back against Lin Yi immediately? Lin Yi crossed his arms and said, don't you just know how to bully your own people? What else can you do? No. It's not your fault alone. That's the style of your inner sect, you think you are superior to others, right? Hearing Lin Yi's words, none of the disciples in the outer sect were unmoved. This simply spoke to their hearts. Lin Yi said something they never dared to say. And the most important thing, Lin Yi also did what they had always wanted to do but did not dare and were unable to do, which was to teach the inner disciples a lesson. Now Lin Yi helped them do it, and the one who taught them a lesson was still the leader of those people, Yu Zipi. They were very excited and did not dare to show it at that time. After all, they were afraid of revenge. And they all know that although the hero Lin Yi has given them a breath of relief, Lin Yi has taken the magic medicine. It won't take long for Lin to be backlashed by the magic medicine. You brat! How dare you do this to me? I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Yu Zipi waited for a while before he recovered. He held the long sword in his hand, and a white tiger appeared behind him. The white tiger had 3 extremely long tails. This was Yu Zipi's martial spirit, the 3-tailed white tiger. The 3-tailed white tiger is certainly domineering, but it is certainly not Lin Yi's 7-tailed white fox is awesome. Lin Yi crossed his arms and also activated his martial spirit, Thunder Dragon Breath Grass. Of course, in its normal state, this Thunder Dragon's Breath Grass is just an ordinary foxtail grass, and no one can tell anything different about it. If it had been before, Lin Yi would have been laughed at if he revealed his martial spirit, but now Lin Yi's exposure of his martial spirit only brings fear to others. After all, if a person with a martial soul like Foxtail can be so powerful, then this person is really powerful. Even Yu Zipi was stunned. He really didn't expect that a person with a martial spirit of Foxtail Grass would actually torture him like this. He had just understood that even if Lin Yi took the magic medicine, it would be impossible for him to reach level 20. It's terrifying to this extent, unless... Are you trying to fish in troubled waters? Are you hiding your level? Yu Zipi clenched the sword in his hand and pointed it at Lin Yi, saying, Tell me. What is your purpose in sneaking into our Hunshinmen? How many people's doubts have been solved by Yu Zipi's words? So he hid his level? He is indeed the eldest disciple of the sect master. Can you tell from this? What's the use of seeing it now? I'm afraid that person is about to be poisoned by the magic medicine. When the time comes, he will definitely drag senior brother Yu along with him. I would rather he kill you Zipi. Shhhhhhhh. Are you crazy? You dare to say it, aren't you afraid? He shouldn't be able to hear it. Lin Yi shook his head and smiled. Would it be better to say that your kid is smart, or that your kid is slow to react? Isn't it a little too late to just find out that the level is hidden now? Originally, Lin Yi wanted to hide his rank and pretend to be B for a while, but he didn't expect that he would be exposed today. It's not fun. You kid. You really hid your level. You Zipi said, I admit that you are very powerful. You may also be in your 40s, right? But now you have disabled yourself. You actually took the magic medicine. You want to kill me? Just wait for the next life. After saying that, Yu Zipi activated his soul skill. The three-tailed white tiger charged up and turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Lin Yi. In the middle of the road, it instantly turned into 3 rays of light. When it reached Lin Yi, it turned into 3 white tigers. The 3 white tigers tried to bite Lin Yi, but Lin Yi shook his body, and the 3 white tigers turned into light again and disappeared into the air. Lin Yi smiled and said, I thought you would run away, but I didn't expect you to be quite brave. This is a matter of dignity. And it's in my dictionary, Yu Zipi. There is no word for escape. Yu Zipi clenched the sword in his hand, turned into a white tiger and ran towards Lin Yi, 3 swords of the white tiger. The swords in Yu Zipi's hand became 3, and they stabbed Lin Yi from 3 directions. This skill is definitely ahead of its time among its peers, and its lethality is absolutely powerful. But what he met today was Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't dodge, he just stood there and snapped his fingers, and the mucus of the abyss giant insect turned into a protective shield, protecting Lin Yi inside. The smell of the abyss giant worm slime is not something that most people can tolerate, but this slime is indeed very useful. Yu Zipi's skills couldn't penetrate Lin Yi's mucus at all. Lin Yi gently accumulated strength and directly exploded the slime. Yu Zipi's skills were also bounced. Lin Yi smiled lightly, stood on the spot and activated the 7-tailed white fox soul ring. A 7-tailed white fox protects Lin Yi's foxtail on top of the soul ring that appears on Lin Yi's body. The other Lin Yi is just not exposed. If exposed, it would really scare them to death. 10,000 year soul ring. Everyone was stunned and speechless at all. Yu Zipi was speechless. The highest soul ring he had was 3,000 years. It was so terrifying that everyone had a soul ring that lasted 10,000 years. This man admitted that he had hidden his level. His master was a titled Douluo and he only had one 10,000 year soul ring. Yu Zipi was stunned on the spot and did not attack again. Instead, he took back his martial spirit because he had realized that the person in front of him was already a very powerful being. And the person in front of him actually has a 10,000 year soul ring. Could it be that this person is also a titled Douluo? Seeing the black soul ring on Lin Yi, everyone no longer thought that Lin Yi was the one who took the magic medicine. After all, how could such a strong person take the magic medicine? Taking the magic medicine means that all your previous cultivation is useless, which is chronic suicide. A person with a 10,000 year soul ring doesn't need to take magic medicine at all to deal with 2 people at level 30. May I ask which titled Douluo you are? At this time, a man squeezed his way through the crowd, and his attitude towards Lin Yi was very respectful. What titled Douluo? Lin Yi took back his 7-tailed white fox, crossed his arms and said, I'm just a 20-level newcomer. I took the magic medicine, and I'll be gone in a moment. Your Excellency, you really know how to joke. The man said with a smile, Your Excellency, I am the deacon of the outer sect. If you have any questions, you can tell me. Zipi is the disciple of the sect leader. What's wrong with the disciple of the sect leader? Can't he be killed? It's hard to imagine that Lin Yi said such murderous words with a smile. Chapter 42, Do you think I don't dare? This aura was not something that the people present could withstand. They could vaguely feel the coercion exuded by Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi's level is only level 68, it is still considered a relatively high level. The deacon who came up to take care of things was only 52. Oath level is only 6 or 7 levels higher than Uzipi. When Lin Yi exuded such pressure, the deacon who came to take charge did not dare to speak anymore. Although he was very afraid that Lin Yi would kill Uzipi, compared to this, he was still more afraid that Lin Yi would kill him, so he might as well shut up. "Who are you?" Uzipi was stunned on the spot and said tremblingly, "Quick! Go find the master." Sun Dehung immediately got up from the ground and ran away. Lin Yi smiled and a large piece of mucus pulled him back. "I can't play anymore, so I need to find a helper." "What do you want?" Uzipi gritted his teeth and said, "You and I have no grievances. Why do you want to put me to death? Did someone hire you to kill me? If so, please let me die clearly." "Hey? Why did I want to kill you? Aren't you looking for trouble yourself, senior brother you?" Lin Yi shrugged and said, "You wanted to kill me first. I was acting in self-defense." "Third elder! Third elder!" At this time, everyone shouted to the third elder to make way. An old man walked in from the crowd, looked at the injured Uzipi, rolled his eyes with disdain, and said, "You bastard! I'm giving up. Don't be so arrogant as usual. Did you meet your opponent today?" "Uncle Third Master! You have to save me." Unable to see the third elder coming, Uzipi hid behind the third elder like a bullied primary school student. Although the third elder was very disdainful, he still let him hide behind him. Who knew that this bastard was the disciple of the sect master? Zhao Yu. Age, 56. Level 88 Contra. Martial Spirit, Biling Fairy Bird. Position: Third Elder of Hunshinmen. This martial spirit is the same as that of Zhao Sunyang. This is probably some relative of Zhao Sunyang. To be honest, Lin Yi couldn't defeat the 88th level Contra. But now that Lin Yi has hidden his level, he can still fool Suangsu and pretend. After all, when Lin Yi bursts out with a 6,000-year-old soul ring, he will definitely shock the whole audience. The third elder dares not to be shocked. Lin Yi just take his last name. "Little brother! Why did you come to my Hunshin sect and beat up my Hunshin sect disciples?" Zhao Yu brushed the whisk in his hand and said, "Let's talk everything down. I wonder if you can give me some face and let this brat go." "It's easy to let it go." Lin Yi said, "After all, I didn't intend to kill him, I just wanted to teach him a lesson. After all, I heard that this senior brother walks sideways from the outer sect and even the Hunshin section. I am just a new student who has just joined the Hunshin clan. Senior brother Yu saw that I was getting close to the eldest lady, so he sent someone to ambush me. Is this really true?" Third Elder Zhao Yu turned to glare at Uzipi and said, "You don't need to say it. I think so even if others don't tell me. You kid is used to being arrogant. No one cares about this in Hunshinmen. Never mind you. That boy Zhao Peng is really spoiling you, if I had killed you long ago." Uzipi hid behind the third elder and did not dare to say anything, letting the third elder scold him. After all, if the third elder hadn't come forward, he would have been killed by Lin Yi now. The third elder usually stays in seclusion. Today, if he can help him in person, it can be said that his life should not be cut off. After training Uzipi, the third elder continued to say to Lin Yi, "But little brother, I think your level is only 20, but the strength you have exploded is not only level 20. I heard that you are 10,000 years old. A strong person with a soul ring, I wonder if you are hiding your level." Lin Yi smiled slightly, "This is not important. Let's deal with the matter at hand, third elder." "Oh? Little brother, how are you going to solve it?" The third elder said, "You can beat this brat any way you want, but little brother, you can't kill him. He is the disciple of the sect leader." "What happened to the disciples of the sect leader?" Lin Yi folded his arms and said, as the saying goes, when the emperor breaks the law, he is guilty of the same crime as the people. Although the third elder thinks what Lin Yi said is very reasonable, and he has long been unhappy with this boy Uzipi, he still needs basic reason. I don't know how much resources this boy has used in the sect to be like this. He has grown up, and the sect master loves this boy so much that he treats him as his own son, and is even planning to betroth Zhao Ziying to him. If this kid is killed, things will get really big and Zhao Peng will be angered. I'm afraid. So, little brother, you don't want to give me this face anymore. Zhao Yu brushed the dust in his hand again and said, then don't blame me for being rude. I'm so used to it, no wonder I'm so domineering. I've really become arrogant. Lin Yi crossed his arms and laughed. I said, I didn't plan to kill this kid, but after hearing what you said, I had the idea. I have no idea about killing him. How dare you? Zhao Yu was already ready to fight, and the martial spirit, the bailing fairy bird, had appeared behind him. This bird is much bigger than Zhao Sunyang's. After all, he was not a little better than Zhao Sunyang. Do you think I dare? Lin Yi smiled slightly and instantly burst out 6 black soul rings. 6 black soul rings were rotating around Lin Yi's body, and there were constant sounds of roaring beasts. As soon as Lin Yi's 6 black soul rings appeared, even the color of the sky changed. 6,000-year soul rings. Everyone present was stunned and completely speechless. This is simply unheard of. No matter how strong the person is, he is level 70. The previous soul rings could not last for 10,000 years, and no one who is strong can. Maybe the sect leader is so powerful but only has 3,000-year soul rings. Could it be that this person is also a titled Douluo, and a titled Douluo that is more powerful than the sect leader? This is scary. No wonder you have such courage. The third elder frowned and said, Uzipi, you brat. Don't blame me when I can't save you. After all, your master may not be able to save you when the time comes. Uncle Third Master. Please help me. Please help me. Uzipi was really scared. He had never been so scared before. This time was the closest he had come to death in his life, and he committed suicide himself. Stop it, stop it. Lin Yi smiled, took back the 6 soul rings, and continued, Third Elder, I'm just telling you that I can kill him, but as a member of the Hunshan clan, I won. I just hope this kid can have a longer memory. Don't do whatever you want based on your identity. You won't kill him, the third elder said. Are you serious about this? Seriously. Lin nodded, looked at Uzipi and said, do you remember what I just said? What? Remember? Remember. You must remember. Uzipi nodded his head more than 10 times in a few seconds and said, I will never bully the disciples of the outer sect again. I hope what you said is true. Lin Yi shrugged, smiled, and stretched out his hand to shake hands with the third elder. How offended I was just now. Please don't be offended, I just want to help you teach him a lesson, otherwise it will happen again in the future. After saying that, Lin Yi raised his head and glanced at Uzipi. Uzipi didn't dare to look into Lin Yi's eyes at all. I know I was wrong. I will never be like this again. I will never come to the outer door in the future. I wonder who you are, little brother. The third elder shook hands with Lin Yi. At this time, he was still very curious about Lin Yi's identity, so he asked tentatively, I have never seen you, little brother. You said you are a soul. A member of Tianmen, did you just join today? Let me reintroduce you. Lin Yi smiled slightly, raised his voice several times, and said, I am a member of the Hunshan sect who just joined today, and I am also the chief deacon of the outer sect of the Hunshan sect. As soon as these words came out, it shocked the whole audience. Some people couldn't believe it was true. Is this true? Wakao. This person is actually the outer sect archdeacon. I think Ju is very likely, you know? Otherwise, why would he always speak for our outer door? That's right, and he's not afraid of senior brother Yu at all. This really impresses us. Finally, with the Archdeacon here from now on, we don't have to worry about being bullied anymore. Wow! This feeling is unprecedented. I have been suppressing it for a long time, and I can finally relax. Yes. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. I don't have to worry about being bullied anymore. Lin Yi could hear these words. Hearing these words, Lin Yi felt a little sad for no reason. To what extent were these people bullied to be like this? One of the 10 major sects in Tiandu city, is this what it is? But the appearance of Lin Yi is destined to change everything. Archdeacon of the outer sect. The third elder frowned and said, yes, this position has always been vacant. But I think your ability is enough to be the archdeacon of the inner sect. How about I recommend you? One time. No, no, no. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, I think this position is pretty good. Okay, then if you want it then, just tell me anytime. The third elder nodded, took a deep breath, turned to Uzipi and said, let's go. Brat. I'm used to being overbearing. I can't be overbearing anymore. Right? You almost lost your life. With that said, the third elder slapped Uzipi on the head, and then said to Lin Yi, then let's go back first. I will have to trouble you a lot more about the outer sect in the future. Oh, that's right. I don't know, little brother, what's your brother's name? Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled slightly, slow down, third elder. The third elder nodded and took Uzipi away, leaving the two Sun brothers alone. Chapter 43, Recruiting Disciples. Although Sun Dehung and Sun Dalin only took one punch from Lin Yi, they now have to be helped to walk. Although they are full of hatred for Lin Yi, they have no way to do it. Even Uzipi was tortured. With this situation, what can they do? They could only endure it, and the two of them supported each other and left here. The disciples from the outer sect pointed at them. Normally, how could the disciples from the outer sect dare to do this? And even if the disciples from the outer sect pointed fingers at the two of them, they didn't dare to do anything. After all, Lin Yi was still here. Now the two Sun brothers are like lost dogs. Are you really the archdeacon? The deacon who had just come to take charge looked at Lin Yi in shock, somewhat unbelievable. Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, how about I let you be the chief deacon? No, no, no. Archdeacon, look at what you said. What's wrong with what I said? Lin Yi crossed his arms and said, look at those of you who are deacons and mentors. You don't dare to take care of things anymore, right? How have the disciples of the outer sect been bullied? When the deacon heard this, there was a lot of bitterness written on his face. Deacon, you don't know something, and we also have troubles that we can't tell you. Do you think the outer disciples are being bullied? Those of us who are mentors, those who are deacons, are also bullied. Those bastards from the outer sect take advantage of us and don't take us seriously at all. We say we are deacons, but in their eyes we are just like us. Just like the outer disciples, they are pure garbage. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and said, this is really pitiful, but you are already over level 50, why are you afraid of him who is level 46? Alas! Sir, please stop teasing me. The deacon said, you also know who Uzipi is, who among us dares to touch him? And everyone in Hunshanman knows that Uzipi is a demon. 46th level, he defeated someone at level 55. I saw that with my own eyes, so I'm probably no match for him. That's really lawless. Lin Yi smiled lightly and said, you have the strength and the backing, no wonder I can bully you to this point. Sir! Only you can save us now. The deacon said, you are our only support. Only you don't have to be afraid of them, only you have that strength. Lin Yi shrugged again and said with a smile, you think too highly of me, don't you? I am only level 68, and the elder just now is level 88. I can kill people beyond the level, but for such a high level, I use even if you try your best, you'll probably end up with a draw, right? For the Thunder Dragon Breath Grass Martial Spirit, even if Lin Yi has a 6,000-year spirit ring, it would be really difficult to fight Zhao Qiang. After all, Zhao Qiang is about to be titled Douluo no matter what. Lin Yi's trick was the Aurora Electric Dragon, not Soteria. Although Soteria was considered a trick, it was only because of the Aurora Electric Dragon that it mutated. If we really want to fight, I'm afraid it's possible that we won't be able to beat him. After all, his martial spirit is not as good as that of the Bailing Fairy Bird, and the level difference is 20 levels. Level 20 looks easy. It only takes a day or two for Lin Yi to upgrade from level 20 to level 45. That's because the level is low. It is very difficult for such high-level players to upgrade to one level. You are only level 68. As soon as these words came out, it was not the deacon who was surprised, but everyone present. At level 68, he has 6 10,000-year soul rings. How terrifying this is! I don't know how many times more cruel than Uzip's monster. Sir, are you telling the truth? The deacon didn't believe it. Not just this deacon, everyone felt that Lin Yi must be a titled Douluo. Wakao, this new archdeacon is only level 68. Oh my god, I thought the archdeacon was a titled Douluo. He has 6,000-year soul rings at level 68. Did he grow up playing massacre games in the Soul Beast Mountain range? Did I come to this world to recruit people? I am level 20, and both soul rings are 10 years old. I'm a little better than you, I'm 100 years old, and I'm 10 years old, but I feel like I came to this world to gather people. I'm only level 68. Lin Yi smiled and said, if the third elder had tried to fight me just now, I would probably have been beaten to death. Brother, is that you? At this time, a voice that was familiar to Lin Yi but could not remember who it was came to Lin Yi's ears. Lin Yi looked down and said with a smile, so it's you? What? Have you finished sweeping the floor? Standing in front of Lin Yi was the child who was sweeping the floor at the gate today. The child still had a broom in his hand. It could be seen that he was very tired. Not yet. The child said, how can it be so fast? Are you the only one sweeping the floor? Lin Yi asked. The child shook his head and said, no, there are several others. Are they all the same age as you? The child nodded, and the deacon answered for him, yes, sir, these are children adopted by our hunchenmen from all over the mainland. They are usually responsible for sweeping the floor. The owner said that to train their will, they have to sweep the floor every day. 7 hours. Sweeping the floor for 7 hours a day, that's 14 hours. Lin Yi touched his nose and said softly. This amount of training may be too much for him, but it's not too much. But you are only 5 or 6 years old. My children have been sweeping the floor for 7 hours. I'm afraid your body won't be able to bear it. The master is too strict with you, but this is a good thing. After all, your foundation will be solid, and you may become awesome in the future. Well. Yes, these children have a hard time sweeping the floor every day. The deacon said, but, other children are lazy. After all, no one is in charge. Although the door owner asks them to do whatever they want to do every day, the door owner, where do you have time to take care of these children? Hey, since they are at the outer gate, don't you care? Lin Yi glanced at the deacon with a smile. The deacon was frightened and immediately said, youngster, there are also many things on weekdays, and disciples from the inner sect come to cause trouble every now and then. I want to go to reconcile. After all, this is the only way to enter the section land. The distribution of inner and outer doors is like 2 rings. The inner door is the inner ring, and the outer door is the second ring. Lin nodded and said, okay. You can work harder for me in the future. Let the people in their inner sect know that our outer sects are equally capable. Yet. Lin Yi's words instantly gave everyone a fighting spirit. It was an unprecedented fighting spirit. Ding dong. Mission stimulation, accepting a disciple. Task content, take the kid who sweeps the floor in front of you as your apprentice. Mission rewards and punishments, reward 3000 experience, 1 growth pill, punishment none. Additional task, name the child. Still want to name the child? In fact, Lin Yi was quite pleased with this child. He had not had this idea at first. When the system said this, Lin Yi had the urge to accept a disciple. Little brother, are you willing to do it, my apprentice? Lin Yi stroked the sweeping boy's head and asked, with my brother, you don't have to work so hard every day to sweep the floor. You only need to sweep the floor for half an hour every day. How about it? Is it a good deal? As soon as Lin Yi's words came out, I don't know how many people were envious, but they had no chance at all. If they were still children, it would be possible, and they themselves knew where their abilities were and they knew their talents. Where are they? Although their strength is higher than others, when placed in Hunshinmen, it is not worth mentioning at all. Of course Xiao Tong was very excited when he heard Lin Yi's words. His eyes lit up. Brother, are you telling the truth? Are you really willing to accept me as your disciple? Yes. Come. Call Master. Master, Master, Master. The child happily shouted 3 times in a row. Lin Yi knew that children have no names, but Lin Yi still asked, tell Master, what is your name? When the child heard this, he lowered his head and played with his fingers hesitantly. I don't have a name yet. That doesn't matter. Master, can I choose one for you? That's the answer Lin Yi wants, so that Lin Yi can naturally choose a name for the child. Okay, okay. When a child hears that his master is going to name him, he is naturally very happy. Lin Yi thought for a while and smiled, then your name is Lin Qianxian. The forest of the woods, the thousands of thousands, the wise of the wise. In fact, Lin Yi didn't know what to call him. Since this little boy didn't have a surname, he could just use his own surname. As for his name, the name was chosen by the system. It sounded pretty nice to him. Got it directly. Lin Qianxian. I have a name. I have a name. The child was so excited. Although the child could not read yet, after knowing that he had a name, the child was very happy. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. You're welcome. Lin Yi smiled and stroked Lin Qingxian's head. Remember at noon? Master told you to take you sideways. Master. We can't be like senior brother you. Lin Qianxian said immediately after hearing this. Of course we won't be like them. Lin Yi looked at Lin Qianxian as if he were his own son and said, but if others bully us, we will definitely not be polite to them. Yet. Lin Qianxian nodded heavily. Congratulations, sir. You are so happy to have a beloved disciple. The deacon said with a smile. This smile is true. He has no ill intentions towards Lin Yi, and he also welcomes Lin Yi's arrival. After all, only Lin Yi can help them get out of the suppressed days and return to the light. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Today is my new day. I don't have any greeting gifts, so let's give everyone red envelopes. Chapter 44 The relationship between the inner door and the outer door. As for how many red envelopes are given out, it depends on how many people there are in the outer sect. Today Lin Yike received 20 million gold coins from Ling Zhidong, the protector of the East. The concept of 20 million has been discussed before. Hun Tianmen's annual income is probably quite a lot. What was different from Lin Yi's imagination was that both sects and colleges here had to pay tuition fees. However, you don't have to pay tuition when you stay in the sect to a certain extent, such as being accepted as a disciple or chartered by an elder or protector. But ordinary disciples are required to pay, regardless of whether they are inner or outer disciples. Lin Yi's 20 million is enough to give each person 1,000 red envelopes. You can send it, but it's not necessary. Lin Yi murmured with a smile. Lin Yi thought for a while, and then said loudly to everyone, "That's it, 2 gold coins for each person." Wow! As soon as these words came out, everyone cheered. For Lin Yi, these 2 gold coins were nothing at all. Even the total of more than 4,000 gold coins was nothing to Lin Yi. After all, with a series of rewards from the system, Lin Yi had a total of 35 million gold coins in his account. So these are considered small amounts of money. But for the disciples of the outer sect, this is a huge sum of money. When Lin Yi and Xiao Wu stayed in a hotel a few days ago, the most luxurious hotel in Tiandu City only cost 2 gold coins, which is not cheap. It just means that Lin Yi is extremely rich now. There were only a few hundred people watching at the scene, and many other people didn't know about it. So Lin Yi didn't plan to post it now. Lin Yi looked at the deacon next to him, patted him on the shoulder and asked, "What's your name?" "Come back to my lord, little Pei Qinhe," said the deacon. "What the hell is your name called?" "The money-losing tiger." "King Rongjao, the money-losing tiger." Lin Yi almost couldn't help but laugh. "Oh my god, there is someone with the same name." "I don't know what the King Rongjao is, sir." Pei Qinhe certainly didn't know what Lin Yi was talking about. There was no such thing in Douluo continent. "It's okay." Lin suppressed his laughter and said seriously, "So, do you have the list and information of all the disciples in the outer sect?" "Yes, yes." Pei Qinhe nodded and said, "Sir. The little one will be sent to your office later." "My office?" Lin Yi raised his eyebrows, shrugged and said with a smile, "I don't even know where my office is." "Ah, is that so?" Pei Qinhe nodded, "How about I take the adults to see it now?" "Okay." Lin nodded, then looked up at the group of outer disciples who were watching, and said, "Okay, let's all disperse. As for the red envelopes distributed by this archdeacon, I will let Deacon Pei distribute them to you. Soul card." "Thank you, Archdeacon." Hundreds of people said thank you to Lin Yi in unison, and then dispersed, still talking about what happened today. Lin Yi took Lin Qingxian's hand and said, "Qian Xian, follow Master to the office first. Master will take you to eat delicious food later." "It's Master." The child sweeping the floor smiled so happily that he didn't know how happy he was. Lin Yi smiled slightly, then looked at Pei Qinhe, nodded to him, and motioned for him to lead the way. Naturally, Pei Qinhe understood what Lin Yi meant. He smiled and made a gesture of invitation, "Sir, this way." After walking for about 10 minutes, Pei Qinhe took Lin Yi to the bottom of a building. The building was not high, only 5 floors, but it covered a large area. Lin Yi estimated that the building would be at least 3,000 square meters. Not to mention small, an office space is so big, and it is only for the outer door, it is already very good. Pei Qinhe took Lin Yi to the 5th floor. He stood at the closed door and said with a smile, "Sir, your office is on the 5th floor, and your soul card is the key." Although Pei Qinhe already believed that Lin Yi was the archdeacon, he still wanted to see if Lin Yi's identity was that of the archdeacon. Only the archdeacon's soul heaven card can open the door. If Lin Yi is fake, then things will be serious. Lin Yi smiled slightly, not knowing or caring what Pei Qinhe was thinking. Lin Yi took out his soul card and swiped the door opener, and the door slowly opened automatically. After the door opened, the smell of dust in the room came out. Pei Qinhe frowned and used his hands to brush away the dust, but the dust still got into his nose, causing him to get snot from his nose several times. Lin Yi was not allergic to dust, so he waved his hand gently, and the dust floating in the air became heavy and slowly fell down. "How many years has it been since no one came in?" Lin Yi frowned and said, "It's not like there hasn't been a chief deacon for decades, right?" "Back to my lord." "Yes, the previous archdeacon has disappeared for 10 years, and disappeared for no reason." Pei Qinhe said, "Before that, he had some conflicts with a disciple of the inner sect." He didn't have the courage to do that, sir. He just scolded the disciple and disappeared after a while. We all guessed that, but we didn't dare to say anything more. Wakao, doesn't the sect master even care about it? Lin Yi folded his arms and frowned. Why is the master of a sect so partial to these things? The outer sect is also one of the core strengths of the sect. The sect master has been in seclusion these years. 10 years ago, the sect master broke through the titled Douluo. We thought he would take care of it, but we don't know why he is still in seclusion. Pei Qinhu sighed and said, there is no way, the outer door is the outer door after all, and the position of the archdeacon has always been vacant. No one dares to sit in this position, and no one is willing to be the archdeacon. How can I imagine you? Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh and said, sentimentally, Ling Zhidong has given me a good position. Mr. Ling, you are really very calculating. Ha ha ha, but I like this position. Ling Lao? Did the Dongmen protector recommend you to take this position? Pei Qinhu was stunned for a moment. Lin nodded, then shook his head and said, it's not a recommendation, it's just a position that was forcibly assigned to me. Pei Qinhu smiled awkwardly and said, sir, you won't disappear suddenly, right? Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, if one day the sect leader comes to settle a score with me, I will run away, ha 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 ha. The sect master won't do anything to you, right? Pei Qinhu looked melancholy when he heard Lin Yi's words. After all, the sect master is not letting things go, but this has become a routine 100 years ago. The previous sect masters, they all turn a blind eye, which is why the atmosphere is like this now. Your presence can probably check and balance the relationship between the inner and outer doors, right? Since you have been relying on me for protection, you might as well strive for your own success. Lin Yi said, I am not in the sect every day. I have a lot of things to be busy with. All I can do is lead you to become a better person. More powerful. Alas! Pei Qinhu sighed and said, sir, this is easy for you to say. You know, there are only a dozen or so people who pass the inspection of the inner sect every year, and those 10 people become inner sect disciples. After that, he completely turned his back on me and acted as if he had never been an outer disciple. Lin Yi shrugged and smiled bitterly, this is normal. After all, Yu Zipi also said that this place is like a prison, and the disciples of the outer sect are all reformed through labor prisoners. After finally leaving here, who will care whether he came from the outer section? Furthermore, if you deacons are powerless, then they are even more powerless, so all they can do is make themselves stronger and make good use of the inner sect's resources. Who is always so selfish? What about selflessness? What about my lord? Is it because of our outer sect that your lord just vented his anger for everyone? Pei Qinhu asked. Lin Yi thought for a while, crossed his arms and said, me? To be honest, as the chief deacon of the outer sect now, I have the obligation to take care of these things. Besides, the reason why I got into a fight today is because they provoked. If it comes to my head, then it's time to take care of him. There will always be selfishness, right? But at the moment, I don't have any selfishness. Does that mean you will give up the outer sect out of selfishness in the future? No matter whether we live or die. Pei Qinhu felt like he was about to cry. Lin Yi shook his head and said, I'm afraid I can't tell for sure, but what I am determined to do will be done. I made a decision today. What decision? Make the outer sect a force that can compete with the inner section. Lin Yi said, in this case, you no longer have to worry about people from the inner sect bullying the outer section. As soon as Lin Yi said these words, Pei Qinhu was so shocked that he froze on the spot and said, Sir! This is the sect's rule that has remained unchanged for 500 years. If you want to enter the inner gate, you must break through the outer gate. That is not realistic at all. Lin Yi shrugged and said, this is the right approach. It is to select and train disciples. But have you ever thought about such a problem? What is the problem? How many disciples pass the review of the inner sect every year? There are more than 10 people who pass the review out of more than 2,000 people. This ratio is really abnormal, and freshmen are recruited every year and then eliminated continuously. Some disciples even become adults in the outer sect. If you haven't been able to enter the inner door for 3 to 5 years, you will be ruined for the rest of your life. This is simply harmful. Lin Yi found a stool, blew away the dust on the stool, sat down, and continued, so this. It must be reformed, either to raise the admissions standards or to lower the internal review standards. Hun Tianmen is one of the top 10 in Tiandu City. I know that this Hun Tianmen is one of the 10 major sects in Tiandu City. Lin Yi directly interrupted Pei Qinhu, and then said, so the admissions standards cannot be low, right, and the inner sect is just a facade, it's meant to be compared, so it can't be bad, right? Yes. Pei Qinhu nodded, not knowing how to answer Lin Yi's words. Chapter 45 Growth Pill. So, those who are admitted in this way all have some potential and talent. But because of resource problems or various reasons, they cannot pass the review. Lin Yi brushed away the dust on the stools next to him. Pulling Lin Qianxian down to sit next to him, he also motioned for Pei Qinhu to sit down. When Pei Qinhu sat down, Lin Yi continued, only 10 people can enter the inner gate every year, so the remaining 2,000 people, what should they do? They can only continue to practice hard. If they still can't enter the inner sect, they can only drop out of school. The resources of the inner sect are less than those of the outer sect, so the good ones will be better, and the bad ones will be better. Worse. We also mentioned these during meetings. Pei Qinhu sighed, but we have not found a solution. After all, our sect is not the only one like this, other sects are also like this. It turns out it's not a problem of the sect, but a problem of the atmosphere. Lin Yi crossed his arms and crossed his legs, and said with a smile, then we need to change the atmosphere. How many disciples are wasting their time here because of lack of resources? After 2 or 3 years, you can no longer keep up with other people's cultivation speed. If you go to other sects, no one will accept you, so you can only go to some unpopular sects or become a teacher in the countryside, right? Yes. Pei Qinhu said, the outer sect will persuade nearly 500 disciples to retire every year, but the sect will compensate them, each of them will be compensated 300 gold coins. There is also a compensation of 300 gold coins, so it is not a big loss. Lin Yi sighed and smiled, at least there is still some capital to do some business. But the tuition for 3 years is a few hundred gold coins, right? I'm asking you to retire for 5 years. 100 people, recruit 500 more. Yes, it's almost the same every year. Pei Qinhu said, the tuition fee is 30 gold coins for 1 year and 90 gold coins for 3 years. After entering the inner sect, the sect subsidizes half, which means it only costs 10 gold coins every year. 5 gold coins. The tuition is really not cheap. Lin Yi shrugged and said, originally I wanted to give each person 2 gold coins, but now it seems that it is a bit less. Then give each person 30 gold coins. Let everyone experience the double happiness of the inner door. Sir, do you really want to give each person 30 gold coins? There are 2,150 disciples in the entire outer sect. If each person is given 30 gold coins, then, let me do the math. No need to calculate, I know how much. Lin Yi no longer has to calculate by himself, the system will give the answer directly, it's only 64,500 gold coins. That's all. This amount is certainly a small amount for Lin Yi, but for others, it is already a sky-high price. According to 2 gold coins, you can stay in a luxury hotel, and more than 60,000 gold coins are equivalent to 10 Bugatti Veyrons. So how rich is Lin Yi now? But Ling Zedong is even richer. Sir, if you are sure, I will help you send it to the disciples' accounts tonight. Pei Qinhu still didn't believe it. Sir, this is not a small amount, isn't it? It doesn't matter. Lin didn't care about the more than 60,000 gold coins at all. After all, Lin Yi now has tens of millions, and Lin Yi is not the kind to sit back and rest. The system will still give Lin Yi when he completes the task. Besides, Lin Yi randomly collected a few pills in the system, took them out, and went to the auction. Wouldn't the money come faster than anyone else? After saying that, Lin Yi didn't wait for Pei Qinhu to speak. Give me your soul sky card. Pei Qinhu was stunned for a moment, not knowing what Lin Yi was going to do. After being stunned for a while, he handed his soul card to Lin Yi. Just when Lin Yi was about to transfer money, a task popped up in the system. Ding dong! System mission, build a force. Task content, to establish a certain force, first recruit 10 subordinates, level requirement is 30 or above. Task reward, 5,000 experience, 50,000 gold coins, a random 5th grade elixir. Mission punishment, if you fail to recruit 10 juniors within 20 days, your level will be reduced to 48. Special note, 5th grade elixir. The ranking of elixir levels is as follows, the lowest is 9th grade, 8th grade, 7th grade, 6th grade, 5th grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade, earth level, heaven level, and god level. 9 turns Douluo pill is a 2nd grade elixir. Although it is only a 5th grade elixir, it is already very powerful. Something as awesome as the 9-turn Douluo pill only belongs to the 2nd grade elixir. So how awesome are the ones above? If you take a god level elixir, will you directly ascend to heaven or what? I was careless. Since he was going to accept a disciple, Lin Yi saw that this Pei Qinhu was quite good. Then it's you. I hope to accept Gongsun Li again one day, then you two will be a match. Pei Qinhu looked at Lin Yi in confusion and asked, Sir, what do you mean? It's okay, I was just talking to myself. Lin Yi shook his head, then put his hand on Pei Qinhu's shoulder and said, Xiaohu, do you want to hang out with me? Fuck with you. My lord, am I not your subordinate now? Pei Qinhu said, I am just hanging with you now. If I don't hang with you, will I still hang with that brat Uzipi? No, I didn't mean that. Lin Yi said, I'm asking you if you want to recognize me as your eldest brother. Be my little brother. Hearing this, Pei Qinhu probably understood what Lin Yi meant. Without thinking at all, Pei Qinhu kowtowed to Lin Yi and said, I do. Brother. Hey. I'll make you popular in the future. Lin Yi smiled slightly and directly transferred 100,000 gold coins to Pei Qinhu's soul card. When Pei Qinhu felt the soul heaven pavilion with his soul power, he felt bad. Sir, big brother. Big brother. Why did you transfer so much money to me? Give each disciple 30 gold coins and tell them this is the great deacon's benefit. They will experience the same double joy of having the inner sex tuition halved. Lin Yi said. What about the rest? 20,000 is a red envelope for you. Leave the rest at the outer door and spend it when you need it. Lin Yi said, Don't worry about this, I said I'll take you to the hot and spicy food. Thank you, brother. Pei Qinhu was so happy. Although he was a deacon, his salary was actually only 500 gold coins a year, which was already very high for other people's income. But 20,000 gold coins is still a lot for Pei Qinhu. 20,000 gold coins is equivalent to how many years of his salary? Why are you so polite? Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Our outer door will only get better and better in the future. You don't have to worry about this anymore. You can go back first. By the way, give me all the information tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Yi stood up, took Lin Qingxian's hand, smiled slightly, and handed Lin Qianxian a pill, a growth-promoting pill. This elixir is the reward obtained from the task of recruiting disciples just now. The effect of this elixir is that children generally have to be 6 years old to awaken their martial soul. But after taking this elixir, children can awaken their martial soul at the age of 4, and it is possible. It is the innate full-level soul power. There will be no side effects at all. What is this? Lin Qianxian asked. Good thing, do you want to have a martial spirit? Lin Yi said with a toothy smile. As soon as he heard this, Lin Qianxian was always excited. He waved his little arms and happily took the pill handed to him by Lin Yi. He said, Master, after eating this, I will have martial arts immediately. Soul. Before Lin Yi could speak, Pei Qinhu, who was standing aside, asked, Sir, is this elixir really so magical? Qianxian is only 4 years old. Natural. Lin Yi smiled confidently, and there won't be any side effects, and it's possible to be born with full soul power. Innate full-level soul power. Everyone knows what this means. As soon as you wake up, you are 10 levels ahead of others. This is simply winning at the starting line. Lin Qianxian was very excited. He looked at Lin Yi with 2 big watery eyes and asked, Master, can this really give me a powerful martial spirit? Of course. Lin Yi smiled and said, You can eat it. Master will help you awaken your martial spirit. Will Lin Yuji awaken his martial spirit? Lin Yuji doesn't know how to do it, but the system knows how to do it. If the system knows how to do it, it means Lin Yuji is good at it. For a master like Lin Yi, Pei Qinhu would not question this at all. Lin Yuhui's behavior was not surprising at all. After all, the old men in the village, who were in their 20s and 30s, could help children awaken. Lin Qianxian was a little nervous. Lin Yi didn't ask him to eat quickly. He had to wait until he was ready for such things. In fact, Lin Yi was also very nervous at this time. After all, Lin Yi was very curious about what Lin Qingxian's martial spirit was. After Lin Qianxian prepared for a while, he finally took the elixir. After Lin Qianxian ate it, he seemed to have no reaction and his body did not change much. It feels like eating a candy bar. Pei Qinhu touched the back of his head and asked, Boss, is it because Qianxian is not 4 years old yet? Qianxian, are you 4 years old? Lin Yi frowned and asked. Lin Qianxian shook his head and said, Master, I don't know how old I am. At this time, the voice of the system came from Lin Yi's mind, Idiot. Exercise your soul power. To catalyze the generation of his soul power, and he has no soul power, so he needs your soul power to help him digest it completely and promote growth. Dan. I see. Lin Yi followed the prompts given by the system and slowly transferred soul power to Lin Qianxian. Lin Yi's soul power circulated in Lin Qingxian's body, slowly digesting the growth-promoting elixir, and then activated the soul power in Lin Qingxian's body grow. Not long after, Lin Qingxian's body spontaneously emitted a trace of soul power, and slowly its body emitted a faint light, which made Lin Qianxian feel very comfortable. He closed his eyes to feel the soul power of his body, although most of the soul power belongs to Lin Yi, but this also allows Lin Qingxian's body to generate soul power on its own. Some children are born without soul power. Since they have soul power, it proves that they can become an official soul master. As for why this is the case, maybe it hasn't been fully triggered yet. Chapter 46 Blue Dragon. Lin Yi continued to follow the guidance of the system, took back his soul power, and said to Lin Qianxian, Qianxian, feel the existence of soul power with your heart, and slowly guide them to your whole body. Lin Qianxian closed his eyes and slowly felt it. He nodded and said, I know, Master. I'm trying to bring him out. He's hiding in my feet and won't come out. If you feel this way, it means that you are already half successful. Lin nodded and said, Concentrate. Don't be affected by the outside world. After saying that, Lin Yi stopped talking, leaving Lin Qianxian to understand the mystery by himself. Lin Qianxian closed his eyes and slowly guided the soul power on the soles of his feet. The soul power hid at first and did not dare to come out. Perhaps it was because the soul power that Lin Yi input was too fierce, so it scared Lin Qingxian's soul power away. Out. Now that Lin Yi had withdrawn all of his soul power, the soul power in Lin Qingxian's body felt that Lin Yi's soul power had disappeared, so it carefully spread out from the solace of his feet. Because Lin Yi's martial soul was powerful enough, if Lin Yi wanted to, it would be no problem to completely swallow up its soul power. Lin Qianxian slowly tried to guide. Although Lin Qianxian was just a child sweeping the floor before, sweeping the floor was also a training for him. In addition, he spent 7 hours sweeping the floor every day, which is a long time. For a child, this is a very long time, and this also makes Lin Qingxian's body much stronger than ordinary children of the same age or even older than him. The growth-promoting pill given by Lin Yi is certainly useful, but it depends on the child's own ability. After all, a twisted melon is not sweet. Although the growth-promoting pill can help the growth of soul power and even promote the soul power to reach a certain level. Full level 10. Lin Qianxian now has soul power in his body, which proves to be useful. If it is this little now, it will be level 1 after awakening. As for how many levels it can reach in the end, it all depends on Lin Qingxian's own luck. The soul power in Lin Qingxian's body now began to gradually spread. After feeling that Lin Yi's soul power was no longer in Lin Qingxian's body, the energy was also fully charged and bursting out. About 10 minutes later, Lin Qianxian opened his eyes and clenched his fists. In an instant, a small burst of pressure broke out, and a blue light flashed in his eyes. This blue light was very familiar to Lin Yi. This was a sign that only appeared when Lin Yi used the Aurora Electric Dragon. Now Lin Qingxian's eyes were also like this, which surprised Lin Yi. Could it be that his martial spirit is the same? However, the system immediately denied Lin Yi's idea. Don't think too much, kid, this is just a coincidence. The martial soul of the Aurora Electric Dragon does not exist in the world at all. It is just because you swallowed the Aurora Electric Dragon that there will be the existence of this martial spirit. What kind of martial spirit is Qianxian now? Just keep reading. The system did not tell Lin Yi what kind of martial spirit Lin Qingxian's martial spirit was, but this was irrelevant at all. After all, Lin Qingxian's martial spirit would awaken soon, so it didn't matter whether he told it or not. The blue light in Lin Qingxian's eyes flickered for a while and then disappeared, but the light on his body still existed, and these were Lin Qingxian's soul power. Pei Qinhe was stunned at this time, because he had never seen a martial soul awaken like this, let alone a child's eyes shining brightly after awakening. Where is the awakening of the martial spirit of this child? This looks like Contra's advanced level. Lin Yi is very satisfied with Lin Qingxian's current performance, because Lin Yi has already felt that Lin Qianxian is now innately full of soul power. Come! Qianxian, stretch out your hand. Lin Yi smiled slightly, feel the existence of your martial spirit with your heart, and then show it on the palm of your hand. With that said, Lin Yi demonstrated to Lin Qianxian again. Lin Qianxian nodded and followed Lin Yi's example. It didn't take long for Lin Qianxian to learn to summon the martial spirit. At this time, what appeared on Lin Qingxian's palm was a huge blue dragon. Not to mention that it was Pei Qinhe, even Lin Yi was stunned. Is it the dragon's martial spirit? But what Lin Yi can be sure of is that this is not the Aurora Electric Dragon but Thunder Dragon S-level martial spirit. Wakao! Pei Qinhe couldn't help but yelled, "Little brother, rare martial spirit, dragon! It's a dragon!" Lin Qianxian didn't know much about this, but what he knew was that the dragon was a very powerful existence in Douluo continent, and the dragon's martial spirit was powerful and rare. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yi smiled and stroked Lin Qingxian's head. This is an S-level martial spirit. And it is now a 10th level soul master. Not bad, not bad. Boy, your future is bright. It's all taught well by master. Lin Qianxian was naturally very happy. The other 4 years old were all playing, but Lin Qianxian was already a 10th level soul master, and he beat others too much. Of course, this is what you should do at this age. His only thing is to do what he should do at this age. Lin Yi will not deliberately arrange too many tasks for him, he still has to play what he should play. Now that Lin Qianxian is the disciple of the archdeacon, except for the top leaders of Hunshan sect, anyone who dares to touch him is simply asking for death. Innate level full soul power. That's awesome, my dear. Pei Qinhu had actually been mentally prepared for this. After all, Lin Yi just said that the elixir can promote innate full soul power. And Lin Qingxian's martial spirit is still a powerful martial spirit like Thunder Dragon, so it is normal for him to be born with full soul power. Pei Qinhu touched his nose, frowned and said to Lin Yi, "But brother, if the inner sect knew that Qianxian had innate full-level soul power or a Thunder Dragon spirit, would they force him to enter the inner sect? My disciples, will they move?" Lin Yi crossed his arms and said, "The worst result is that although I can't defeat them, I will definitely destroy the Hun Tianmen." As soon as Lin Yi said these words, Pei Qinhu really felt a chill around him, full of killing intent. He completely believed that Lin Yi could do it. Lin Yi crossed his arms and continued, "By the way, Tiger, sometimes I am not in the sect. Please help me take good care of Qianxian. I know how to do this, big brother." Pei Qinhu nodded and said, "If anyone dares to bully Qianxian, I will fight for it." "Well." Lin Yi patted Pei Qinhu on the shoulder and said, "Maybe you need this." "What?" Lin Yi smiled slightly, exchanged a pill from the system mall and handed it to Pei Qinhu, "This is for you. 4th grade. 4th grade elixir? Nest? Big brother. This is too expensive." Although Pei Qinhu didn't know what kind of elixir this was, he knew how to distinguish the quality of the elixir. "It's so precious to me. I really can't do it." "Brother. Just take it if I tell you to. Why are you being so polite? You're going to mess with me from now on." Lin Yi crossed his arms and smiled, "I have plenty of these pills, so you don't have to be so polite." "What kind of elixir is it? Are you done eating?" Lin Yi crossed his arms and looked at the hesitant Pei Qinhu, and said with a smile, "What? Are you afraid that I will poison you?" "Of course not. How could I be afraid that the boss would poison me?" Pei Qinhu took the elixir handed over by Lin Yi without thinking and swallowed it in one gulp. After swallowing the elixir, Pei Qinhu felt a warm current in his body, and the soul power in his body continued to vibrate. "What's going on? It's so comfortable." Pei Qinhu was very surprised. After all, he had never taken such an expensive elixir before. This feeling. "Boss, I've been promoted." "Wakao. I've been promoted again." Lin Yi folded his arms and said with a smile, "I told you, if you want to mess with me in the future, of course you have to be stronger. This is called a resource compression elixir. You don't even know how many miraculous elixirs you have compressed in this thing, but it is a great tonic. But there is a side effect." "What are the side effects?" "If you take it too much, you will have constant nosebleeds. Also, you will have constant diarrhea and bad things." When Lin Yi said this, Pei Qinhu started to feel something in his stomach. "Boss. Excuse me." After saying that, Pei Qinhu went to find the toilet. Lin Yi was not in a hurry, sitting and waiting for him to come back. "Qianxian. Master. Master wants to ask you a few questions." Lin Yi crossed his legs and gently touched Lin Qingxian's head. "Master, please ask. When were you taken to Hun Tianmen?" Lin Yi asked. Lin Qianxian thought for a while, shook his head and said, "I don't know, Master, I have been here at Hunshanmen since I can remember. It should be very early." Lin Yi took a deep breath and then asked, "Then do you know who brought you in?" Lin Qianxian nodded and said, "This other senior brother told me. It was the previous archdeacon who brought me in, but he has disappeared." "Oh, that's it. It's going to be troublesome to figure these things out." In fact, Lin Yi really wanted to know what kind of family Lin Qingxian's family belonged to. After all, someone who could be the martial spirit of the dragon clan was definitely not a simple family. What on earth turned Lin Qianxian into an orphan and stayed alone in Hunshanmen? These are all questions worth thinking about. While Lin Yi was deep in thought, Pei Qinhe came back from the toilet. At this time, Pei Qinhe was already at level 61. Successfully promoted. Pei Qinhe. Age, 25. Level 61 Soul Emperor. Martial Spirit, Soul Fighting Tiger. Identity, Deacon of Hunshanmen Outer Sect. Since he is the Soul Emperor, he is at the same level as Lin Yi. Lin Yi is only level 68. Boss. What kind of treasure is this? I jumped so many levels in a row. You know, if I want to upgrade to level 61. It will take at least 5 or 6 years or even longer. What a powerful elixir this is. Chapter 47, Do you think I don't want to? When Lin saw Pei Qinhe's appearance, he must be at least 30. He didn't expect that he was only 25 years old. He was already over 50 at such a young age, and he was also the deacon of the outer sect of Hunshanmen. Such a talent should not be from the outer section. Why did you choose to stay at the outer gate? Lin Yi asked curiously. Pei Qinhe smiled slightly and said, I was promoted from the outer sect to the inner section. I know what the disciples of the outer sect have suffered, so it has always been my dream to protect the disciples of the outer sect. Unfortunately, it is just a dream. When I got here, I realized that things were not that simple. I felt powerless. But now I'm fine. I have your back, boss. Lin nodded, folded his arms and said, You are very capable now. Look, you are already a 61 soul saint, and I am only 7 levels higher than you. I will not be in the Hunshanmen anymore. But it's still up to you to watch over here. Yes. I will definitely do it. Especially Qianxian, I will definitely protect him. Pei Qinhe said, touched Qianxian's head, and said with a smile, Good guy, your martial spirit is actually long, this is really shocking, maybe you are our ignorant future. Lin Yi also said just now that Lin Yi would make the outer sect a force on par with the inner sect. This is certainly not easy, but what is there that Lin Yi can't do? Lin Yi shrugged, stretched, stood up and said, Okay. I'm a little tired today. Go back and have a good rest. It's the boss. I'm going to. Pei Qinhe felt something was wrong when he spoke, Boss, my stomach is upset again. I'm leaving first. I'm sorry. With that said, Pei Qinhe ran away on his own. Lin Yi shook his head and smiled from behind, I'm afraid this will take another 3 to 5 days. After saying that, Lin Yi took Lin Qianxian's hand and left the office. Lin Qianxian had a place to live, so Lin Yi was not in a hurry to ask him to move over. He just took Lin Qianxian to eat something and then sent Lin Qianxian back. When Lin Yi returned to the door of the dormitory, he happened to see Li Cha's little lover. The little lover frantically slapped the door of Li Cha's room, Li Cha. You scumbag! Come out! You said are you going to take me to a big dinner tonight? Li Cha! You scumbag! Lin Yi stood aside, shrugged and said with a smile, Stop knocking. It's you. The new student who was with the eldest lady today. Li Cha's little lover looked at Lin Yi with a resentful look, pointed at Lin Yi and said, If it weren't for you. If Li Cha wasn't afraid of you. How could it be possible? Won't you invite me to the most luxurious meal? If you want to have a luxurious dinner so much, just go and eat it yourself. Lin Yi smiled speechlessly, Li Cha was fired by the eldest lady, so don't look for it. If you do this again, you will also got fired. Ho ho! You have such a loud tone? Who do you think you are? Li Cha's little lover was already in a bad mood. When Lin Yi said this, he was naturally very angry, don't think that just because you're on the list, you can do whatever you want. Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, whatever you say. Lin Yi had no intention of arguing with such a person, let alone expelling someone just because of such a trivial matter. Unless the woman did something excessive. At this moment, a disciple from the outer sect happened to pass by. When he saw Lin Yi, he immediately said, "Hello, hello, Archdeacon. Thank you, Archdeacon, for the red envelope. You're welcome, practice hard." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Practice hard so you won't be bullied by others." "Yes, Archdeacon. I will work hard to practice." That disciple was full of fighting spirit and might have practiced all night long when he went back. Li Cha's little lover stood there stunned. You. Are you the new chief deacon?" they said. "Did you send the red envelope?" Lin Yi smiled again, shrugged and said, "Maybe so." Don't fire me, Archdeacon." After knowing that Lin Yi was the Archdeacon, this woman immediately lost her composure. Today, the matter of the Archdeacon beating up the inner sect's chief disciple Uzipi was aroused. Although she had heard about this incident, she did not expect that this newcomer was actually the newly appointed Archdeacon. "Okay. I won't fire people casually. You don't have to be so panicked. Don't knock on the door and call people in the future. It's not good to disturb other people to rest." Lin Yi said, "Go back and have a good rest. I hope you can change your temper." Yes. I understand, Archdeacon." The woman nodded and bowed, and left immediately. As soon as Lin Yi returned to the room, a woman pushed the door open and entered. "Miss, can't you knock on the door when you come in?" Lin Yi looked at Zhao Sunyang, who was sitting and drinking tea when she came in, and said with a helpless smile, "I thought some enemy was looking for revenge on me." Zhao Sunyang had a cold face and said without even looking at Lin Yi, "You did something amazing today, Deacon Lin." Seeing Zhao Sunyang like this, Lin Yi felt a little panicked, and quickly asked tentatively, "Look at you, miss, what are you talking about, right? I haven't done anything great. By the way, you went out to do something. Why are you back? If I don't come back, won't the outer sect rebel with you?" Zhao Sunyang took another sip of tea and continued, "You actually beat up Uzipi. You are really brave, aren't you?" "No, this little bastard sent someone to squat on me." Lin Yi shrugged and said, "In the end, his two followers couldn't beat me, so he had to take action himself. It turns out that he is also a noob." Pfft. When Zhao Sunyang heard what Lin Yi said, she finally couldn't hold it in any longer and spit out the tea in her mouth. She said with a smile, "You are really awesome, boy. You can even touch the chief disciple of the sect master. You dare to fight, it's amazing. How about the disciple of the sect leader? Can he walk away sideways? Can he bully his fellow disciples casually?" Lin Yi crossed his arms and stood under Zhao Sunyang's side. He sat down next to him and continued, "Don't you know how many disciples from the outer sect are suffering and cannot speak out?" "I know all this," Zhao Sunyang said, "but I can't do anything about it. After all, it's not just one or two people who are like this, but everyone is like this. I have no way to start. Besides, this kind of rule existed hundreds of years ago. Over time, the outer sect disciples also felt that it was natural for the inner sect to bully them. Dad had no choice, but he felt that this kind of atmosphere would encourage the outer sect disciples to practice hard. And then asked the outer sect to join them. Inner door. Then join the inner sect and bully the people in the outer sect, right?" Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, "That's not the way to go, right? So you were right to show up." Zhao Sunyang said with a smile, "You did something today that I never dared to do. What's going on? Are you venting your anger on the outer door?" Lin Yi asked, "Or? No. It's a beating for Uzipi." Zhao Sunyang said, remembering that Uzipi was beaten by Lin Yi today, she couldn't help laughing again, laughing alone, directly leaving Lin Yi in the air. Got there. Lin Yi also felt speechless. This person was really weird. He had a straight face just when he came in. Why is he like this now? Smiling like a fool, could it be that this girl was just pretending? Nest, it didn't scare me to death. Well, why don't you dare to hit him? You are the apple of the eye of the sect leader. Lin Yi said, what? You don't even dare to hit him. I am a female prostitute, and there is a rule on the door that I cannot inherit the position of the head of the clan. Zhao Sunyang stopped laughing and said slowly, I am not the apple of his eye, and Uzipi is the same as his biological son, baby. What's wrong? He also plans to marry me to Uzipi, and the wedding will be in half a year. At this point, Zhao Sunyang couldn't laugh anymore. Her face was full of sorrow, and tears rolled in her eyes, but they didn't shed. When Lin saw Zhao Sunyang like this, he sighed and said, since you don't want to get married, just tell your father. Is it useful? Do you think I don't want to? Zhao Sunyang's voice was loud, almost shouting. It could be said that she was venting her anger. Lin Yi knew that she was very excited now, and Lin Yi didn't dare to say anything. I know better how to comfort. When Zhao Sunyang came in, she had a straight face, then she was giggling, and now she is so sad that she is about to cry. A woman's face can really change at any time. The atmosphere was very awkward. After a while, Zhao Sunyang continued, Dad really treats him as his own son and just treats me as his daughter-in-law. How could he listen to what I say? I haven't liked Uzipi since I was a child. I even hate him. He is so annoying, and Dad actually wants me to marry such a person. I can understand your mood. Lin Yi sighed. You won't understand at all. Before Lin Yi finished speaking, Zhao Sunyang interrupted Lin Yi and continued, you are not me. You don't have to be forced to marry by your parents. How do you understand me? By the way, you are today if you beat Uzipi, the young master will definitely go to his father to complain. When my father is released from prison, I'm afraid he won't let you go so easily. It's my fault for bringing you here, so you should go back. Sad people always speak with negative energy. Zhao Sunyang just said that the relationship between the outer sect and the inner sect needs to be balanced by Lin Yi, but now she lets Lin Yi go. I won't leave. Lin Yi crossed his arms and said, I didn't do anything wrong. It was Uzipi who did the wrong thing. If your father is protecting him like this, then I have no choice. But in this case, Hun Tianmin will fall sooner or later. If he doesn't die in your father's hands, he will die in Uzipi's hands. Chapter 48, Queen Zhao Sunyang. Anyway, just leave. Tears were rolling in Zhao Sunyang's eyes. Lin Yi knew that she was crying because she was going to marry someone he didn't like in half a year. But why did Zhao Sunyang drive her away? Could it be that he really made things worse and hit someone who shouldn't be hit? Regarding Zhao Sunyang's current performance, Lin Yi really didn't know what to say. This person's face changed at every turn. Is it possible that your father will kill me? Besides, you just said that I did something you have never dared to do, and that is to beat up Uzipi. You just couldn't hold back your laughter. Why are you changing your attitude now? Lin Yi crossed his arms and said with a smile, what? You just brought me in for a day and you are going to kick me out? Let me tell you, I have no control over the affairs of the outer sect. Come on, I said it, even the sect master can't stop it. Don't be ridiculous. Zhao Zhiying said, although I am satisfied in my heart, this matter is big or small. I don't dare to argue too much for you in front of Dad. After all, he will definitely say that I am facing someone. Outsider. You don't need to speak for me. I have my own sense of discretion. But I have something to do and I'll go down the mountain tomorrow. Lin Yi stretched out and said, I will be back then. If you take if the position is fired, I won't be polite. Why are you so rude? Zhao Sunyang curled her lips and said, even if I don't remove your position, my father will not keep you. If he doesn't teach you a lesson, it means you are lucky. Well, I'm not afraid. Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, if you can't beat me, why can't you run away? You may not be as fast as my father. Zhao Sunyang didn't shed so many tears now. She took a sip of tea, said calmly, but I still suggest you to leave Hunshanmen, although to be honest, I really don't want you to leave. After saying this, Zhao Sunyang's face turned red. Lin Yi saw it and knew that this little girl was shy. It's really a crime. Lin Yi crossed his arms and said with a smile, what's the matter? You don't want to leave me. When Lin Yi said this, Zhao Sunyang's face turned even redder. After a while, Zhao Sunyang said, yes, for a genius like you, if you leave, it will be a loss for our Hunshan sect. Maybe your father thinks so too. Lin Yida said with a grin, so you don't have to worry, I'm just helping your father teach the ignorant apprentice a lesson. With a genius like me, your father is willing to let me leave? Besides, the future of the outer sect depends on me. You see, Pei Qinhu will reach level 61 soon after he follows me. Hearing what Lin Yi said, Zhao Zhiying felt bad. What did you just say? If I remember correctly, he seems to be only level 55, right? One day? Level 61? Oh my god! You are, how did you do it? Elixirs. Lin Yi shrugged and said with a smile, after taking a 4th grade elixir, a resource compression elixir, the elixir he took probably compressed half of the outer sect's resources, but the side effects are serious. This he probably went to live in a hut for a few days. Brother, are you too powerful? You also upgraded to level 68 through this method. At this time, Zhao Sunyang seemed to suddenly realize it, and patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. I finally understand, it's not that your master fed you too many pills when you were young, right? You just said that you hid in a pit when something happened, right? Lin Yi. Lin Yi touched the cold sweat on his cheeks and said with a smile, Miss, your imagination is really good, but I don't need this kind of thing. In fact, he is not some brainless elixir. He has limits. There is no use at all if you take it above level 60, it is just a quick pill that makes up for all the pills you have not taken since you were a child. If you have been taking pills since you were a child to upgrade, it will be useless at all. So you belong to the latter? Zhao Sunyang asked. It's because you took too many pills when you were a child, so it's useless to take them now. You can understand it that way. Lin Yi frowned slightly. Lin Yi took any pills when he was a child. It was because of the system that Lin Yi upgraded so violently. Is there any more? Give me some. Zhao Sunyang stopped crying and her expression gradually turned evil. She moved her eyebrows a few times and said to Lin Yi, although I took a lot of pills and resources when I was a child, but I probably didn't rely on pills to level up. One more thing, this thing depends on your body's ability to absorb it. Lin Yi said, although I don't know how many resources the outer sect has, there are a lot of famous fairy grass flowers in this thing. If you absorb it, if it doesn't work, then pull them all out. What goes in is compressed, but what comes out is not compressed, and it will cause nosebleeds. Are you sure? Is it so scary? Zhao Sunyang was stunned and said, you will also have nosebleeds. Won't you get a nosebleed if you take it too much? Lin Yi crossed his arms and said with a smile, you'd better not be interested in this thing, it's useless. I'll give it to you when I have something good. Really? Zhao Sunyang's eyes were shining, she completely forgot about the unhappy thing just now, and grabbed Lin Yi's hand, you said this. Don't lie. Now Zhao Zhiying knew that Lin Yi had many treasures, such as the extraordinary 9-turn Douluo pill. Lin Yi could take out such rare pills, and there were plans for people to upgrade from level 55 to level 6 immediately. Level 11 elixirs, this is simply a treasure trove. Of course. We will do what we say. Lin Yi smiled. Well, in that case, I will reluctantly ask Daddy for you. Zhao Sansan stood up and said, I just wanted to test whether you would run away because of this. Damn you! When Lin Yi heard this, he immediately felt unhappy. You are not testing this. You are turning it into a threat. You just want to drive me away? Okay. Hey, hey. Don't. That's not what I meant. Zhao Sunyang immediately changed her words and said, although there is an element of temptation, but Yu's IPI is so precious in front of Daddy, we don't rule out that he will really do something to you? Maybe then? I can't help it. You can pull me down. Lin Yi rolled his eyes and said, if you were on Earth, at least you would be an Oscar-winning actress. What is an Oscar-winning actress? Zhao Sunyang blinked, stood up, and said, okay. When I come back, I just want to remind you that if the disciples from the inner sect want to make trouble in the future, just teach them a lesson, but don't he's injured. Also, use IPI, you better not do anything. After all, he is already the designated leader. If you keep beating him like this, you will not only lose his face, but you will also be beating him alive. My dad's face. Oh. Lin Yi rolled his eyes, shrugged and said. As long as he doesn't come to the outer sect to cause trouble and bully others, I'll keep him safe, but if he still dares to bully others, I don't care if he is the future sect leader. What? Can't you, the future sect master's wife, stand it? As soon as Lin Yi said these words, Zhao Sunyang glared at Lin Yi coldly and said, Humph! You are just kidding me, right? Oh! I wish my true love would show up that day and kidnap me. Before she finished her sentence, Zhao Sunyang's feet had already stepped out to this door. Slow down, young lady! Lin Yi shouted to the door, then sat and murmured to himself, does this Zhao Sunyang want me to kidnap the bride? With that said, Lin Yi smiled and closed the door, then sat back down. System, do you mean she wants me to take her to elope? Not surprisingly, that's what it means. The system replied, after all, the prompt has reached this point. Zhao Sunyang's favorability level for you has reached 60 points. It can be regarded as a slight affection, but it cannot be said that she likes you. What the hell is she talking about? Lin Yi smiled helplessly, you're only 60, so you don't really like her. Your favorability is just right, right? As long as you have a little favorable impression, it is considered a favorable impression. The system said, 60 is not low, and 1 favorability point is considered favorable. But if it is high, it is not considered high. 75 points are considered favorable. I like it. But what? But I looked at the data on her favorability towards others. What's wrong with the data? When it comes to this, Lin Yi is very interested. She doesn't have a high opinion of other people. Even her father is only 30. The system replied, everyone else has a few points. Of course, these are just for the good opinion. If you dislike a person, that is negative, her favorability value for use IPI is negative 130. Wakao. Lin Yi suddenly covered his face and laughed, isn't this too low? This is a loss of 130. Yes, her favorability towards many people is very low. The system said, her favorability towards his father is only 30, and you are 60, so you can be content, so you are the only one she has such a favorable impression on. Gao, a trustworthy person, although the right one may not be you, but maybe, it is you. So, the only person she can rely on now is me. You are not the only person she can rely on. The system said, except for marriage, she can rely on her father for everything else. So the only person she can rely on for her marriage now is me. Lin Yi changed his mind and said, then should I go and steal the marriage? It's been a long time. There's no need to discuss this now. The system replied, we'll talk about the future later. Do the right thing first and get down to business. Ding dong. System task activation, eavesdropping at night. Task content: sneak into the inner gate, Seoul Heaven Bureau, Tianj, and listen to the conversation between the gate owner and the guardians. Task reward: important information, 5,000 experience points, a shopping mall lottery ticket. Mission punishment: expelled from Hunshinmen, etc. Chapter 49 Late Night Eavesdropping. Lin Yi's guess for this task is to eavesdrop on information. That means eavesdropping on the words of the sect owner or some other high-level executive. However, Lin Yi still felt that eavesdropping on the door owner would be more common. Now Lin Yi's identity is not a disciple of the outer sect. His identity is the great deacon of the outer sect, and he works for the sect, so his status is higher than that of the mentor of the inner sect. Because of this reason, Lin Yi could freely enter the inner door without worrying about anyone blocking him. As for the Seoul Heaven Bureau and the Heavenly Pavilion, Lin Yi probably doesn't have the power to enter them yet. That's why it's called sneaking in and eavesdropping. Lin Yi smiled, took a sip of tea and walked out carelessly. As for the reason for the failure of the mission, he was probably caught red-handed, but Lin Yi was not afraid at all. After all, even if he failed to use the Aurora Electric Dragon's ability, the speed at which the Soul Ring brought Lin Yi was also astonishing. For example, the Thousand Machine Cat, the Infinite Queen Bee, and the Yujing Tiger are all slow. Moreover, the Thousand Machine Cat, a nocturnal spirit beast, not only has good night vision, but also has extremely strong hiding ability. So even if he peeps into the conversation between the sect master, Lin Yi is fearless. This is the self-confidence of the strong. Just swipe your card to enter the inner door. Lin Yi's card is allowed, but outer door disciples cannot enter. It is easy to enter the inner gate, but not so easy to enter the Seoul Heaven Bureau. After all, Lin Yi's card does not have permission to enter. So he could only climb the wall and sneak in, but there were people patrolling here in shifts. It wasn't that Lin Yi couldn't defeat them, it was just that the matter would be exposed. So what's the best way? Lin Yi thought about it, had an idea, smiled and activated the ability of the Thousand Machine Cat, and climbed up the 10-meter-high wall in 2 seconds. At this moment, Lin Yi was semi-invisible. If others didn't take it seriously, if you look, you won't find Lin Yi at all. Lin Yi squatted on the wall and snapped his fingers. The patrolman who came over here was completely covered in mucus and could not move at all. His mouth was also sealed by mucus. When Lin went over and knocked on his neck, he fainted. Lin Yi clapped his hands. Continuing to explore forward, the system has already given a map of the mission, so Lin Yi doesn't have to worry about getting lost. In the center of Hunshin Bureau, there is a huge lake, and in the center of the lake there is a huge fountain. On top of the fountain, this building actually floats. It seems that this fountain is holding up the entire building. In fact, this fountain is not that powerful at all. There must be some mystery in it. Lin Yi hid in the grass, watching several guards patrolling back and forth, thinking about how to get up. Is this lake the center of Hunshinmen? There are really enough people guarding here. Lin Yi frowned. There were so many people. How could he kill these people in an instant? But they were not hit, and the shift speed was extremely fast. If he used Abyss Slime to kill these people, the people patrolling outside they will definitely find out and call the police reported. This is really tricky. Lin Yi asked the system, what can we do about this, system? Tell you, wouldn't that mean you have no gaming experience at all? When the system said this, Lin Yi knew that the system would not tell Lin Yi. So he would have to rely on Lin Yi to find a solution by himself. Lin Yi squatted in the grass. After squatting for a long time, he wanted to poop. He almost couldn't hold back the fart. It was so quiet here. If he farted, he would definitely be discovered. There are also a lot of mosquitoes in the grass, and the bites of mosquitoes in Douluo continent are particularly painful. Lin Yi couldn't help but complain, are these mosquitoes also spirit beasts? After squatting in the grass and thinking for a long time, Lin Yi finally couldn't hold it back and farted. But now Lin Yi has found a solution. Activate the seven-tailed white fox's ability, Agarwood Charm. This skill is to release a series of fragrant gases to make people faint for a period of time. This range is quite long. To be on the safe side, the range of the gases released by Lin Yishi covers the entire Soul Heaven Bureau. Of course, in order not to let anyone in the Tianmen, the person on board fainted, and Lin Yi suppressed the gas 3 meters below. However, those powerful people did not faint so quickly when they smelled these smells, and they might still find someone using dirty tricks. So this is the safest way. After Lin Yi's skills were released, those on patrol fainted one after another. After squatting in the grass for a while, Lin Yi walked out of the grass. At this time, Lin Yi's body was covered with mosquito bites. Lin Yi couldn't help but complained in a low voice, "These mosquitoes are too cruel." Lin Yi scratched the mosquito bag on his body. The Tianmen above the fountain was not very big, but Lin Yi couldn't hear what was being said above at all. If you want to hear what they are saying, you have to go up. But Lin Yi really didn't know how to get up there. There was only one fountain here. Even if there was a door and an entrance inside the fountain, Lin Yi wouldn't dare to go in so openly. So this is also a difficult problem. When encountering this kind of problem, Lin Yi usually wants to ask the system, but Lin Yi knows that the system will not tell him, so he doesn't bother to ask. Lin Yi looked around and couldn't find a way to get up. "It's too difficult for me," Lin Yi murmured to himself, "but, as long as your thoughts don't slip, there are always more methods than difficulties, hehe." Speaking of which, Lin Yi exchanged a bug directly from the system. Yes, it was a bug. So Lin Yi's approach is really cheating, but the system itself is a cheat. As long as Lin Yi can complete the task, anything is possible, so the system doesn't say anything and thinks this kind of thing is very normal. No matter it is a black cat or a white cat, if it can catch mice, it is a good cat. In the same way, no matter what method it is used, it can complete the task, right? Lin Yi smiled again, fearing that the abyssal mucus would be too obvious and be discovered, so Lin Yi triggered Cetaria's skill. In its ordinary form, Cetaria is no different from trash, so such a small amount of soul power cannot be attracted at all. No matter how you pay attention, even if the people inside notice the approach of souls, they only think of the patrolling people below. Lin Yi used foxtail grass to secretly bring the bug up and stick it on the wall. After the Cetaria completed its task, it disappeared immediately. Now that you're done, it's time for eavesdropping. Lin Yi is not that blatant. Although Lin Yi hates grass, after all, there are many mosquitoes in it, Lin Yi can still tolerate it. It doesn't feel good to be too blatant. Lin Yi redeemed a mosquito repellent from the system and squatted there, feeling much better. Then it was time to eavesdrop. Do you think this is feasible? Why isn't it possible? Will the new archdeacon hinder our work? You're overthinking it, that kid won't pose any threat to us at all. Lin Yi heard someone mention him this time, and he became even more interested. From the conversation, we can know that there are only 2 people talking on the Tianmen. At this time, Lin Yi also exchanged some snacks from the system and went out to eat and listen. It was like watching a movie. The system felt that Lin Yi's approach was really talented. How do you know that he can't pose any threat to us? I think it is necessary to guard against this person. After all, he suddenly joined Hunshinman. I also saw his strength today. He is very powerful. He can directly defeat Uzipi. Brat. It's just Uzipi, who of us can't beat him up? But that person seems to have a 10,000-year soul ring. I think this matter is very difficult. Brother, let's find a chance to get rid of him, so as not to cause trouble later. If Lin Yi didn't eavesdrop, he wouldn't know that he was being targeted by so many people on his first day at Hunshinman. My dear, that boy Uzipi can still understand, but what is going on with these people? Do you want to spend your time doing something shameful, afraid that you will become a stumbling block for them? Lin Yi took a sip of beer, grabbed a handful of peanuts and put them in his mouth. It felt so good. I'm talking about the system. Who are they? If I tell you everything, why do you want to eavesdrop? The system was speechless. Lin Yi smiled, not really intending to let the system tell him, it was just a joke. Lin Yi drank his beer and continued to listen to the conversation of the people on Tianmen. What are you doing, Ali? That kid beat Yu's IPI, so Zhao Peng would naturally touch him. Do we need him? Just be at ease. When the time comes, I will bring back a batch of magical medicines, and then find someone to put them in Zhao Peng's room and the room of his precious apprentice. Then we will report them in one fell swoop for manufacturing and selling magical medicines. This is a capital crime. When the time comes, as the Great Elder, won't I naturally become the sect leader? Become the sect leader? This is simply big news. This is the time to overthrow the sect leader Zhao Peng. I'm so good, Great Elder, do you want to talk to Zhao Sunyang about this? When will we take action? Another person asked the Great Elder. The Great Elder replied, within half a year. After half a year, I will break through the titled Douluo. I will see how Zhao Peng can resist. Brother is wise. But, if it is a large amount of magic medicine being transported, it must be reviewed by the outer sect. The chief deacon of the outer section. Even if we don't deal with him, do we still have to bribe him? Don't worry. There's still half a year left, so what are you afraid of? Let's bring it back bit by bit, won't it be done? As expected of the eldest brother, he has already broken through the title of Douluo. What title will the eldest brother take by then? What kind of title should I take? From then on, the Hunshan sect belongs to our Chen family. I will call it Hunshan Douluo at that time. Soul Heaven Douluo. Very domineering. Big brother is mighty. Chapter 50 I won't leave you alone. What kind of bullshit Soul Heaven Douluo? How could such a domineering name be used by someone with such a dirty mind? Oh shit! Lin was already very unhappy when he heard this, but eavesdropping tonight was really a big event. What these two people did could really overturn the history of Hunshanmen. If the two of them really succeed, the consequences will be disastrous. And half a year later, it will be the wedding of Zhao Sunyang and Yu Zipi, and it will definitely be a big deal by then. It must be fun. After half a year, Lin Yi's level will be reduced to unknown levels, so Lin Yi simply thinks this is fun and adds a little more playability. Lin Yi ate the melon rice and continued to listen to the conversation inside. Brother, do you remember that little girl Zhao Zhiying is going to marry that boy Yu Zipi in half a year? In half a year, brother, you will break through to the titled Douluo. Then we will have a big fight, ha ha ha. This will be the best in the history of Hunshanmen, the biggest change. He he he. Boy, I know you like that little girl. I said you are in your 40s or 50, why do you still like that little girl? You are not a human, ha ha ha. Beast. Beast. What a beast, that's fine. When I finish my business, I will betroth that stinky girl Zhao Zhiying to you. Lin Yi immediately felt disgusted when he heard this. Damn it, are you going to marry Zhao Sunyang? It is undeniable that although Zhao Sunyang looks a little cold-tempered, she is indeed a good-looking person. In Tiandu City, she would be ranked first in terms of appearance. Although Lin Yi didn't have any feelings for Zhao Sunyang for the time being, from the moment Lin Yi decided to rob the bride, Lin Yi regarded Zhao Sunyang as his own woman. Lin spit out the melon seed shells on the ground, took a sip of beer in displeasure, and murmured to himself, how dare you make ideas about my woman? Bear with me. If you really do this, I will be the first to do it. Kill you. When the man heard the Great Elder's promise, he was very happy in his heart. Thank you, Great Elder, for your support. I will definitely be loyal to you in the future. Do you know that Big Brother is treating you well? The elder said with a smile, "You have to monitor Zhao Peng carefully during this period. You must report his every move to me at any time. Oh, by the way, I am here. I spend all my time practicing in seclusion. If anything happens to you, come to the Soul Heaven Bureau to find me." "Yes, brother. I will definitely pay attention to every move of the sect master." "Who do you think is the master?" "Big brother, big brother. Big brother, you are the master of the sect." "He he he. You should be slapped. You should be slapped." Listening, Lin Yi heard the sound of someone slapping him. Needless to say, it was the person slapping himself. After the man finished beating him, he said, "Master, I will be paying attention to Zhao Peng's every move during this period. If there is anything, I will report it to you immediately." When the great elder heard this, he was so happy in his heart that he immediately laughed, "Ha ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Okay. Very good, very good. You go back first." "Yes, sir." Yes. Sect master. Sect master. Ha ha ha, that's pretty much it. Go back. Yes, yes. Master. Lin Yi was hiding in this position and would not be easily discovered as long as he hid his strength. Therefore, Lin Yi was not in a hurry to escape. He was just afraid that when the person saw everyone here falling to the ground, he would definitely find out that something was wrong. So Lin Yi lifted the charm before that person came down. After those people woke up, they all looked confused and didn't know what happened. They didn't even remember that they fainted, they were still patrolling normally. Isn't the skill of this seven-tailed white fox too powerful? Lin Yi couldn't help but praise it. The reason why Lin Yi was still squatting and not walking away was because Lin Yi wanted to see who the person who kept shouting "Big Brother" was. After a while, the man finally came down. The man was wearing the inner sex protector robe. As for which sect he was the protector of, Lin Yi didn't know yet. The reason why Lin Yi knew that this man was the protector was because he was wearing the same clothes as Ling Zedong. While Lin Yi was confused, the system gave the person's basic information. Lian Rice. Age, 48. Level 75, Soul Saint. Martial Spirit, Serial Flying Knives. Position, Protector of the Inner Gate of Hunshan Gate, Ximen. Level 75, Soul Saint. Although this person is higher than Lin Yi is not afraid of him because of his level. After all, Lin Yi really doesn't take these levels seriously. There is a huge scar on this person's face. Logically speaking, it is very easy for a person of this level to remove the scar. If you don't have the ability, you can just take a pill. Unless this person keeps a grudge, and always remembers the person who hurt him. If the revenge is not avenged, how can the scar disappear? After this person left, Lin Yi activated the ability of the 1000 Machine Cat again, and his body became translucent. No one would find Lin Yi in the grass at night. Because of the 1000 Machine Cat, Lin Yi is now there is no sound when walking. Lin Yi walked along the way back, found a wall, and climbed out of this soul trap in 2 seconds. Just after taking a few steps, Lin Yi blocked a person in front of him. Before he saw the person, Lin Yi knew who it was through the smell. The person in front of me was clearly Zhao Sunyang, Miss Zhao Zhiying. At this time, Zhao Sunyang crossed her arms and looked at Lin Yi, and asked, "What are you going to do? Brother? I saw you coming out from somewhere. If you don't explain clearly, you will die, I tell you." "You, why are you here?" Lin Yi was naturally very surprised when he saw Zhao Sunyang. Zhao Sunyang forced a smile, "Why can't I be here? Brother, this is the inner gate, I live here." "Well, I just have something to ask you." "What's the matter? You can explain it clearly." Zhao Sunyang crossed her arms and said, "If you don't explain it clearly, you won't be able to sleep tonight. You can tell me here until I am satisfied." Do you believe me when I say I saw 2 suspicious people before following me in? Lin Yi said, touching his nose. What suspicious person? Can you find a place where no one is around to talk? Zhao Sunyang rolled her eyes and said, okay. If you don't explain it clearly to me, you will be finished, I tell you. 20 minutes later, Zhao Sunyang's room. You mean? The Great Elder wants to frame my father? Zhao Sunyang asked with a frown. Yes, I heard all this with my own ears. Lin Yi ate a piece of cake rudely, clapped his hands, picked up the teacup and took a sip, and then said, in the past 6 months, they will continue to purchase gods from outside. Medicine, although I don't know where the magic medicine was brought back from, but if it is in large quantities, it must be approved by the outer deacon. So when the time comes, they will definitely bribe the deacons from the outer sect, including you. That's right. Lin Yi said, if they want to pass, they must pass our review. However, if the stuff is in small quantities, there is no need to search because we do not have the right to search them. Body of. So, they will either bribe you or bring them back in small batches. Zhao Sunyang frowned, these people will definitely bring them back bit by bit, because even if they bribe you, you may not be able to keep your mouth shut. Yes, if you bring back such a small amount, it will be very large in half a year. Lin Yi said, and in half a year, not only when he rebels, but also you, people from other sects will definitely come back to congratulate you, then the matter will become even bigger, and the upper echelons of the sect will learn that these harmful drugs are produced by your father, and they will be able to help the Great Elder. Hearing this, Zhao Sunyang felt bad. No. I have to go tell daddy. After saying that, Zhao Sunyang stood up and wanted to go out. Lin Yi pulled her back and said, these are still undocumented, and now is not the time to take action. Then when is the time to take action? Is it really the time when he kills my father? No. Lin Yi shook his head and said, just wait until then, wait until he breaks through to the title Douluo. Haha. Zhao Sunyang was really feeling a little cold at this moment. She smiled bitterly and said, you want me to be sad for the rest of my life. You have to marry someone you don't like that day, and you have to watch your father being killed. Yet. No. Listen to me slowly. In fact, Lin Yi just wants things to continue like this. It will be more fun when the time comes, and Lin Yi can stage a hero to save the beauty. Although it seems that Lin Yi is somewhat selfish, it is also because Lin Yi is completely confident. If Lin Yi had no confidence, then Lin Yi would definitely ask Zhao Sunyang to tell her father. Okay. So what do you mean? Just tell me. Now that you've convinced me, I won't tell my dad yet. Even if your father finds out, it's just a big worry in his mind. He has no evidence, so he can only be on guard. Nothing can be done to him. After all, the status of the Great Elder is not low, second only to your father. This it will affect your father's cultivation, and he is still worried about being assassinated while he is in seclusion. Lin Yi said, it is better to let your father practice in peace. When the Great Elder is ready to take action that day, I will naturally have a way to help you out. The elders will tell all the facts themselves. Are you sure? Hearing what Lin Yi said, Zhao Sunyang slowly felt relieved. Others would not believe it, but Lin Yi, to Zhao Sunyang, Lin Yi was a miraculous man. You can get from level 45 without seeing mech, and someone who upgrades to level 68 not be called a miracle? This is simply the most demonic abuse among demonic abuses. Lin Yi nodded confidently and said, don't worry. I won't leave you alone.